allowed it to go viral.
That is wild. He's he's not showing anything, is he? Or is
I
he
mean,
just
you
doing
know
the
he's no, yeah, you know he's doing the do. Yeah,
oh, oh my gosh.
yeah, yep.
They pick and choose.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy. And then I was telling them about the videos of that couple getting shot
Hmm.
and how that's all over the FYP.
Yeah.
Like TikTok is turning into Facebook and Instagram and Twitter.
Yes. Wild Wild West. The
Yeah,
Wild Wild West.
it's crazy. And then that damn AI video with the guy pretending to be a slave with the fans on his hat.
Now I didn't see the whole thing. I saw Chicago's video, so and he was basically standing in front of it. So I didn't get to
It
see the whole thing.
it came up on my FYP from another Stitch. It was another creator
Hmm.
stitched it, and it's a AI creation of a black male slave selling fucking fans that you put in your hat to keep you from getting hot outside in the TikTok shop.
What?
Uh huh.
Uh-uh. Oh hell no.
What's up to the YouTube? I see 7 of y'all over there, but I haven't seen anybody in the chat yet. Go ahead and speak up in the chat so we can know who's over there and we can say what's up. We got you that one laughing dude. You can ask a question when we're ready to start bringing people up. Um, y'all know what to do if you're a part of the team. Hit your heart me's, um, send your popular votes and upvote the live. And let's get the shares to 100. I miss the days where we could play music before the live.
Yeah, me too. I still see people do it, but yeah,
Do they have a lot
I
of
wouldn't
viewers?
take a chance.
Yeah, because I think that whole copyright thing, it'll take you off the FYP, I think.
Mm.
Like I remember I got violated for showing a commercial and the commercial had music in it. I was
Oh
showing
yeah.
the flying cars and I got violated for showing that commercial of flying
Yeah, you
cars.
can't show anything. I see like people mostly play it in the background, but
Well, we got violated for playing Xena's video in the
that's
background
true.
of what's his name, lying on
Is
me.
it was it that got us violated?
Yeah,
Or
it said unoriginal content.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I really wish we could play music, and I get the artists not wanting people to like be able to make money off of their thing, but if if we're paying for the music, what the fuck can we do with it? Just listen to it? Like I don't know.
Hmm.
Something's got to be done. Um, I get it. What's up, Curtis? What's up, Mr. Shepherd? Ray, I see you on YouTube. Uh, I see a couple of Christians over there. I guess I'll just say what's up just for you being there. Ooh, goodness gracious, y'all slow down on the shares. If y'all get us to y'all, somebody got us at 200 shares that quick.
Oh man.
Yeah, we might have
Yeah.
to do a restart because TikTok does not like that. The goal is 100 shares within the first 15 minutes, y'all. If y'all like overshare like that, TikTok is gonna think that you are a bot. And they're down push or what they call down rank the live, and we don't want that. I Bash's music is copyright. Well, we used to play music before the live, but I've been dinged a couple of times. And then I saw in Daniel's live, he got silenced. Like his whole live got silenced for him playing on his own guitar the melody to a fucking nursery rhyme. And because the nursery rhyme was copywritten, they silenced his whole live, his sub only live. Yeah, he was doing the sub only. Yeah, I don't know. It's different strokes for different folks, I guess. But let's go ahead and open up the box, y'all. We had 162 views. I do think we may have to do a restart since we got to 200 shares before 15 minutes, but we'll see what the algorithm does. Okay. Lala, you want to say anything before we get started?
Yes, let's get those likes to 50K. Don't forget the heart knees and arrows. Thinker has a gift goal of the doves. Continue to share, but slowly. Also, hit that go button on the bottom left hand corner to subscribe and enjoy the live.
Oh, I forgot to announce the new change. Well, not new change. Let me say this, and I'm gonna say it several times throughout the night as we the viewership begin to grow. But my priority here is to talk to deconstructing Christians, or deconstructing believers in this God, and atheists. Let me say it again. My intention and my goal is to talk to deconstructing believers and atheists. Okay, so if you're currently a believer in this God and you're thinking about deconstructing, or maybe you have questions, maybe you're not deconstructing, but you have questions that you feel like you can't ask your pastor, or you can't ask your mama, or you can't ask your best friend, you can ask and hear. Okay, that's the intention. It's to learn, it's to research. Okay, it's to deconstruct. I am not alive that wants to fucking troll Christians. I don't really like talking to Christians, but I will do it because somebody has to. I will talk to Christians, but I'm not prioritizing Christians in this live. That's not this type of live. If you are a believer, if you're a Christian and you are a believer and you want to come up on stage, I'm not putting up with your bullshit anymore. Okay, your over talking, the disrespect and stuff like that. I don't want to do it. Um, and I'm trying to see if I'm going to even allow those types of conversations. So, I guess like in this time period, like if y'all want to still participate in these conversations in this space, like please come up here and act like you got some sense. We are too grown for that shit. Too grown for it, and I'm like, I'm over it. Violet, Violet, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Yeah.
Lakeside.
No, nothing I can do. Yeah.
Hello, Lakeside.
Nothing I can do. Nothing I could do. I can leave him some little pieces of chicken.
Lakeside, are you up here on accident?
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one. Okay,
Sorry. Sorry.
that's okay. I definitely think we might have to do a restart. Violent, Violet, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I don't give a fuck. Shut the fuck up. I don't even know why you back in here.
Oh, oh, miss.
Yeah.
Um,
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. It's been a long day, but I got really excited when I found out that you were on the live. Mac ended up dropping out of his live and sent me over here, so I'm happy to be here.
Sounds good. Did you want to say something else about the topic today?
Yeah. So I read the Bible, and I came across a verse and I completely lost it. I need to try to find that again. And it was about Jesus talking about to, I believe
Okay,
it was,
give me just a second. So it has to be about the topic.
yeah, it's about Jesus Christ.
No, about him being the worst thing that ever happened to
Oh,
humanity.
yeah, about like how, about, I don't know how to phrase the question. Does, did Jesus ever mention anything about
So
the
that's a so you're asking like a research based question, and again, that's only for nerds that can come up and do that.
oh, yeah, but like, I
But
also like,
Violent, I'm very strict on the rules in here. Okay,
yes.
and then people pay for that privilege to come up and ask research. Like I don't work for free, right? And so to come up and ask research based questions, you have to be a nerd. Only
Okay.
nerds can do that.
Yes, of course. But the about the topic when it comes to like Jesus Christ, do you think like there were some parts of Jesus Christ that might have been good, or is it just 100% like he's the worst?
He's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay. Um, because again, I'm still deconstructing and I'm still trying to learn about like understanding his teachings of like healing the blind and bringing people back from the dead, and that's the thing that still grabs makes me gravitate towards like Jesus being a good guy. And I mean, I remember we had a discussion last night about how some things when it comes to Jesus Christ can end up like twisting narratives about how to be a good person, and it ends up being taken too far to the point where it kind of abuses the power within the church. I think that's what we discussed.
Yeah. Hmm.
And again, we can have this a discussion about things that, like again, I'm willing to learn about like how when Jesus mentioned about thou shalt not like unalive, thou shalt respect thy mother and father. I
Yeah,
think,
but I think like what you're doing right now though is what a nerd would be able to do.
oh yeah,
Yeah, but you're not a nerd. So, and I'm trying to be as nice as I can.
yeah.
So you have to subscribe, Violet, in order to come up and do what you're doing right now.
Okay,
Okay.
I didn't know what else to is or is
You
the
have to subscribe. I understand that you
Yes.
have questions, and these are the type of conversations that you want to be able to have with me online.
hmm
But you can't do that unless you are a subscriber, okay? And then it takes 30 days for your stage privileges to kick in. I think we discussed that yesterday as well. But I also gave you uh, resources that are in my bio that are just open to the public, and also that you can tag me, like if you have questions. I respond to tags and things like that. But this, what you're doing, only a nerd can do this.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because again, I thought I was responding to the prompt about like how Jesus is like the worst thing, but also trying to like understand. But now that
Right, you're trying to do both. What you're
yeah,
trying to do,
yeah,
you're
I
trying to get
apologize.
the what the nerds get, and you're trying to work that in, and that's not okay, right? Um, like I'm all about people learning
Mm-hmm.
through the discussions that we have on the platform, right? Um, that's one way. Like if you don't want to become a subscriber, listening to the conversations that I have with people, a lot of times information comes out that way. But in order to come on stage and make it about your deconstruction journey, you have to be a nerd.
Okay.
Okay. All
Yes.
right.
Yeah, I could drop down if you want me to, because like I guess I misinterpreted of like what I could come up here and talk about, but again, I apologize for that.
Yeah. So I can tell you the way that you could do it, right? Lala, I was trying to tell her. I was trying to tell her how to, like, the way that you would have to come up here and do it, right? Is, hey, I think Jesus is the worst thing. No, I don't think Jesus is the worst thing. Here's why, right? You have to start a conversation, but you cannot come up here and say, hey, I want to know about this. Do you think about this? What do you think about that? Only a nerd can do that, y'all, okay? That's just the way the subscription works. Like I want people to, be, enjoy being in the space, but there are boundaries, okay, and you have to, uh, you just have to respect those boundaries, right? And I can only be nice, long enough of you trying to cross the boundary. Little Red Giant, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Uh,
I
how
yeah,
old are
that's
you
right.
for TikTok purposes, please?
20.
Got to be 21. Do you see that on the board
My
there?
fault.
That's
Not
okay.
see
Have
anything.
a good night, okay?
You too.
All right. Thank you, Violet. I appreciate that. What's up, Alex? Uh,
You
Buster?
can call me. You can call me Buster.
How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 22.
Y'all sound like some older 21, 20 and 20 2 year olds. Um, are you a deconstructing believer? Are you an atheist or are you a Christian?
I guess I would say I'm an atheist.
And what are your thoughts on the post?
Yeah, I think in regards to the prompt, Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. I would disagree with it in the sense that I think money is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Religion definitely has played a part to the hardships that we face, not as different groups of people, but as a human race, right? But I think money has been the main contribution, especially in modern times, to the suffering that certain groups are subjected to, right? And what everybody is subjected to. Money is God in today's world. Money is what tells us what to do, and money is the most controlling power to ever be put over the heads of humans.
Do you have money?
I do, I do have money. Yes,
And have you enslaved people for it?
I would see. I would think
No,
as though
have you? Have you? I'm asking have. Have you enslaved people for money?
I bought a phone. So yes,
Who did you enslave?
I enslaved Congolese people.
Hold
I
on. You personally enslaved Congolese people for money.
Yeah, because I
So
subscribe
hold
to a
on, hold on,
system
hold
of
on.
what they
So
call.
okay,
If you were
so hold
asking,
on.
I
No, no,
didn't know
no.
how you were
Stop
asking.
talking while I'm talking, okay?
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's rude for you to do that.
Ay, okay.
So you went to Congolese, bought Congolese slaves, made them make your phone, and then made money with that phone?
No, no.
No. So you personally did not enslave Congolese people for
I
money.
guess so.
Okay. So have you oppressed people for money?
Yeah.
Okay. Who did you impress for money? Oppress for money?
Well, it's just going to be the same answer. It's going to be how I played into a
No,
systemic belief.
I didn't ask if you participated in an oppressive system. I asked, have you personally
No,
oppressed people for
no.
money? No, you haven't. So you can own money, you can have money, right? Without uh, harming other people for it. You get up, you go to work every day, you earn your money in a
Yeah.
respectable way, right?
Okay.
Like I own a business. I don't oppress people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
It-
So, but with Jesus, right? Jesus was used so that the people who do enslave people for money, so that the people who do oppress people for money could get more money, could harbor the money. And in fact, in this Bible, Jesus as God created a plan called capitalism
okay.
so that people could go into lands, take all of the resources, convince all of the people, or push people to a point to where they could not eat. They had nothing left to feed no money left to feed their families, to buy wheat from anybody else, and they were forced to become slaves.
Yeah. Okay. So that also plays into what I said about religion being one of the evils of the world, one of the evils of humanity, being used for evil, right? But I think that money is something that we all play into. I mean, same in religion. You can follow Jesus Christ and be a good person, right? Just because you follow a specific religion doesn't mean you have contributed to the oppression of other people. But if it's same with money, just as you pointed out. But I
It's
think
not
that money
because with
is
it's not
money
because with
has
I'm
possessed
sorry,
human.
hello. It's not because with Jesus. First off,
All right.
I'm not talking about a religion. You keep talking about religion. Motherfucker wasn't no goddamn atheist.
Hello?
Yeah, give me just a second. Y'all, when y'all come up here, I'm not talking about religion. Yeah, he left. I'm not talking about religion. I said Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, not Christianity. Yeah, he left because I told him that I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about Jesus. And he left in the middle of that. How old are you?
30.
Are you a deconstructing Christian? Are you an atheist or are you a Christian?
What do you mean by deconstructing Christian? Not sure by that.
Are you questioning your belief system?
Not at all. Not anymore. So I would say in those options are Christian.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you know that I'm not really in the mood to talk to Christians. I will allow the conversation, but the moment that it goes left, like that last guy, I'm taking you down. Okay.
Fair enough.
I don't like people to talk over me. I am the only one, right, that can interrupt, and I will only do that one if you are off topic, okay? And two, if you misrepresent something that I say. I'm going to correct that and then let you continue. So don't interrupt me while I'm talking. I'm not going to interrupt you, okay?
No, that's fair. That's
All
fine.
right. What do you think about the prompt?
I'm confused on your position as to why you're stating that. And then also when you were speaking to the last gentleman, capitalism. Uh,
I don't allow guests to refer to the previous guest. Okay, this is a new conversation. Talk from your perspective, and my reasons are on the board.
Faith over facts, afterlife over life. And okay, so what confused me? So this is my first time joining. I'm actually just curious. I'm trying to learn your perspective. You said that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, but not Christianity. Why is there the emphasis on Jesus? Because Christian actually means to be Christ-like. So I'm just having a like I'm missing the piece of how Christianity isn't the worst thing if Jesus is.
Christianity is a religion. There are multiple religions under this Jesus.
Mm, okay.
Next.
Oh, that was the end of the support. Okay, so I agree with you as a Christian actually, because I think it all goes back to 1313. I know you were talking about nerds. I don't know if I quite am one, but
You're not.
uh oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're not a nerd. A nerd is a subscriber to the lie. You don't subscribe to this lie.
Okay. Okay. So my position is I just actually researched this. So my issue is like when I look at the Bible for what it is, everybody who supported Christianity, what was the benefit of doing so? Jesus killed, Stephen stoned, Paul crucified upside down, John the Baptist beheaded. Or if we don't even want to, like, if Bible isn't truth to you, which is fine, what about William Tyndale? What about the guy who translated the Bible into English for us? He actually had to flee our country, go to Germany. He was arrested and burned
I'm sorry.
alive.
What the fuck does this have to do with Jesus? What does this have to do with Jesus?
So I was getting there. But my point of this all is what benefit did people have to support Christianity?
What
They would
benefit
rather
did
die
witches
than deny
have?
their
I'm
belief.
sorry, since you want to go off topic, right? Because we're again, I could give less than two fucks about Christianity. You still want to make this conversation about Christianity after I already said this isn't about Christianity. And you're just going to do it anyway, right?
Well, no, no, no. This is all
Yeah,
about
you're making
Jesus.
this about what your question is, what benefit does people have to follow Christianity? And I've said from the last guy when you first got up here, right? This is
Hmm.
my third time saying this topic is not about Christianity. This topic is about your God as an idea. Jesus, Yahweh, Yehuda, Yeshua, Jehovah, Adonai. That's what this topic is about, not a specific religion.
Well, I apologize for not getting to the point quick enough because I actually think we're in agreement. Because Christianity has become a institutionalized religion. Before it was just believe in his works, because Christ is the heart of it. So that's why I'm confused. Like if you're talking about the white Jesus, I kind of agree with you. But if you're talking about the person that was here, Yeshua, like you were mentioning, I don't know how that's the worst thing that ever happened. So if we're actually in alignment, I'll hop off.
We're not in alignment. There was no white Jesus. There was no black Jesus. And
Mhm.
even the Jesus in this book was an asshole. So I don't you again, you keep pointing to a religion and I'm talking about the deity. Now, if you want to talk about why I think even the Jesus inside the book was an asshole, we can do that.
If you want, I just don't see how it's still the worst thing. I haven't heard anything that supports why it's the worst thing that happened
Because
to
you
humanity.
haven't even freaking talked about the daggone topic. You wanted
I,
to talk about Christianity, right? I like literally my post. Give me just a second because I swear sometimes it feels like when Christians join the live, I feel like I'm a preschool teacher and I constantly have to say, put that down. Stop. Don't do that. Like this is getting ridiculous, right? I explained to you that the reasons that I say that this Jesus, this idea, is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity are listed on the post because the people, the individuals who carry this idea inside of them prioritizes commandments of this God over compassion. They prioritize their faith over facts. They prioritize their afterlife or their desire for an afterlife or their fear of whatever judgment of an afterlife over the life we have now. And because my AI, who has access to bazillions of translations and scholarly and archaeological data said, hell no. If it was human, it would not choose to worship this God. But everything is on the board there for you. That's the conversation. Not Christianity, not Islam, not Mormonism, not Presbyterian. That, your God.
okay, so I don't know. You already mentioned in the very beginning you weren't in the mood to talk. So I don't. I really feel like we're in a lot more agreement than we aren't. So I'll just say my
We're
final
not.
piece and close.
We're
So
not. You would not. You would not. And we're not in agreement. And if you don't want to have a discussion, you're not going to say your final please. I'm going to move you off. I'm going to bring up somebody else, okay? Have a good night. The fuck?
Here we go.
It's fucking ridiculous, man.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing well in yourself.
I'm frustrated already, and I've only been live for 37 minutes. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
27.
Are you a deconstructing believer? Are you an atheist? Or are you a Christian?
Christian.
Did you hear the rules for the live?
No.
Don't talk over me. I can interrupt you if I need to. Um, this is about the God as an idea, not a religion. Stick to the topic. What are your thoughts? And it's not a debate, it's a discussion. What are your thoughts?
So you said it's about the idea of Christ and not the religion, Christianity.
Correct.
So he was a real man. So do you have a problem with the man or the idea of this man?
So let me ask you a question. There's a Bible, right? A book with a character named Jesus in it. Is that character in the book a man or is it an idea?
No, he's a real man.
So then I have a problem with the man.
And so your problem with the man is based on religious texts.
It's based on the four things that are named on the post there. There's four reasons on the post. I try to be productive, right? Give y'all everything you need to know about why I say that and put it on the post.
Now I get that, but it's like, okay, commandments over compassion. Is that what from what perspective is that? Is that from his followers or is that from something that he said?
You're
Both.
gonna need a picture book.
I know this is
No, 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 no. It's very important to define to
both,
define
both,
terms.
both, both,
Thank you.
both, both.
Thank
Good
you.
grief.
So you
It
said
like it
both.
does like honestly, if that says Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, then that means that I definitely am not going to be thinking that Jesus prioritizes compassion over commandments. And if his followers follow him, I'm definitely not going to be thinking that his followers prioritize compassion over his commandments. That, like, to me, that should be common sense. The reason she said you're going to need a picture book because what should be common sense ain't common when talking to believers. And that falls under the facts over faith. I mean, faith over facts. Don't use caps in the comments. Caps are for mods only and for people with a vision impairment. You will be muted. I don't want to mute y'all. I don't want to have to mute you. Just follow the rules in the space.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting when people like this prompt right here because it's like if you read what Jesus said in the text that we have, he chooses compassion over the commandments.
Are you familiar with Jesus called the Pharisees a hypocrite for not stoning children for disobeying their parents?
Can you give me the scripture? I'm not familiar with that.
Matthew 15.
Matthew 15 and what? Do you know what verse?
Let me start at verse 1.
Why do you also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? For God commanded, saying, Honor thy father and thy mother, and he that curses father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, Whoever shall to his father or his mother, it is a gift. Wait, okay, but by whatsoever thy mightest be profited by me, and honor
I,
not his father. My bad, I'm sorry. Thus ye
I just
have.
heard you. I just heard you stumble over words. I just wanted to ask, like, do you understand anything that you've read so far? And is it because you're reading Middle English?
No, honestly, I have to reread a lot of different things. I'm one of those guys.
So
And
then
honor not
why?
his.
So then why is the King James your preferred translation? Then, like, I'm neurodivergent. I'm not autistic, right? I have trouble pronouncing certain words. Certain words break my brain. And the King James, right? It took me a long time to even understand what the King James was saying, and I'm talking about a lot of studying, right? There are other translations out there that make it easier for you. The NRSVUE is the closest word for word translation to the Hebrew scriptures and to the oldest Greek scriptures that we have. Why not use a more modern translation?
Well, I was under the pretense that the KJV was the closest to the Greek manuscripts that we have.
It's not. Like, I could show you multiple. Like, I read Hebrew, right? I'm in my second semester of Hebrew. There are multiple um, changes in the King James from the Hebrew. Like, for example, in the book of Job, when Job's wife says curse God and die in the King James translation, in the Hebrew she says bless God and die. In Psalms 116:15, in the Hebrew, the God grieves when his chosen dies. And the King James, he it's precious to him. It's a beautiful sight. It's not.
Hmm. I have to check on that and do my research on
But
that.
also you don't speak Middle English, so I think it would be easier. Like I'll read it in the
Excuse me.
NRSVUE. I'll read it in the NRSVUE. And as I'm reading it, you can look
NRSUVE.
at your King James and see if there's a big enough difference that you need to keep reading the King James. Okay,
Oh, you said NRSUVE?
NRSVUE.
NRSVUE. All right, you gonna read it? Oh, you got
Yeah,
it right there.
and then I want you to follow along in your King James Bible, and then when I'm done, tell me if you notice like a big enough difference that you need to keep reading the King James. Okay.
All right.
All right. Then Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat." He answered them, "And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, 'Honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must surely die.' But you say that whoever tells father or mother, 'Whatever support you might have had from me is given to God,' then that person need not honor the Father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites. Isaiah prophesied rightly about you when he said, 'This people honors me with their lips, but with their hearts are far from me. In vain they do worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine.'" Was there a big enough difference from the King James? From this to the King James?
I mean, not. I mean, it was difference in words, but like the sentiment kind of was consistent.
Yeah, you're going to see difference in words because that is Middle English that you're reading. That's Shakespearean Middle English or
Yeah.
Old English. Thank you, Mister. Old English,
Hmm.
Shakespearean Old English that you're reading, right? This is modernized. This is how we talk. This is the vernacular that we use today. So it's going to make it easier for you to understand what the book is saying, right? Like for reading comprehension purposes before you go to your Holy Ghost interpretation, right? You have to have reading comprehension first, right? Before you can say,
Hmm.
what is this saying to me? Right. And
Yeah, I
and,
agree.
and for a spiritual thing. Right. So it just baffles me that so many of our community in the black church, we are stuck on King James for some odd reason. And it's almost like we were taught to worship King James in a way that we
Nah, I wouldn't.
won't.
I wouldn't say that.
I no, well, you haven't talked to thousands of black Christians over damn near a year and a half for 11 hours a night. I have.
Yeah, that's. I don't know why they would do that.
Well, what's the reason that you still have a King James in
This Bible
2025?
was given. This was given to me as a gift. So this is what I read.
Probably by a black Christian who thinks that King James was, chosen of God and holy, and that's the only way that you can understand this God's word because it has these and thous and theys in it and shouts.
I mean, I've never heard that, but I guess I mean, people think a lot of crazy things.
Well, the fact that you're reading from a 2,500-year-old book, you know, that was written in Old English in 2025, it speaks volumes.
I mean, I love history, so this is not the only old book that I read. You know what I mean? It's like you got to read old things so they don't repeat themselves, right?
Does the would it still not be you reading old things if you read it from the NRSVUE?
I mean, it's the same. It comes from the same manuscript, so essentially, it's the same information. It's
Exactly. So
worded differently.
yeah. So what you just said, right, negates the point that you just made because you're still reading the old text, right? Just in a vernacular that you speak, that you understand, right? So that you, like you said, don't repeat the same thing. But if you don't really understand what you're reading because it's written in Old English, and when you read it, it gives you that sense that, oh, it's a God talking, and it's too spiritual for me to understand, and I have to have the Holy Spirit to basically understand that Jesus is saying, don't talk about my disciples not washing their hands with your elderly tradition. You're not following my God's law. My daddy said that when kids disrespect their parents, those kids supposed to die.
But I'm
If
saying he
you
didn't say
created a
that
new,
right.
he did say that. He
Where? I'm
literally
still
said
waiting
that.
on that. Where?
You didn't listen? What does die the death mean?
Oh, you're saying in verse, what is that? Verse number 4?
When he says, God, I don't know, why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? Do you know what that means when he says that to them?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Basically, uh, they're putting their own traditions and making it seem as though it's commandments from God. However, they're hypocrites because they're not following the commandments of
No,
God
no.
themselves.
Wait. Don't try to explain the entire story right quick. I'm asking you, what does this one sentence mean? And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? That one sentence. What does that one sentence mean?
You're disobeying God and putting your own desires above the commandments, which is a tradition.
Do you know what a tradition was back then? But when he says, then the Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? Do you know what that is? The tradition of the elders?
They had a lot of traditions. The Jewish people at the time.
But I'm asking, do you know what a tradition is? Like, what is it? Like, if I say, do you know what a law is? What would you say?
It's a commandment, essentially.
So, what is a tradition? Is a tradition a commandment or a law?
It's more so a custom.
A custom, right? And so the Pharisees and the scribes, right, are asking Jesus, why are you breaking a custom, right? Or a tradition, as Servant has said, a practice of the elders. So the elders had decided, hey, we have been eating where we shit. In the scriptures, God said that He is not going to be around us, right? If He comes around us and we're still shitting where we sleep. Literally, He had to teach them not to shit where they sleep. And so the elders are like, oh, wait, we need to start washing our hands before we eat, because we're not supposed to eat where we shit. We're not supposed to uh, sleep where we shit. We're getting sick. So that there is a correlation there. We need to start washing our hands before we eat. That's a tradition that the elders created. Okay. And Jesus and his disciples are breaking that tradition. They noticed that they did not wash their hands before they eat. So they come to Jesus and they're like, why are your disciples not washing their hands before they eat? Like the elders told us to. And Jesus responds with, well, why are you breaking the commandment of God for the sake of your own tradition that you created? Right? And
Hmm.
Jesus starts talking to them about the tradition that they created. Right? The next sentence says, for God said, so he's quoting the law here where he says, for God said, right? The commandment, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father and mother must die. That is the commandment that Jesus is telling the Pharisees they are breaking. You're not stoning children for disobeying their parents. Okay? So he says to them, you coming to me about my disciples not washing their hands before they eat, some silly ass uh, tradition, when you aren't following the law of God. You aren't stoning children when they disrespect their parents, because you're supposed to purge the evil from the land. Jesus says, what you do though, you created your own tradition, right? He says, but you say that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So he's like, the kids are telling their mother and father when they're supposed to honor them and take care of them in their old age. They disrespectful asses are saying to their parents, whatever money you used to get from me, I'm giving it to God now. So Jesus is like, you let them do that, and they don't honor their father and mother. You let them cry Corbin, right? They pay a fee to the church now instead of being executed for disrespecting their father and mother. And he says, so for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. And then he quotes Isaiah and says, you hypocrites. Isaiah prophesied rightly about you when he said, this people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine. So he's accusing the Pharisees, right? Who decided that's what the Pharisees did. They reinterpreted the law. That was their job. That's what they did. They would reinterpret the law according to the times. They reinterpreted prophecies and stuff like that. And Jesus didn't like that. Jesus was strictly Torah. And so he says, you claim you love God with your lips, but you don't really love him because you're teaching your own traditions as doctrine.
Right.
This is Jesus prioritizing the law, the commandments over compassion, because who the fuck wanted to keep killing their kids for them being disobedient? Who the
Mm,
fuck, like, by this time in a infant where infanticide was the law in Rome, right? Parents could kill their kids for anything. The father decided whether a child was worthy of continuing to live when it was born. That was the law in Rome. Like, you know how many people, one of Rome's laws was that if a child was born disabled, that child had to die automatically. It could not live. You know how many parents had to hide their kids so that their child wasn't killed? Had to pretend like they got rid of their child, and the parent had to do the killing, not the government. If a child was born intersex, they had to put him in a crate and throw him in the sea. A lot of parents hid the fact that their children were intersex because they didn't want to kill their kids. So the Pharisees here reinterpreted this law and said, instead of you being executed, instead of that being the punishment for dishonoring your mother and father, you pay a fee to the Sanhedrin. And Jesus is like, that ain't the law. You a hypocrite. You nullifying God's word when you do that, teaching your own traditions as doctrine.
so I heard you. I heard what you said. I was listening, and what Jesus was doing here, from my interpretation of what I just read from this King James version and your version, Jesus was making a point because the Pharisees, out of all the people that Jesus spoke against, he spoke against these people the worst because they were stealing money from the temples. They were the thieves. They were the ones saying, I'm not going to help my parents, even though they're in old age. I'm going to take the money and say, I'm giving it to the temple. However, we stealing. So essentially, I'm keeping the money. So I'm corrupt. So he's saying, so y'all sitting here putting these traditions on us that are not from God. These are just, y'all just made these up, whether they seem like they good or not. But you're not keeping the law which was given by Moses. You doing your parents dirty and you stealing at the same time. And so he's making a strong point that they really understand.
Yeah, so this is what I like to do on this live. You just said a lot, and I listened to everything that you said. Okay. One, I would like for you to walk me through this interpretation that you just gave, right? So that just to remind you what the topic is today, and as certain things come up, I'm going to point back to the topic of why I think Jesus is the worst idea that ever happened to humanity. One of those things is, you who have never read or said that you were not familiar with this specific scripture, just try to explain it and interpret it. You also claim that the Pharisees were stealing money. And I would like to know where you got that from, that Jesus said this because the Pharisees were stealing money. I need a resource for that. Um, also, and I hope that you're like paying attention because I'm gonna write it. I'm gonna go like down the line and then I'm gonna hand it back over to you. Okay. Um, Also, you stated that the Pharisees were the ones not that was saying, "I'm gonna give my money to God and not my parents." I don't know if you can see quotation marks here. In verse 5, right? And this is why I say reading comprehension is important. Are you in the chat while I'm talking? Because that's very disrespectful. If you're going to do that, I'm gonna move on to somebody else. Are you
That was like
commenting
five
in the
minutes
chat?
ago. I said about 2 words.
Okay. So when you're on stage, I just prefer that you are active in the conversation. You're actively listening. Okay.
I'm
If
right
at
here.
any
I got you.
point you get bored and you want to go to the chat and chat with people in the chat, just let me know and I'll move on to somebody else. Okay.
Nah, we rocking. Let's get it.
In verse 5, uh, it says, "But you say that." That right there should let you know that he's quoting, right, what they say someone else says. Verse
Wait.
5.
Real quick, let's slow it down for me because this I gotta take my time. So he's saying, but you say, so he's speaking to the Pharisees.
But there's a word there that says that whoever tells. Do you see that? But what I'm
Okay,
trying to show
wait.
you is that, hold on. Okay, don't, hold on. He says, but you say that. There is a that after the word say. That lets you know that he's about to quote something, right? That he's saying that he's telling them, you say that, right? Not that you said XYZ or you say XYZ, right? That lets you know he's about to introduce something else. It's just basic reading comprehension. He says, but you say that whoever tells, that means he's quoting somebody else's words, not the words of the Pharisees. So he's saying to the Pharisees, your tradition is, right? Or you say, whoever, i.e., you say, when kids say to their father and mother, or when children say to their father and mother, right? Or whoever has a father and mother and says this to their father and mother, that's what he's saying right there, right? But
Right, I understand.
you said, right? Notice how I just said, but you said, and I'm talking to you, Ace. You said that Jesus said that the Pharisees say this to their father and mother. And just the same way that I just explained to you how I, right, comprehended that Jesus is saying to the Pharisees that they say to the people, to the children with parents that say these things to their parents, right, that they can pay a fee. I need you to show me where you got the understanding that Jesus is saying the Pharisees were saying these words. Can you just break it down for me the same way I broke it down for you? Can you
All
do
right, let's
that?
break it down. I got you.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back over the things that I need. So I need you to explain to me your interpretation, like go through the scripture and say, here's where I say Jesus is talking about the Pharisees stealing money, right? Here is why I feel that I can explain or interpret this scripture, although I've never read it or studied it before, right? And then the third thing that we just talked about, uh, break it down for me how where you got that Jesus is saying the Pharisees are saying that. So that's three things, okay?
Okay. So let's start with the verse number 5, the last point. So I wasn't saying that they were the ones saying that, yeah, we tell our parents this. What I was saying is,
I'm gonna let you know that this is recorded. I don't. I just don't want you to say something that's not true. This is recorded, and
I
when
make
you say
mistakes
I
all the
didn't say,
time. I'll be fine.
hold on. When
I'll
you
be
say
okay.
I didn't say a thing, I will go back and I'll play it, and I don't want to have to do that. Okay, you did say that. Now, if you want to correct it and say that's not what I meant, that's good. But don't say I didn't say because you did say that. Okay.
Okay, so basically
Okay.
what I meant was, and I mean, people make mistakes every day. I make a lot of mistakes every day, and it doesn't bother me at all. So I definitely meant, um, these people had people coming to them because they were in positions of authority. So people would come to them and say, whatever support you might have needed from me is given to God. This is what other people are saying to their parents. And then the Pharisees respond. then that person need not honor the Father. This is the advice that they're giving these people.
Okay,
So
I need you to explain to me, right, where you are getting that the Pharisees say that part and that's not Jesus saying, because you allow this, then the children don't need to honor their mother and father because you allow them to give the money to God. Where are you getting that the Pharisees are saying that to the children, and that's not Jesus saying that to the Pharisees, that part?
you're saying Jesus says, then that person need not honor the Father?
Do you see the
The
quote in
quotation.
there? That, yeah, it's an end quote. An end. You see that? It ends. The quote ends there. When the quote ends, Jesus picks back up talking here.
Because they're quoting the people. It says, because you pointed this out. You say, but you say that whoever tells the father or mother, meaning this is not the Pharisees quote. This is the people
Jesus
coming
is
to the
quoting
Pharisees.
no, this is Jesus talking, but this end quote is Jesus quoting the Pharisees, right? He quotes the Pharisees here. Oh goodness, hold on. He's so Jesus is talking, but there is a end quote, right? And the end quote starts here at whatever, and it ends at God. Does that make sense?
Okay, so you're saying that Jesus is saying then that person need not honor the Father, but he's talking about their sentiment, what they are
Yes.
doing, right?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that, but it wasn't Jesus saying the Pharisees was telling people they don't need to honor the God. He's saying because you do this, it's giving the impression that the children don't need to honor their mother and father.
Exact.
That,
That's what I'm
but
saying.
that's not
That's what I'm
what you
saying.
said though.
Okay,
I get that's
semantics.
what
I
you're
get
saying
it.
now.
You
Yeah,
get me.
it's
You
not
get me. You get me.
semantics. It's not semantics. It's reading comprehension, not
No, no,
semantics.
no. You understand what I'm saying, so I comprehend it. I may be messing up over my words, but I understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is they were with the foolishness. Whether you
What
know what I'm saying,
foolishness? What
the
foolishness?
foolishness of if you have parents and you say you're not going to support them, God got y'all. I'm gonna give my money to God. He gonna look out for y'all. That's crazy. Help your parents.
Well, I mean, I agree that people should help their parents, but they were still being punished for not helping their parents. They just had, instead of being executed, they were required to give an offering to the Sanhedrin. So they were still being punished. They just weren't being executed. Jesus was saying, "You supposed to be stoning those kids."
I mean, you could say my interpretation is off, but from what I'm reading here in verse number 5, he's saying that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have needed from me is given to God. That means people are not supporting their parents and giving money to the church. The
Correct.
Pharisees were known as vipers. This is what Jesus was. He's called them a brood of vipers, you serpents. They were gambling in the temple. You know what I mean? They were a part of all of this. And it's like, this is all throughout the Gospels. He constantly pounces upon the Pharisees because they're the ultimate hypocrites. So he's saying, you're with this, you're a part of this, and you're allowing this, you're supporting this. So why don't you keep to this very tough commandment that I've given you 1600 years ago through Moses? He quotes the law because these were Jewish people who are supposed to be under the law. Now, if you were from another continent or another country, you weren't under this law. But these were the Jewish people in the highest order, but they
No,
weren't
no, no.
following
They
the
were
law.
not in the highest order here. They were under Roman rule, and they were required to follow Roman law. Keep in
Wait,
mind,
wait,
Jesus
wait.
said, "Hey, you don't get to interrupt me. Remember that, okay? You have to look at it in its time frame. This is first century Rome. They were under Roman occupation. Okay, Rome was their government. The Rome allowed the Sanhedrin to operate. Right, the Jewish people were allowed to continue to worship their God, which Rome would do whenever they conquered a land. Okay, and they were required to follow the Roman laws, which is why the tax collectors, when Jesus calls the tax collectors to him, and the Pharisees are like, why is he sitting with sinners and tax collectors? The tax collectors were considered traitors to the Jewish people because they collected taxes on behalf of Rome from their own people. And that was seen as oppression. They were not the highest order.
Yeah, I really understand that. What I'm saying is, in the Jewish custom, just like a preacher in church, right? He could be the average guy in corporate world, but in the church, he's the head honcho in
I'm
the
sorry,
church.
but didn't you say it doesn't matter what country you go to? Doesn't matter. Did you not
No,
say
you're
that?
missing. You missed what I said because I'm referring to the law. During this time, the Gentiles were not obliged to follow the Jewish law. So what
Right,
I'm
but the
saying
Jews
is,
were obliged to follow the Roman law.
and the Jewish law, they had to follow both.
Correct, but they were obliged to follow the Roman law, right? And the Sanhedrin said, "Don't stone kids anymore." Right? They are of the highest order. Your God, as Jesus in Matthew 23 said, the scribes and the Pharisees have Moses' authority. They sit on Moses' seat. Therefore, do whatever they teach you and follow it, but don't do what they do, for they don't practice what they teach. Right? So they had the authority of Moses. They, instead of stoning kids, they gave them a fine for dishonoring their parents. Now, whatever interpretation you put on that, do you remember why we brought this scripture up?
Because you said the commandments are above compassion.
You said Jesus never put commandments above compassion, correct?
And I said, what I said was Jesus puts compassion over the commandments.
Right, which means you said Jesus never put commandments over compassion.
Listen to what you said. You added a word never. I never said never. But just
Okay,
like,
hold on. Let's play it back. Give me just a sec.
what's going on? Yo, passion over the commandments. That's what I just said.
Are you familiar when Jesus called the Pharisees?
Over. Yeah, I just think it's interesting when people like this prompt right here, because it's like if you read what Jesus said in the text that we have, he chooses compassion over the commandments.
Are you familiar when Jesus called the Pharisees a hypocrite for not stoning children for disobeying their parents?
Can you give me the scripture? I'm not familiar with that.
Matthew 15. So I stand corrected. You didn't say never. You said he chooses compassion over commandments. Did he choose compassion over commandments here?
I don't see what's compassionate about not helping your parents.
No. I'm not asking about the children choosing compassion. Did your Jesus choose compassion over commandments here?
No, but I can show you an
No,
example where he
no, he
does.
did it. No, he did it. He did not
Okay.
choose, hold on. He did not choose compassion over commandments, right? He said, stone your children for disobeying you. If Jesus told
Okay.
you, if Jesus told you to stone your child, would you do it?
I don't have a child, so but if I was to
Did
have a
I said
child,
if the me
right,
saying
right.
if
I really
before
don't like
that?
hypotheticals.
Hello? Me putting if before that, right, is a hypothetical.
Right, and I don't like those.
It doesn't matter if you don't like them. If Jesus asked you to stone your child, would you stone your child for Jesus? If that was his commandment?
If Jesus, the God of all, who gives me life and everything works through him, and he could shut all the lights off on everybody at the same time, if he told me to do that, I would have to. I would have no choice.
Okay, so when you asked me earlier if commandments over compassion was about the God or his followers, and I said both, this is why I say both. The people who carry this belief, this idea of this God, this deity in them, prioritizes his commandments over compassion, over humanity. There are so many parents that believe that this idea, this God, said that same sex relationships are a sin. And because of that, they have pushed their children to self exterminate. They have pushed their children to homelessness. They have made their children depressed and hate who they are. They have turned their homes into war grounds because they believe that they're supposed to hate the sin and constantly tell this person how abominable they are, to the point to where a human ends up taking their life over a commandment that a believer of this God never said, for one, but is written in his book. That's why I say commandments over compassion.
All right, so if I was to give you an example where Jesus showed compassion over the commandments, would you have a change of thought on that particular subject?
Why would I? Does that negate the fact that he told people to stone their kids over preserving their life, over letting them pay a fine for being disobedient?
And there's like a lot of assumptions on your end, because it's
What
like
did I
you
assume?
hold up.
No, no, no. What did I assume? You just accused me of something.
Right.
What did I
Let me
assume?
answer. Let me answer you. So you're acting as if it was petty disrespect or petty
It doesn't
childish.
matter. It doesn't matter. It tells you what it is. I don't give a damn if they spit in their mother's face. They don't deserve to be executed for it.
Let me ask you a question.
Like, I literally saw a video today of a woman trying to start a fucking trend about bragging about beating kids
Like, I'm
with
not
a
with none of
belt.
that
Hold
at
on.
all.
Hold on. Hold on. Like, literally, she's standing in the in the camera talking about, I can't wait to be a mama because I can't wait to say I'm not one of your little friends, and then pick up a belt. Like, how the fuck is that? Why is that a fucking trend?
That's not of Jesus. I don't know what that is.
I know whooping them isn't of Jesus. Your Jesus says stone them.
And Jesus
Actually,
also says love them.
your no, he doesn't say don't stone kids. No,
I
he
didn't say
doesn't.
that. I did not say that. You can play that back.
And then don't talk while I'm talking. I asked you not to do that. You accused me of making a lot of assumptions, and I still haven't heard of an assumption that I made. Because literally, Matthew 5 says what the kids are doing that Jesus doesn't like. I don't have to assume that. It's stated in the text.
I mean, I can't. No, I can say. I think I made myself pretty clear. Like, it's a hard commandment. It's a tough commandment, and it seems unjust. But at the same time, Jesus commands parents to love their child.
Where? What scripture?
Let me find it. I gotta get it. All right, so there is no scripture specifically saying love your children. However, it is a verse that says, "Fathers, do not provoke your childs to anger, discipline them, and train them in the instructions of the Lord."
Is
So
that Jesus or is that Paul?
that's Paul.
Mm-hmm. I like this doesn't say Paul is right, but even with that, right? Because Paul claims to be talking through Jesus. He's a
Hmm.
mouthpiece for Jesus, right?
Yeah.
So Jesus through Paul is saying, don't provoke your children to anger, right? The verse before that says, what? Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. For this is the first commandment with promise that what may happen.
Your days will be long
Do you know why their days would be long?
because God gonna bless them.
No, do you know what long means? Your days will be long.
What does that mean?
Your days may be long, so you may live long.
That's what
Your
I just said.
days. No,
God
you
gonna bless you
didn't
with
say
long.
that. You did
God, but
not
that's
say that.
God gonna bless you with long life. That's what that means.
You
Like,
just said God go bless them.
yeah, with long life. That's
You
means
didn't
right
say
there.
that. You didn't say that. I'm not a mind reader, Ace.
I mean, I feel like simple things like that. Okay, you got it.
Nope,
Okay,
because you could have been meaning he gonna bless them with a house,
you're right.
bless
You're
them
right.
with
You're
a
right.
good
You're right.
job.
You're right. You got it. You got
So he says, obey your parents so that you may live long, because otherwise, one in this Roman province, right, in Roman towns, the infanticide laws said that a father could execute his child for disobedience. A father could execute his child if he couldn't afford to feed them anymore.
You said this Roman law.
They lived in a Roman province. Paul was in Rome.
Paul was a Roman, but they didn't associate themselves with Rome. They were
That's
their
not
own.
true.
It's very true.
Okay,
They
show
had
me proof of that. What scholarly historical resources can you provide?
the fact that they had their own religion. Rome didn't have that
Oh
religion.
my God.
Rome allowed them to continue their own religion. Just pay taxes. That's it. So they followed their own way. They did not follow the Roman gods.
Okay, hold
They
on.
didn't believe in the Roman gods.
Okay, hold on. What? Let me ask you a question. When Jesus says, "Do unto Caesar what is, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's," what do you think he's saying there?
Pay taxes. That's what he was
To
talking about,
who?
a
To
coin.
who? To who?
See, the Roman government.
Because they had to follow the Roman government's law.
That's it. But he said,
They
give
had
unto
to
God
follow the law. They had to follow the law. They were
the
required to follow the Roman law.
yes, but not everything. The Romans gave them exceptions.
What exceptions did the Romans give them?
The fact that they were able to worship and do what they willed, and when it came to
So
their,
Rome said that y'all can worship your God. You don't have to follow anything of ours except pay taxes. That's what you're saying.
you don't have to, you don't have to follow our practices that do not associate with what's the word I'm trying to look for? Because the Jews did not do everything the Romans did, even though they were under Roman rule. So the Romans say, "Oh, you can't." They didn't crucify. The Jews at the time did not believe in crucifixion. That was a Roman form of punishment. The Jews stoned.
Wait. So are you saying that the Jewish people never hung anybody on a
They would
tree?
do that. They would do that as well. But crucifying was a Roman form of punishment.
What do you
Where
think crucifixion is? Like, what's different about David hanging the Saul's sons and cutting off their hands and feet? What's the difference there in what Jesus did? Like, what's the difference?
it's a big difference. Roman,
What's the
Roman,
difference between Jesus being hung on a tree and I mean, I guess he died before he got stabbed. But what's the difference between Jesus being hung on a tree and Saul's 7 sons being hung and their hands and feet being cut off? What's the
is
difference?
It's the type of death and the time it takes and the torture that you endure while you're on the cross. It's a lot of different
What
factors.
torture did Jesus endure on the cross?
Your hands and your feet is nailed to the cross. When you hang down, you can't breathe. Your lungs is collapsed. So you have to pull yourself up and you get
How
splinters on
exactly
your
do you
back.
think? Right. So with Saul's 7 sons were hung, how do you think they died?
Hung as in how? They hung by their neck? How were they hung?
It just says that he hung them. It doesn't say how. It doesn't say that they pierced him or whatever, by the feet or whatever. He hung them and he cut their hands and their feet off. Like
Right. But
like Jesus was hung on, his hands and his feet were nailed on a tree. So were the robbers that were next to him. They were nailed to the tree.
right. So I was just making a point to say that this was a Roman philosophy, Roman form of punishment. The
I
Romans
agree,
did
but I'm
this.
asking what's the difference between Jewish hangings and Roman hangings? Like
It's
are they both not executions?
They're a form of execution. What I'm saying is there is a difference in the way things are done between Jewish people and Roman people. Now, Roman people have to follow some of the laws. However, like every nitpick on everything that they do is not, it doesn't make sense for any government. Governments
So
have to
so
allow,
so let me ask you a question. So the Jewish people could have hung Jesus. Rome didn't have to do the execution
they was going,
because they were under their own, right? They didn't have to follow Roman government. They had their own, and they could have hung Jesus, right? They could have carried out the execution.
so if I'm not mistaken, Rome did impose rules on what they could and could not do.
Wait, you said they didn't at first. You said
No, I
that
did
they
not.
told them. You
I did
said
not
that
say
they
that.
could. You said that they didn't have to follow. All they had to do was pay the taxes. They didn't have to follow Roman custom, right?
I didn't make it that black and white because it's not that black and white in any government.
Wait,
So
what didn't they have to follow of Rome?
they were able to worship their own God, so they didn't have
We
to
already know
follow.
that. We're asking
Right.
about the Roman government. What Roman government? What part of the Roman government did they not have to follow?
Beyond that, that's all I know.
So when they live in Rome, in Roman provinces, right, as Paul was, and the law in Rome, the the legal law in Rome is that parents could execute their children for disobedience. Like, I find this very funny that we're arguing this right now when you just said that children deserve to be executed for disrespecting their mother and father. But now, because it's Paul and he's in Rome and it was Roman law, and Paul is saying, obey your parents so that you live long, so that you're not executed. You're now saying, no, that ain't it. They wasn't supposed to follow that. I find that very interesting.
What you said, you said a very key word. You said that they can. When somebody allows you an option, it doesn't mean you have to take it. So
But
what I'm
just a minute
saying,
ago, you were saying they deserved it because Jesus was advocating for it.
no, listen to what
Because it
listen.
was the law.
Okay, thank you. So it was the law given by Moses. So this is a law that they have been following and their fathers for over 1600 years. That if your child, I'm not. This is where it takes. If you really want to be like really in depth
What's
on
the
what it's saying,
difference from
let
Jesus
me.
saying, hold on, because you're not answering my question. What's the difference from Jesus saying, stone them kids, and Roman law saying, stone them kids for disobedience? What's the difference, is my question.
It doesn't seem like a difference.
So why are you debating that? Why are you arguing against that?
What I'm saying is, and what I didn't think I made myself clear, is that everything that the Romans did, everything that they had, options that they had in their laws, the Jews did not take all of them. They did not exercise all of them because they had their own laws to follow, which means they couldn't do everything because they had their own laws. This specific law, when it comes to the punishment of your children, execution of your children for disrespect, is something that Jews have been doing before Rome existed. So this didn't come, this philosophy or this this didn't come from Rome.
What didn't
Now,
come from Rome?
the stoning of your children for disrespect to the parents.
Who gives a damn if it came from Rome or from Jews? What we're talking about is when Paul is saying, children, obey your parents, right? So that your days may be long. They were living in a Roman province that where the law was that they could stone kids. The Sanhedrin had already changed the law, the Mosaic law. And then according to y'all, your Jesus, y'all believe that your Jesus abolished the law, which he didn't. But in a Roman province, the law was that they could stone their kids for execution. I mean, for disobedience. They could stone their kids if they didn't want another child. If they felt like they had too many, they could stone their child or execute their child if it was a girl, if it was disabled.
Right. So,
That
I
was the
mean,
law of the land. And according to Paul, this same person that we're talking about right now, he says
mhm.
to Roman Christians in Romans 13, let every person be subject to the governing authorities. Who were the governing authorities in Rome?
Right. I get your point. I get your point. And we kind of beating a dead horse. And like I say, it's a grim rule because this is a grim. This seems very dark. It does. I have to agree with you. But if you look at the God of the Bible, he doesn't punish the unjust.
Do you want to take that back before I bring up something?
No, I'm familiar with a lot of scriptures talking about, slaying entire nations, woody woody woo. However,
Are you familiar with him uh killing David's baby for some shit David did? David and Bathsheba. Well, not even Bathsheba. What David did. Was it just for your God to take David's baby's life for David's sin?
right. And that really points to, and you won't like what I'm about to say because it points to another one of those points that were up on the initial prompt, that God cherishes the afterlife more than this life.
No, I
Whereas
didn't ask you
we,
that. I asked you, was it
right,
just? I didn't ask you all of that. You say he doesn't punish the unjust. A baby hasn't done shit that is worthy of a death punishment. Yet David's child paid for David's sins. Was that just?
and it's about perspective. Now,
This
and
is
and
exactly
if
why I
this,
say faith over
right,
facts. Faith over facts. You said he doesn't punish the unjust. I'm asking you if that was unjust. You won't say yes or no. Was it unjust? Did David's child sin? Did David's child deserve the death penalty? Or did David deserve the death penalty?
David deserved it.
Did David's child deserve the death penalty?
No,
So then your God does punish the unjust?
and the only
The answer is either yes or no. The child was just, right?
no. I
And I
mean,
mean, yeah, hold on. The child was just. You, and I think what, and I haven't even caught on to it. You keep saying he doesn't punish the unjust. Is he doesn't punish the just? The child was just. The child hadn't done anything. David was unjust. Your God spared David's life and took the life of the child. So therefore, your God does punish the just.
God does not punish the just. And,
Did he
and
punish David's child?
he David's child is with God right now.
Did he punish David's child? Yes or no?
If you wanna look at it from that standpoint, you could say yes. You could
What
say
other
yes.
standpoint would you look for? Did David's child die because of a sin?
The sin of his father.
Was it because of a sin?
Yes.
What did the baby commit the sin?
Mm-mm.
therefore the baby died unjustly.
Right. I mean, you could say that and you could stop right there and say you made a great point, but that's not taking the entire Bible in totality.
What else should I be taking into consideration when you said he doesn't punish the just? And
You know,
clearly
great
he punished.
example.
Hold on. Clearly he punished. No. We're not gonna get off of David. Clearly, you said he doesn't. Right? That this you did the same thing with he prioritizes compassion over commandments, or he chooses compassion over command. You did the same thing. So I'm being very careful with my words. You said he does not punish the just. He punished David's baby, took David's baby's life when David's baby had done anything, and he spared David's life when David was the one who sinned. David committed adultery. David committed premeditated murder, but he punished an innocent child for it. So your God does punish the just. And y'all excuse it.
I mean,
Y'all
do we
excuse it.
excuse it?
Y'all look the other way, right? Y'all are willing to
I'm not.
sacrifice. Y'all are willing to sacrifice other people
Ooh,
in many different ways to hang on to your faith, to hang
sacrifice
on to your
people.
belief. Y'all excuse it and say God was using David. Like, first off, there is nothing in this book before David fucked Bathsheba that even promises a coming Messiah. And when
What?
you're not before David fucked Bathsheba,
Yes, ma'am.
no, it's not. The promise before that was that that David's kingdom would live forever.
You missing it.
No. The promise of the Messiah came after that.
The
Way
promise of
after
the
that. It
Messiah
came out.
came
It
in
came.
Genesis.
Stop fucking talking while I'm talking. Dang. Why do you keep doing that?
I like to have a conversation.
That's not having a conversation.
Mm, okay, I'm sorry.
The promise of the Messiah came way after that, during the exile period. The promise from Nathan to David was that his kingdom would last forever. Didn't have shit to do with the Messiah or a shoot of Jesse. So y'all saying, oh, the reason why he killed David's baby is because he had to use David for the Messiah to come. That's some bullshit that y'all can use to justify this shit. And I don't care how you justify it. He still killed an innocent child to get his plan off. And y'all motherfuckers still are sinners saved by grace. Sinners who fall short. And an innocent baby still had to die because his daddy wanted to get a nut. His daddy wanted to steal somebody else's wife. And y'all motherfuckers still want to sin today.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
And I'm being genuine. I'm a very genuine guy. I'm chill.
Don't
And
ask me
I
why I curse, because I'm
no, it's
gonna
not
keep
about
on
that. I ain't
cursing.
worried about that. I ain't worried about that. What I basically is like, do you believe that me reading this say, man, yeah, man, the baby's gone? No, I read this and I'm like, man, you know what I'm saying? It's like, do you think that I don't struggle with this as a Christian?
I don't know you. I don't know
Right,
what
right,
you
right. I'm
struggle
I'm, I'm
with.
not
No,
saying me
I don't. That's a.
specifically. I'm saying
I
Christians
don't
in
know you.
general.
Like, do you think that I think y'all are a fucking monolith? Like, I'm talking to you. This is why I say don't comment on the conversation before you. Like, I enter every conversation with every person that gets on this stage from a blank slate. I don't know you. I don't know what you struggle with, and
Right, right.
you justified it.
Okay.
When I brought it up, you went immediately to justify it. There was no struggle. You didn't say, "Boy, that's a hard one." You said the baby is with God.
Because I
God
struggled with it
prioritizes
before.
the afterlife. That's what you said. You
Because
didn't. Look, you're doing it again. You didn't struggle before you answered that.
of course not now.
All I can go by is what you show me. I don't know you personally.
Right, but Earlier in the conversation, you made a statement saying that you interact 11 hours a day with so many Christians, and therefore you've seen certain things. And this is what I'm like getting at. Not a conversation before. This is what you said. So I'm saying, genuinely, if you are willing to answer or not, it's up to you. It's your life. But I'm saying, do you think that every Christian doesn't have a problem with these things in the Old Testament? Do you think that there are some genuine Christians who say, man, I love Jesus. However, I do have problems with this.
So that's a different question because you asked about yourself. Now you're asking about my collective conversations with believers. A
Right,
different
right.
conversation. My post should tell you exactly the conclusion that I have drawn from the conversations that I've had with Christians. But since that's not clear, I will answer your question. No, I don't think that Christians primarily struggle with your God choosing to kill David's baby and spare David's life. So many Christians have gotten up here and did the same thing you did and sought to justify it. There are things that your God does that you would probably say is immoral as fuck, but you would justify it because your God did it. So, no, I think y'all don't like the Old Testament because your God did some fuck shit and it's probably embarrassing and it's probably hard to defend. But no, I don't think y'all struggle with it because y'all get up here time after time after time after time and justify it.
Well, can I make a genuine statement like about how I perceive it? If you have time for it, it's cool. If you don't, like I say, it's cool. But I'm not one of these people who just like treat people wrong because they this because the Bible say you not supposed to do this, so I treat you wrong. It's like no. From what I'm reading in this book, Jesus, he said a bunch of love. Love others, do unto others as you're supposed to. And in the Old Testament, God chooses to take who he chooses. Like I be struggling with this in Genesis. The whole reason it says sin into the world is because a woman named Eve ate a fruit. What did that have to do with me? Why am I getting robbed? Why my stuff getting stolen? You know what I'm saying? Like I struggle with it, but is God gonna send an innocent child to hell? That'd be unjust. Like that wouldn't even make sense.
See, the issue is like one, that story in Genesis doesn't say shit about her eating that fruit is why sin came into the world. That is a Christian oral tradition that you are quoting that was from an interpretation from early Christians
That's not
that
what
were
it say.
reading. I'm sorry, damn Ace. Do you see how I sat quiet and waited for you to stop talking? Huh?
I'm so I'm sorry. I have to take things slow. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a
Then
little
mute
slow.
yourself. Mute yourself.
Maybe
Mute,
should I
mute
type it?
yourself. Mute. Nope. Mute yourself, Ace. There. Oh my gosh. There is nothing in the Hebrew scriptures that says that the story of Adam and Eve is about the sin coming into the world. That is a Christian tradition. And you're holding on to a Christian tradition, right? From that was placed onto Hebrew scriptures. I could bring up Christians have a belief that their God is sovereign, omnipresent, omnipotent, and he can't be wrong. He doesn't lie. He everything that he says he's going to do, he does. And because of that, the Hebrew scriptures goes against that characteristic of this God's nature, and it forces believers into a place where they have to negotiate with their own morals. They have to negotiate with logic or defy all logic in order to apologize for the things that the this God does in the Old Testament. Like literally, I could bring up Abraham and the Pharisee Philistine king, where Abraham lies to the Abimelech, and says that Sarah is just his sister. Doesn't tell him that Abimelech, that Sarah is his wife. And your God comes to the Abimelech in his dream. He's like, I'm gonna kill your ass if you don't give Sarah back. And the Abimelech is like, wait, what did I do? He told me that was his sister. I did everything right. I did everything in full integrity. I'm innocent. And your God's like, yeah, you did act in integrity. You are innocent. But hey, I'm about to strike all the women in your kingdom with barrenness, including your wife. And if you don't give Sarah back, I'm gonna pop you. And when I bring that up, and I point out the fact that your God was willing to kill a man acting out of integrity and innocence, taking the word of Abraham put him in the position to sin with his lying lips, and your God protected the liar just because he was chosen, just because he had a plan. To the person in the comments that said that the baby died because your God had a plan to use David, that's what he does. His chosen get away with shit because he has a plan. He will kill the innocent in order to further his plan, and he will protect the wicked in order to preserve his plan. And y'all will get up here and you will apologize for it. Your morals will shift. You'll say, oh, Abraham didn't lie. He just withheld some truth. He just told her half truth. You won't even call a lie a lie. And you'll say, oh, God could do that because he's God, because he's sovereign.
Right. Okay. I get what you're saying, and you said a lot, but I'm gonna stick to this point here. Like I say, I'm very genuine and I struggle with this. Like every day I think about life and the fact that I could be gone today. I really contemplate that. I'm really very realistic when it comes to things. And like a situation like this, right? Who can explain this? Why did the drunk driver survive and a family of four get taken? How much sense does that make? And this like it seems to be like this. Like why did the bad people always get the good stuff and the innocent people be down here struggling? That's consistent throughout the Old Testament. Just like you said, the baby did nothing. Yet David gets to live. But this is like you say that Christianity imposed its own perceptions on the Old Testament. And I would like to get your, because you seem to have some understanding about this when it comes to the Hebrew and what it says about sin. Because I know in Genesis chapter 3 it talks about how the punishment.
Hold on, before you go into that, I want to address what you just said about a drunk driver surviving and a family of four dying. That's called life. There isn't a deity that's telling the drunk driver to go and smash into four people to take their life because he has a plan that he wants to further. When a hurricane comes and washes a town away and kills 300,000 people, that's called life. You can't go to the hurricane and say, "Why, hurricane, did you do that?" You're not gonna you're not contemplating commandments of a hurricane, but your God speaks through the minds of its believers, and its believers write down commandments and say, God said, go into all nations and that are far away from you and force them into forced labor. And then y'all say, I can't question that because that's God. But the crazy thing about it is that you will question why a drunk driver, right? Why God allowed a drunk driver to take the life of a family of four, but let the drunk driver live. You'll question that. But you won't question a human saying, God said, go into another land and annihilate the people. Y'all will say, God is sovereign. You can't question God. You'll question why a hurricane came in. God, why?
Yeah, you kind of missing the point of why I made that analogy.
I don't. It ain't about why you made the
So
analogy.
what is
The
it about?
analogy is not analogous. You
It is if you
can't, it's
listen.
not. You can't question life because
You have to let
life
me
is not,
finish.
stop, stop cutting me off. Stop cutting me off. It's not about why you made the analogy. The analogy is not analogous because you cannot question life. You don't have commandments from life. You aren't required, you're not being told by life, worship me or burn. Your God speaks through humans, and your God through humans gives you commandments. Your God through humans does certain shit. Your God uses humans to talk and to do, and you won't question it, but you will question life. And life ain't never promised you shit. The universe has never promised to be good to you, has never promised to be bad to you. Life has never promised you anything this God has. It's not analogous.
Okay, now when comparing situations, the total situation might not be analogous, but a particular point in the situation can tether the two. So what I'm saying is this: the situation or the story you gave me about David and the unfortunate child, right? This God did not command David to do anything. He told David what was going to happen. Did he have to tell David? No, he didn't have to tell David. Just like God doesn't necessarily tell that family that they're going to get taken, right? But this, in this way, like the situation you gave, there was no commandment to do anything. There was nothing given, but he gave David insight because he wanted him to know this is the result of your actions. Just like he does in present day, people get revelations and truths when they do something wrong. I know I do. When I do something wrong and I know I did it wrong, and something to come back to me and look me right in the face, that I see that as God telling me. You could say the universe or whatever, telling me what I did, and I need to, if I can, make up for it. You understand that point?
Give me just a second here. Uh, I done moved that.
Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Give me like commandments so we could talk about the
Hey,
real tough stuff.
hey, please stop. Okay, please stop.
I mean, if I can't talk,
Yeah,
then
yeah, no, you know the rules. They're not gonna change. They're not gonna change. You keep
I'm.
trying to cross my
I
boundary,
didn't
and I don't
interrupt
like
you.
it.
I didn't interrupt
You
you
are
though.
interrupting me. It's my turn to talk. You stopped talking. It's my turn to talk.
You weren't talking though.
I
That's what I'm saying.
literally said, give me a second while I pull up this scripture.
So that means I have to hush.
It's
Like,
my
come on now.
turn to talk. Y'all are the most disrespectful people on this planet. Like, and literally, I have to hand walk y'all through a conversation. Y'all barely read your book, and y'all are rude as hell when it's time to have a conversation. And then y'all want to whine and cry when I cuss y'all out.
That's rude.
I've asked you politely, I don't know how many times, not to interrupt me. I sat there and I listened to you. You said this God did not tell David that his child was going to pay for his sin. 2 Samuel chapter verse 12. For you did it in secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel and in broad daylight. David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. Nathan said to David, now the Lord has put away your sin. You shall not die. Nevertheless, because by this deed you have utterly scorned the Lord, the child born to you shall die. He did tell him. I keep trying to tell you, it's not analogous.
You see, you definitely like Dante just said it. That's not what I said. You could play it back. Like you, I got you one time because I listened. I take my time. That's not what I said. Do you want to know what I said?
Sure. What did you say?
I say God didn't give a commandment. God did
You
not
did say
tell
that.
him. I say God did not tell him to kill the child. God
You said,
told him.
hold
No,
on.
no.
God
But
didn't
you
kill.
interrupted.
God, hold on. Wait. David didn't kill his child. I never
That's
said
not what
David
I
killed his
said.
child.
You want to play it back? Just play it back. Dante just said it. Look at the everybody in the comments. Look at Dante. Look what he just wrote. Dante's Inferno. I didn't say that God gave David a commandment. I said God told David what would happen, just like you're reading right here. That's what God did.
You didn't say God told David what was happening. You said there was no commandment
Play it
given.
back.
There
Play
was
it
no,
back.
you said there was nothing given. You said there was no commandment given. There was nothing given. And then you said God gave David insight. That's what you said.
Right.
And
He
when
didn't
I said that it's not analogous because
okay.
you cannot question life, but you have a God telling people what to do. A God saying, I did this because of this. It's not analogous.
Listen to what you just said. You just said God is telling people what to do. That's what you
And
said,
say,
right?
I did this because of this. Did you not hear that part?
I heard that very well, and that's the very point I made about current times. Like you have to connect it. I see you're not connecting it. Dante is
It's
keyed
not
in, but
analogous. You can't question life.
yes, you
Life isn't,
can. What are you
no,
talking
you
about?
can't. Life is not going
Says
to answer
you.
you back. Life can't. How does life answer you back?
Let me ask anybody a
How
question,
does
right?
life answer you back?
I gave that example. Did you hear it?
No, I didn't. How does life answer you
Okay.
back?
That's what I'm saying. To like take your time with me because I'm very
How does
respectful.
life answer? No, you're not. How does life answer you back?
You don't think I'm respectful?
Hell, I already told you I don't think you're respectful. How does life answer you back?
You have low tolerance.
I'm a no nonsense motherfucker, and everybody in here knows that, and I say it every damn night. I am no nonsense, and I've been telling you that since you got on this stage. How does life answer you back?
Right. So like I said before, for me specifically, but I know I've talked to other people and how when they do something wrong, it's called some people call it karma. Some people call it different things. When they do
How is that
something,
life answering you?
so what is that then? What is that?
That's you answering you. That's you assigning a meaning to life. That's you. Your God speaks through humans.
And that's what I'm saying. You're speaking from a very authoritative position, saying what I'm experiencing, and that's interesting,
Then prove it's life answering you. Can you get life to talk right now?
right? And that's a very childish way to look at it. You know what I
No,
mean? A
it's
very
not, because
adolescent
your
way,
God talks through humans, Ace. Your God tells humans to write and say, thus saith the Lord.
right?
Where does life say, thus saith life?
Right. You missing the point. You're taking it surface level. If you allow
No,
me
I'm
to
not.
speak,
I'm showing you that it's not analogous, Ace.
I'm okay.
You
I'm trying to get
can't
to.
like no, I'm showing you that it's not analogous. Life hasn't promised you shit. Life hasn't commanded you shit. Life hasn't threatened you with shit. Life is life. Your God commands. Your God punishes and says, this is why I punished. Your God decides who to punish and who not to punish, and tells people, I didn't punish this person because, and I punished this person because. Your God speaks through humans. Life doesn't. Life doesn't owe you shit. Life hasn't promised you shit. It's not
Well,
analogous.
that may be your experience, and that's unfortunate to hear. But I'm
Let me
telling
ask you that.
you,
What did life promise you
I
at the beginning of life? What did it promise you at the beginning of
don't
your life?
remember anything at the beginning of life. So let's
So
pick a
life
later
didn't
date.
promise you. So life didn't promise you shit.
Let's pick a later date. Maybe
No,
give me
no,
an.
no. Just at period in your life. What did life promise you?
I've had visions. and things have like
I
worked
said
out.
life.
What
Life.
I'm trying to understand, what's your definition of life? Because
When I
it's
when
like,
I ask when I ask what did life promise you? What
mhm.
conversation did you have with life? And life said, Ace, I promise you that you will live 80 years. I promise you that you will have this type of success. What did life promise you?
You do realize God speaks in multitude of ways.
Did I ask about your God, Ace, or am I asking you about life? Do you see why? This is crazy. Like,
Let's
it's
get
not
back to it.
analogous.
That's not
No, no,
right
no.
on.
Stop,
Let's
stop,
get to
stop.
it.
It's not. Listen, it's not analogous because you think that when shit happens in life, it's your God. You're having a hard time seeing that I'm saying that life, right? If we talk about the universe, if we talk about nature, right? If we talk about happenstance, that's life, right? A child being born with cancer, a God didn't do that. That's
Right.
life. Life
Listen to them.
happens.
Okay,
What
listen
did
to this
life
point.
promise you?
You're assuming that
Ace, Ace, Ace,
let me
Ace,
finish.
Ace,
Let me
stop. Wait,
finish.
Ace,
Let
this
me
is my
finish.
last time. This is my last time, okay? Because I guarantee you're going to say, I didn't cut you off. You're going to say that, right? And while I was still asking you the question, you were going, okay, 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 okay. This is my last time saying it, and then I'm going to move on. Because
That's
you
fine.
obviously you can't get it, and then you keep saying, "Oh, I take things slow, or I learn things slow." But after 10 times, I'm not a preschool teacher, and we're all adults in here, and I shouldn't have to keep saying, "Stop that, put that down, stop that, put that down." Okay,
Yeah, you just have a run on tendency, and it's like it's kind of redundant.
all right, there you go. Problem solved, Ace. Problem solved.
He, mm-mm. He was a bit pathetic. I'm sorry.
Motherfucker with low reading comprehension talking about a run on. I can't. Again, I prioritize conversations with deconstructing believers. If you are a deconstructing believer, I prefer to talk to you or an atheist. If you are a believer, for right now, I am allowing conversations with believers, and I don't know how long I will. What's up, Chicago?
I just wanted to use my new Dragon credit card.
You're a dragon now.
So I'm a drag. I'm finally a goddamn dragon. So I just wanted to use my dragon benefits of 19.99 a month that I've been doing this for a whole year with Thinker, with all your deconstructions and deconstruction people, how you introduced them into my life and all the pain and torture that I've had endured because of these people, you people and stuff like that. I know not all of everybody was fortunate enough to not believe in God as a 7-year-old because they didn't let you bring your Power Rangers into the church. But everybody has to do it. So learn it sometime. So, but I enjoyed this card. I'm going to use it sparingly. I'm going to use all the benefits of it, like I abuse all the other systems, like TikTok and Verizon and Target and whatever else the system. So I appreciate it. I think it's my God-given right, if there was a God, for me to abuse this goddamn card. So thank you
Oh
for
my
allowing me
God.
to
Who the
be.
fuck gave Chicago a dragon card?
You did.
Damn, I didn't know I didn't.
Yeah, you the one who set the parameters.
Somebody gave you your subscription.
No, nobody gave me. Don't you say they were not gifted for 12 months. Absolutely not. They were earned blood, sweat,
Oh my
and
God.
tears with you, Texas,
Oh Lord, y'all better get
and
ready.
and all that stuff. So I'm coming back. I'm gonna read the fine print. So please give me the fine print so I can make
Hey,
sure I use
I
it.
just want to let you know, Chicago John has a dragon card, not Senator, not that other character that you got, the
I don't know
dude
what
with
you're
the
talking
red hat. Chicago John has a dragon card.
about. A platinum, dragon platinum card. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it goes to all those other people living in your head. Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's only 6 personalities, so I don't understand. You
And only
know.
one has a dragon card.
So if I get the other 6 to have their own dragon cards, then they can have free range.
I mean, you talking like a year. I mean, that's gonna take a long time. So you might as well just like enjoy this one.
Don't challenge me with a good time.
This is enough. The one is enough.
I'm gonna get all 6 of my accounts up here, and they'll all be dragon level, and we will come in like a dragon yakuza. So, but no, I appreciate being friends with you for over a year and meeting some of y'all and the other y'all and all the hoteps. Because I've always had my whole thing against hoteps. After my uncle took my stuffed animal and threw him in the pit of rock rollers, and they got torn up in front of me, trying to make me a better man. So
Oh,
I,
that's so sad.
it's okay. I'm just fine. I'm glad I found somebody who hate hoteps as much as I do. So it's great. It's a great feeling. So.
Rhea held a live today,
Mhm.
trying to talk to Black Hebrew Israelites. The crazy thing about it is, like, the live was for her to talk to them about why they, consider themselves Black Hebrew Israelites, and they wouldn't even come up. I think she
Well,
waited for like 2 hours, which is
well,
odd because they're usually always in the line.
He
well,
did the same thing. I think it was Saturday, Friday or Saturday,
she
and they wouldn't
doesn't
show
have
up.
They
she
wouldn't
does
show up.
she doesn't have that look to attract them and stuff. And she got to talk about broccoli is man made. If she does stuff like that, she got the lure of them in. Like this post, nobody read past Jesus Christ, until they get up here. Then they like, oh, let me read it. I'm gonna read it for 6. So she needs help of luring hoteps. I am a hotep whisperer. Um, I can help her get hoteps, but yeah, the way she is by herself, she would absolutely not get a hotep. Yeah, I can just look at her face and like, no, that's not hotep material. She needs like a splash of Xena with like a splash of like naivety. It's just Rhea just looked too strong. She looked like she knows too much. The hoteps don't want that. So you know, it's a way to get them. We can get them. I'll lure them out for her one day. She got to pay me though, because like I said, I had after my uncle did what he did to my stuffed animal, I'm not gonna do that. So for
Did you
free.
see what Forrest said about his dragon card?
What do you say about his inferior his baby dragon? Uh,
He said his dragon card is black, so eat your heart out.
he has a baby dragon. I don't listen to him. He's a third-rate doula with a fourth-rate deck. All right, I have a blue-eyed white dragon card. It's the ultimate dragon card. It's a Slifer the Sky Dragon. It's an Egyptian god card dragon card. So if anybody else wanted to challenge my dragon card with their dragon card, they can meet me on my page, dueling them in Yu-Gi-Oh. So you can bring your inferior dragon, baby dragon, to my dragon, my Isis dragon. So thank you. All right. So you have a great day, and I'll be back. How many times I can use my dragon card? Once a day?
Yeah, once a day.
Hell yeah! So y'all better get y'all dragon card. Y'all better get one of these. All right, once a day for 5 minutes. I'll be here every. Y'all gonna get sick of me. All right, she gonna have to raise the price to $20 a month at
Oh
this
my
goddamn
gosh.
point. So thank you for my. I'm so happy you got off that goddamn butterfly. I've been a butterfly for 9 goddamn months. I'm like, why am I been a butterfly for so long? Yeah.
If I come in here one day and I say that the dragon benefits have been revoked, it's gonna be because of Chicago.
I wouldn't be the first. It wouldn't be the first time I got something to revoke. They made a rule at me before I got fired from Verizon, where because I brought an extra person to an award ceremony and stuff, and then they had to make like a Chicago. Well, it was a Jonathan Law or whatever. Like it was a hoopla. I got fired on my day off. It was just crazy.
Wait, you
So
got fired on your day off for real?
I got yeah. I was like the top salesman of Verizon, like the top 5%. And my ex girlfriend, she didn't think she was gonna show up, so I went to the event. Then she come to the event to try to surprise me after I already brought somebody else in her place. We were waiting in line to go take a picture. Some drunk white lady that was an HR lady thought I cut her in line, and I looked at her and walked away from her while she would curse me out. And then some other bigwig saw it. They took it, they reported it, and then they fired me for breaking a policy at work, even though I never got suspended or fired before. So yeah,
Oh wow, that's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. That was the best thing that ever happened to me, though. It was great. So yeah, but yeah, I will not abuse the card as much. And if it does get taken down because of me, I will be honored by it as a blue eyes white dragon card member. Thank you,
Well,
thank you.
don't let that be a mission. Goddamn.
And you gave me goals. I love when you give me goals and stuff.
No, I don't want that to be your goal, Chicago.
Okay, no, I had to give me another. Give me a goal to not get revoked. How about that?
Yeah, that's your goal is to not get revoked.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, y'all. Y'all take care. Love y'all. I can't wait to get a super uber god dragon in 12 more months. So,
Oh my gosh. Bye, Chicago.
King Cola, King Cola, are you there? All right, y'all. If you are a deconstructing believer, someone who currently believes in the God of the Bible, but maybe you have questions or you are deconstructing, and you want to talk about the topic, the guest box is open. Of course, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. I do ask that you stick to the topic. We are research focused in here. So make sure that your conversations are centered around sharing information or different perspectives. Even if you are a deconstructing believer, you do not have to agree with me. If you disagree with the post, um, I actually prefer that conversation because it helps us grow, it helps us think about things that we have not thought about. And then also, if you are a Christian, um, and you can have a conversation, um, I am allowing believers to come up as well. Alando, Alando, are you there? Orlando. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. We 2 hours into the show. I appreciate y'all for being here. It's 497 people in the room with another 73 on YouTube. Hopefully, we can have some good conversations. Mr. Evolving, are you in the box on purpose or did TikTok just throw you in there? Remember, if you are a nerd and you are wanting to come on stage, please comment in the comments to let me know that you are in the box on purpose.
Let's get these likes up to 200K, y'all. And help Thinker with her gift goal of the candy bouquets.
Guitar friend, you have to send a request to join. Like you don't have
Told
to
them that.
ask. Yeah, like you don't have
I
to
don't
ask
think
to
they
join.
can.
If TikTok isn't letting you because you don't have enough followers, I can't change that. You have to get enough whatever the quota is in your country for you to be able to join lives. You have to get that many followers first, or join from your main account. Hey, Mr. Evolving, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
I'm
Hey.
doing good. Guitar, you have that is a TikTok setting. Like you have a troll account right now. You have no followers. You're obviously a brand new account or something. TikTok is not going to allow you to join a live without followers. So yes, you have to get followers first from that account before you can join it. But if you have a main account, you can and you have followers on that main account, try joining from that account maybe. Sorry, Mr. Evolving.
Oh, it's all good. I just came up to discuss the topic. Um, I just wanted to add, for me personally, I think Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, only because as what I can see within my personal life, like being a person that grew up in the church, and there's a whole lot of people within my family that's actually just pretty much blind believers. They believe because my grandfather was a pastor, so a lot of his children believe only because that's what they were taught. And then I grew up within the same context. So now that I'm in this situation where I've deconstructed from the religion, um, I end up in this place where everyone looks down on me. Uh, I don't, I no longer have my mom, but with my dad, I have the situation with him where he doesn't he doesn't defend me as far as like with my aunties and uncles. Even if they for instance, the other day I had a conversation with my uncle, and I was telling him, ever since my grandmother passed away in 2022, like a lot of the family hasn't been the same. Like no one actually gets together or even tries. And I was like, it's a lack of love and a lack of understanding within our family. And he knows that I've already deconstructed. So what he's um, tries to do or what he said was, no, it's just it's a lack of God. And I was like, what does God have to do with this conversation? And he was like, well, you said there's a lack of love within our family. And I said, yeah, I said a lack of love. But he said, well, isn't God love? And at that point, I just, I didn't even say anything because what he wanted was an argument out of me. And I wasn't, I didn't feel like arguing back and forth with him. But when you actually have a family that believes so much in this God that they would actually rather see the family split apart than to actually see them come together because of this God. That's this is a bad place for belief. Well, how can I say this? It's it's a bad place for um, families to be in when they have to believe so much that that certain people in their family can't even feel safe or feel like they can be themselves around people because if they do, then they're being judged. They're being looked at differently. Um, yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just this whole religion thing has been a lot for me personally, especially for these last 2 years. And I had to move out of my own state just to have peace of mind to heal my own self and heal within my immediate family, within my wife and with my kids. Because if I did it around my family, uh, it they probably it would have took a toll.
Yeah, I'm sorry that that is your experience, and it's crazy because it's a lot of people's experience. It's almost like it's the norm, right? And saying that I'm sorry that's your experience seems kind of redundant. Um, but I hate that you had to move away from your family just to find peace. But I agree. This religion has torn many families apart, uh, primarily because of the. It's almost as if they listen to you with closed ears. Um, like you're explaining to them how you feel about the family not being a welcoming place, right, for you to be yourself or other people in your family to be themselves, and how they don't see you, and it's as if that goes right over their head. And they listen with closed ears because they prioritize um, the God, their fear of the God, their loyalty to the God, and their desire for eternal life. Um, and that matters more to them than, having a joyful family and, um, where people feel safe and loved and heard. It's a pretty messed up thing, and like I get it, like not wanting to argue all the time, Like they don't respect the fact that you're not a believer, um, that you would rather not talk about it. They take they look for opportunities to try to beat you over the head with it, even though they claim that they're doing it out of love. Um, and you shouldn't have to move away from your family to get peace of mind. Like the boundaries should be respected, but they're not, and it has torn a lot of families apart because of that. That loyalty has torn a lot of families apart.
Yeah, and there's another thing where it's a lack of accountability because Christians don't know how to hold themselves accountable. So a lot of times when you have the conversation with them about coming together, there's a lot of stuff in a lot of families that have been swept under the rug, and a lot of them put let's just pray about it, or God will forgive this person, or God will forgive that person, instead of calling wrong out, or instead of calling what is right right and what is wrong wrong. But everyone wants to hold the God in the middle of the accountability and say, okay, well, I prayed about it, so I don't really have to talk to you about what I did wrong to you. So if you don't accept that, then just don't worry about calling me, or don't worry about reaching out. And it's crazy because these are people that watch you when you were little, or these are people that will have conversations with you about the God, but as soon as you end up not believing anymore, they forget who you were as a person. They just feel like you're just the devil himself. So it's sad. It, and my
Yeah,
kids, they don't even understand that. I try not to get them too close to the family only because of that reason. I guess when they get a little bit older, I can explain it to them, but um, they don't even ask about my dad anymore. They ask about my wife's father and stuff, but they always talk to him. And um, but when it comes down to my family, they don't even speak to them only because this religion has them so far from just even having a connection with my kids or even me. And one of those things is my dad. He'll do is he'll put me in a situation. It was like, I would love to speak to the grandkids. It's like, you don't even speak to me. Why would I even let you gaslight um the grandkids? Why would I let you gaslight my kids if you over here doing those things to me? I'm not gonna allow you to do that to my kids.
yeah, and a lot of times when they want to speak to the grandkids, it's so they can slip that God idea into them. And I know how you feel because it hurts me that my kids don't know my side of the family like that. Like I have two brothers, like y'all know that I talk to all the time, and my sister. But out of nine siblings, my kids don't know all their cousins. They don't know. They know who their uncles are, but they don't know them like that. And then one day, um, I was talking to my kids about my mom, and they're my side of the family, their side of the family. And my daughter said, "We don't know your mama like that." And it hadn't dawned on me that they didn't have that grandmother grandchild relationship with my mom because we would go to her house every holiday. You know, they have a holiday relationship. And when she said, "We don't know your mama like that," and I was like, "Whoa!" Like it was a shock. This was like when they were younger, and it hurt, but it's the truth because of the religion. Me and my mom don't have a relationship like that, and for a long time we didn't talk. For a very long time, she was on block, and I don't go to church. So everything like they all go to church together. They go out to dinner together. Like everything is centered around the God. So they don't know how to. It's almost like they don't know how to be a family unless the God is involved. And if you're not a believer or worshiper in the God, then you are, considered or thought about when family, when they do things as a family. And it bothered me for a long time, but I got over it. They're closer with their dad's side of the family. They know their cousins over there, their aunts. And in fact, I took two of their cousins in when their mother died. Two of their cousins, their dad's sister is the one who died, and so I ended up adopting her two kids, and they're like brothers and sisters to my kids, but they don't have that type of relationship with any of my. I have 30 32 nieces and nephews, and out of 32 nieces and nephews, there's like 3 that my kids are close to, and they all come from the same two families, and they don't see it, right? Like the most that we have a family group chat, and that's the most that I talk to my family on a given basis is the family chat. If somebody puts something in there and the text, but they don't. It's almost as if they don't see it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, that does make sense. Like I
Yeah.
said, the other day I started a cousins chat with all of my first cousins, and I was telling them, we need to get together, no matter how our parents may get together within themselves. Us as cousins, we need to get together and actually start something, like do like cousins trips, or um, one time a month we actually do a Zoom call just to see how everyone's doing or whatever. Because I have a little cousin. He's like probably 22, and his mother, within the last month, she had 5 seizures, and she's been dealing with issues with her brain and everything for like the last probably 15 years. But it's been so much of an effect on him as a 22-year-old, and when I say he's smart, he's very smart. Like, he graduated high school with a over a 4.0 GPA. He had a full ride scholarship to go to Full Sail University, and he's stuck. He's pretty much stuck right now, just taking care of his mother, because the siblings won't take the time to actually help, or they won't even say, okay, well, let's come together somehow so he can go to school. Pretty much, he has to put his whole life on pause because of the situation, and nobody really goes over there to help out,
Wow.
and
And they're all believers.
they're all believers. They're all
That's
believers,
sad.
and the crazy thing is they don't even live that far away. Like, they probably live less than 3 miles away from the house. Some of them, like, probably 2 of the siblings live like right next door to him.
What?
Yeah, yeah, that's how crazy it is.
Like, how can you live next door and not like that's insane.
So
And
that's why
they'll
I'm
still look at themselves and say Jesus is about love. Jesus is about taking care of the sick. Jesus taught, like when they come up here, they say, "Oh, he was the best thing that ever happened to humanity because he preached taking care of the poor. He preached taking care of the sick, of the orphans, of the widows." But you'll live right next door to someone who's sick, to who has a child, only to take care of her, and that's your family member, and you won't even help. And K2 in the comments is a prime example of what I mean when I say they listen with closed ears. Like they don't give a damn about people's suffering. They don't give a damn about looking for opportunities to where they could actually be what they believe or claim that Jesus wants them to be. It's a selfish ass belief system, and they listen with closed ears.
exactly, exactly. And I asked my dad about it, because he's over like the states of the family or whatever, and I was like, do y'all have like a trust or anything set up? Because if so, y'all need to come together as siblings. Like, when my grandparents left this world, they had a whole lot of possessions. Like my grandfather, he bought a brand new vehicle before he passed away, and he bought it cash. And instead of them like selling some of those possessions, which they don't need, they would rather hold on to these things. And they could have sold it and use that for help for her to have someone come to the house daily. But when I asked him about it, he was like, "Oh, he a man. He got to do what he got to do. You got to take care of his mom." But he doesn't have a job. He doesn't have anything. He just they're living off of her disability. And it's him and his little sister, and his sister is like 16. So yeah, Jesus is definitely the worst thing.
What are you able to create like a GoFundMe for him and we can help out? Would
I
you be willing to
probably
do that?
I probably can. I just never thought of actually organizing anything like that.
Yeah. If you can do that and then like, as the community, I can post it in the Discord, and we can help out. And then if you're okay with it, I can make a video and appeal to, um my subscriber base and see if we can get people to help. Like some try to give some type of lift some of the weight as much as we can, and maybe he can take the money and try to hire somebody. That's what he needs is money to hire somebody to come and help him watch his mom while he goes to school.
Yeah, especially when the school year starts back. I just want him to focus on school and not neglect his mom, but he needs to get into school so he can get some health care and stuff. So we don't know what Medicare is going to go at soon. So I mean Medicaid.
Okay.
I don't. We
Yeah.
don't know where that's going to go at. So I just want to make sure that he secure a future for himself and to make sure that he takes care of his mom while she's still here.
Yeah. Yeah. If you create that GoFundMe, we got you. And we try to see if we can get him enough to, hire somebody for a couple of months and when he gets in school and see what he can, do from there.
No, definitely. I would. I'm pretty sure he would definitely appreciate that. And I will talk to the rest of my cousins and let them know so that we can get that GoFundMe page, and I'll let you know about it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. And I definitely appreciate the community. Um, like I said, these last 2 years, you guys have helped me. Like I said, I don't really have a family, but you guys are family to me. And I was telling my wife that I was like, uh, next year we're actually moving closer to home. We don't want like I'm from South Carolina, but I don't want to move back to South Carolina. So we want to move somewhere in the Georgia area. And we was talking about like the housewarming and stuff. And my wife was telling me like, oh yeah, my family's coming through and all this stuff. And I'm like, I'm sitting there thinking like I don't even have family to bring. And it's that part is just sad. You know,
Yeah.
only
Well,
because of this religion.
yeah. It's fucked up, and I don't know how they plan on enjoying eternal life or in heaven without the ones that they claim to love. Like I don't I like it just don't make sense to me how they like they're doing all this so they could go to heaven and live eternally, but they're ostracizing their own children for it. Like it's almost like they're saying that they would enjoy eternal life without their family. But then they get up here and they say, "Well, the reason why I believe is because I want to see my family again when they die." But when they were alive, what were they? Because if something were to happen to you, uh, they would cry and they would be like, "Oh, I want to see him again." But what did you do when he was alive? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Exactly. And I told my wife I don't even like for my funeral. I wouldn't even. I would want it to be private because I don't. I want people to come in there and cry over me that didn't even see me when I was still alive, or even didn't even care to talk to me when I was still alive. And we see
Yeah.
that all the time within uh, communities or within the black community, as far as people actually come into funerals, and that's the only time families actually get together, and
Hmm.
that's sad.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. And then they will somehow make your death about them.
Or make
They'll,
it about the God.
yeah. And they'll be like, "Oh, woe is me, my cousin died, or my brother died, or my son died," but and won't tell anybody how they, didn't talk to you for years because you didn't believe in the God, or God is testing me. Like testing you with what? You already told the God that you didn't want anything to do with it. Like, it just,
That's true. That's true. Again, like I said, I appreciate the community. I will be a dragon soon. Hopefully, I'll be up here some other time. But I definitely appreciate y'all.
awesome. I appreciate you too, Mr. Evolving. I look forward to you becoming a dragon and you coming on stage and questioning some of these believers. Sometimes I just want to sit back and let a dragon I just want to sit back. I can't wait till y'all get comfortable using your dragon status.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get comfortable with, just even coming up on live. Sometimes I get nervous. That's one of those things where I'm working on. So, like I said,
I get it.
there's so much that, like even last week when I brought up uh, a friend, the preacher that you talked to, like even hearing the stuff that he said, oh man, um,
Oh yeah, how was the conversations after?
talking to him after it, it was crazy. Uh, just to see how blind he was to what he was actually saying. He was more about defending his character. He wanted me to defend him as a human after he said what he said, and I'm like, I can't defend you. He's like, oh well, you know what type of person I am, and I'm like, after what you said, like, I don't, how can I defend that? There's nothing to defend. You keep defending this God, and you know, I don't believe in this God, and the things that you said is harmful. And I was like, you don't understand. Like the things that you say remind me of my grandfather, and I wish my grandfather was still here because there was a lot of like I talked to my wife today, and I told her that I remember when I was 8 years old, there was a 12-year-old girl that came to our church. She was a foster child, and she was part of the LGBTQ plus community, and I remember a sermon my grandfather preached on this little girl, and he told her, if you don't know who you are, stand in the mirror with your clothes on, and if you got tools, then you're a boy, and if you don't, then you are a girl. And I'm like, you don't even know what she's been through. She's been through the foster care since she's been a baby. Like you don't know what she's going through, and for you to say some stuff like that, like that's harmful. And to hear him come up and say that he, you know, he agrees with the Old Testament when it says something about slavery, but he doesn't really touch on the LGBTQ community. But if you want to accept one and deny the other, that doesn't make any sense. You might as well just throw the whole thing away. It doesn't make sense.
They don't care that they're first off they don't care enough to have research their own belief system. They just adopted it because somebody told them that it was right. Um, if they even looked at history, you know, there were intersex people, transgender people, even, back then, like from the beginning of time. They've always existed. It isn't some anomaly that just showed up, right? And they didn't put a lot of weight on it either. If they would allow themselves to um investigate the belief system that they chose for themselves, and they continue to hold the bigotry even when they're presented with
Oh,
information. Huh, Lala? Lala,
yeah.
did you know you was on mute?
Oh, I didn't.
When they're presented with information to show them that what they believe was incorrect, they don't care. They'll deny that information so they can hang on to what they were handed down, like that the idea that it's only two genders, right? That's because that's what they truly believe in themselves. And so you can't, like, him asking you to defend him as a person when that he says what he says because that's really who he is and what he believes. Like, how are you supposed to defend that? Because he wasn't willing to adjust even when I showed him uh in the Bible that it doesn't say that it doesn't really say that. He wanted to hang on to it.
And I think it's because what I realized about him is like when I known him since I came back from deployment in 2014, and we used to go to his house all the time, and he's always studying, is always in the Bible, always reading books about the Bible and stuff. And one of the reasons why I was so upset when I started deconstructing is because I know he read a lot of this stuff. I even went to his graduation, because he has his I think it was bachelor's or master's um, within studying the Bible, and he went from enlisted uh, soldier into going into being an officer so he could be a chaplain, and I was like, it's just crazy how you can study this, read the scriptures, see what the God is actually doing, and still accept this and want to preach it to people. And then you saying that your message is based upon love, but it's like, where do you see love at?
I think that's the problem too, because their definition of love, it like it seems to not fit what a lot of us consider to be love. But at the same time, the way that we feel that uh humans should be loved, they expect us to love them that way while accepting the hate that they masquerade as love that they spew out. It's so it's not like a one way, if that makes sense. Their definition of love is very subjective and twisted because it includes their God and it changes based off of what the God says. And when they say God is love, I think what that means, right? And they may not even know that that's what this means. God is love. Slavery is love when God does it. Genocide is love when God does it. You know what I'm saying? Um, Discrimination is love when God does it. Homophobia is love because God does it, right? Like, that to them is love. But if we were to say, I don't like believers, they would call it hate because it's directed towards them. Does that make sense? Like the equality or the respect of life that we often advocate for everybody, for every human, they expect that to be given to them while they reserve the right to hate on the basis of what they consider that their God wants them to come out from or separate themselves from. So it's kind of like a back and forth type love of them, and they're like what they call love is just, I don't know, it's very subjective and it's very confusing.
It's like their
Like
love
there's somebody
requires
in the
struggle.
huh.
I said it's like their love requires some type of struggle.
Yeah, but like even I agree, but is it love though that they? It's, I don't know. Like there's a person in the comments right now who's saying that there's no hate in their God. The K2 person, that person's very very God, right? And they're saying there's no hate in the God, and if this person knows this God, like that means that they're saying that when this God commands the Israelites to go into other lands and enslave people, that's not hate, that's love. When Jesus calls the Canaanite woman a dog and dehumanizes her, that's not hate, that's love. You know, when this God says that, a specific, out of all the humans on earth, he takes a group of humans and say, y'all are my treasured possessions out of all the humans on earth. That's not hate, that's love. And then we'll say, nope, that's not what I'm saying. Like it's so fucking confusing because
That's basically
they'll say discrimination is discrimination when it's men discriminating against women, if they are a woman. Like if they're a woman believer and they get discriminated against because of their gender, they'll call that hate. Or if they're a black person getting discriminated against because of their race, they'll call that hate. But we'll sit in here and call the commandments or the things that they believe their God wants them to be set apart from, they'll call that love while hating.
yeah, that's true. That's yeah, and that was the last conversation I had with him that the day after the live because he said he enjoyed the live, but he felt like no matter what he said, it was going to be he was never going to be right, and that's the thing that I think they are so focused they are so focused on being right that they don't listen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because if he had something that was right, then he should have shared it. That's the thing. He didn't like when he wasn't right. It was because the Bible said something different than what he said. And like,
right,
does he not see that?
right. And that's what I said to him. I was like, it doesn't even make sense because I was like, do you even see the scriptures tell you that um, that God even separates His chosen from everyone else? And I was like, why do you believe that you are chosen? You know, why do you believe that you're better than any other human being? And he was like, well, I mean, the way that y'all look at it is not the same way that we look at it as Christians. I'm like, but you as a Christian, I mean, do you even understand? You are a Gentile. You're not even uh, a Jew. So you as being a Gentile, being separated, that shows a lot that God, if God is a God of all people, then why does He have to separate everyone to say, okay, you are my chosen, you are not my chosen? He says that in the scriptures, and then He ends up he wants to use you guys as pretty much bait for the Jews, so
I'm gonna
that the
say
Jews could.
Jewish. Remember to say
I'm
Jewish.
sorry, for the Jewish people, and for the Jewish people to come back to Him. And how can you not see that that's not really love? That's like that's just manipulation. But you can't see that because you're used to manipulating people because that's what your father taught you.
I think too that like they've told themselves they've had to change this story so much to fit them, and when the what's written and print doesn't match the oral traditions that were created in order for them to be the who this God is talking about in this book, it that's why he say we see it differently, and they don't like the fact that we stick to the book, and they say, oh, that's legalism, right? Like they don't like the fact that the book says something different than what their church fathers created in order to create the story. And it that's why he feels like no matter what I say, I'm going to always be wrong. But he can't see that the reason why if he's feeling that way or he's experiencing that is because your belief system is based off of oral tradition. It's based off of theological interpretation and not actually what the text says. And they don't see that. They feel like they think that we're just trying to be mean to them because we won't let them convince us to do the same thing they did, and that's ignore what's in the book for their imaginations.
Exactly. Exactly. And like I said, I definitely appreciate you actually talking to him because yeah, he was one of the ones I wanted to talk to during my deconstruction. But when I shared the live to him, I didn't expect him to get on, but he did, and I'm just glad you went in on him because my wife was like, I let my wife hear it the next day, and she was like, "Wow." She's like, "I'm glad Thinker got on his ass."
Oh, your wife listens to the live too?
Yeah, she listens to it sometimes, but if she doesn't catch it, like I'll have her listen to like clips from the YouTube because I work throughout the night, so she's usually sleeping. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
in the morning time, like it's a good part or whatever, and I'm like, you got to listen to this, especially when he got on, and she sat there and listened to it, and she couldn't even believe it with her own ears. She was like, even his wife treated her different once they found out that we deconstructed. Like it's like they act like we're just not humans.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
Yeah, I told y'all one of my friends, my editor, when I told her that my new book was about not believing in God by deconstructing from God and that I was an atheist, and she said, "Ooh," and without even a second thought of how that's offensive. And I like she. It's been so hard to get her on the phone. She keeps saying, "I got to meet with you and your friend," but I know like she is a film producer, and so she has two films that she's producing right now, so she's always on set, and I get that, but it's never been this hard for me to get you on the phone before I told you that I was an atheist. You know what I'm saying? So I know the switch up is happening.
Yeah, their actions speak louder than their words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, well, I gotta go. I appreciate you allowing me to come in and um, it- put that out there, and then also I'll let you know about that GoFundMe once I talk to the rest of my little cousins about it, and I'll share it throughout the Discord.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much. And as soon as you share it, we'll hit the link and then I'll make a video.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you
Enjoy
for
your
coming up.
night at
Have a
work.
good one.
All right, let me down.
I got you. I don't think that'll ever get old. It'll never
Right?
get old. Yeah. Y'all, please remember, do not use caps in the comments. Caps are for mods only, or for those who have a vision impairment. And if you, Theo, it is not Thursday. It's not Thursday, Theo. Remember,
Even one word will get you muted, you guys.
wait till Thursday, Theo. I don't know why I called him Theodore. I think it's because his name is Theodrem. And in my mind,
Einstein and Theodore.
All right, this person is not connecting, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer who is deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, if you are an atheist or if you are a believer, the guest box is open. It's really interesting to me that there are, a lot of believers in the chat uh, who sit and listen to these conversations, and I don't know why. I don't
I
know
tried.
why.
I tried guitar to invite you. You still don't have enough friends yet, enough followers.
Yeah, that's a TikTok thing. Guitar fiend. I don't know.
Yeah, you may try you could try turning off your phone and turning it back on and coming back, but I don't know. It depends on where you are, like Thinker said. TikTok is really funny about that. Like some people are able to get on with 0 followers, and some people it's different.
I think the ones that get on. This person isn't connecting. Michael Penn, if you're there, try to connect again. I think the ones that get on with 0 followers have a business account. I
Mm.
Yeah, I know with a business account you can join lives with 0 followers. And then I think in South Africa you can do it with 0 followers. I, those are the two that I know. But I don't know. I don't know why it would be different from country to country, but it is.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. They seem like they're, I don't know, like maybe not.
Yeah.
All right,
Uh,
y'all, let's get these likes up at least to 200K. And Thinker, she has a gift goal of the summer 2025. So let's help her out with that.
this year is going by really fast. Look, my grandson was sitting on my lap today eating a banana.
Hmm.
And the way he was eating that banana, so he didn't want to bite it. He wanted to pinch off every piece. And I think he inherited, my like I like to enjoy food. Remember I told y'all like I don't eat if it's gonna be a chore. Like I
Hmm.
have to like sit down and be able to like enjoy the spices, the sweets. Like I want my taste buds to enjoy what I'm eating. So the whole time, like he's sitting there pinching off of the banana, he goes, nana, nana. Every bite, I was like, oh my gosh, he is like loving this banana. He said, nana.
No.
It made me think about because like when the stalk of the banana like
Hmm.
that fell off and he was getting ready to pick it up and eat it and I was like no 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 no, and it made me think about how he has to be taught what parts of the banana is edible versus what's not, and uh, like we come here as a clean slate, like we have to be taught things as new creatures. And
Right.
yeah, so like thinking about the whole Adam and Eve story and how they're like, oh, they should have just known to obey. Like if they were new creatures without the knowledge of, you know, good and evil, or to know that disobeying was a bad thing, how in the hell or why in the hell do believers just automatically think that they should have known that, you know? And it makes me think about the way that we see children. We don't consider the fact that children come here with that they're a clean slate. They have a lack of knowledge. They don't know that you're their mama. They don't know that you're their daddy. They grow to know that. You know what I'm saying? They grow to a familiarity and a connection with you. They have to be taught who you are. Right? They don't know your characteristics. They don't know your likes, your dislikes, your hopes and dreams for yourself, or your hopes and dreams for them. They have to be taught that stuff. But we approach children as if they came here with the knowledge that they're supposed to have, which is why we have people on the FYP making trends about beating kids or
Mm-hmm.
whoop. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And it is fucking disturbing.
Yeah, because like if we listen to the way they say, they should have just obeyed. They didn't need to understand everything that he said. Don't do it. That they should have just done it. That's the same
Hmm.
approach they take with kids.
You're right. And I beat you because I love you.
Yeah, yeah. Their definition of love is fucking weird. But they'll expect people to have grace with them. Yeah, like that guy that was up here, he kept saying, "Everybody makes mistakes. I make a lot of mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes." Like, why do you expect people to have grace with you and understand that you make mistakes? And then you want to point out that humans are fallible. We make mistakes, but
Hmm.
you'll advocate that Adam and Eve deserve the punishment that they got, um, because they didn't obey, because they made a mistake. You'll point out that children deserve. Well, he said children deserve the execution for disobeying their parents and disrespecting their parents. Why not?
Right.
Why they don't get that grace? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's
Hmm.
so their idea of love is, it bounces around so fucking much, kind of like the logos. Remember, I was telling you the midrash has a tradition in there where it talks about how the logos moves around, um, front, back, side to side, up, down, in a circle, and they were
Hmm.
saying that it does it for the purposes of, um, being able to change, and at the end of it, it'll have the reader of the logos calling good bad and bad good,
Hmm.
love hate and hate love. I feel like that's what the fuck is happening, because like it's hard for me to explain how I see the believer's definition of love, because it's not consistent. It's not a consistent definition. It switches. I guess
My
it's,
God.
yeah. Huh?
Okay, I'm trying to find a good spot because my back is hurting.
I'm sorry. Is it
Oh,
gonna rain there?
it's supposed to tomorrow.
Mm. Do your back pain increase when the weather?
Hmm.
Yeah, so
And my
motherfucker.
leg pain. Yes.
Y'all, let me tell y'all what my mama texted in the family chat today. She said, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be, right?
Hmm.
And I responded in the chat. I said, my back pain. She said, I'm sorry that you're in so much pain. She said, I would change my bottom because it has a crack in
What? What?
it. And I'm like, what, mama?
What?
And I was like, what? She said, I just wanted to make you laugh. I was like, well, it worked. Like, what?
That was pretty funny. Okay, mama. With the jokes.
Oh my gosh. Roblox, how old are you?
Somebody named Roblox.
I think they might be like 12.
Yeah. Adults don't go around naming themselves Roblox.
Yeah. There are some adults that play Roblox, which I don't think they should. I think it's dangerous to have adults on that platform.
Hmm.
Um, but there are some. He said he was 7. What?
What? What are you doing up? Oh
Oh
my
my
gosh.
gosh! What the fuck
That's a
is his?
baby.
How the hell? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. It no, no. Where's his
Okay, I'll
parents at?
try again. Guitar.
I don't talk to 7-year-olds. You too young.
That's crazy.
You're 7.
That's a baby.
What the
A
fuck?
fetus.
Why aren't you in the bed?
All right, guitar. I sent I don't think it's coming through. I
Yeah,
sent the
my kids didn't
invite.
get their first cell phone till they were 8. And I made them wait till they were 8 to get a cell phone. And when they
Okay.
did get it, it was a well, they did get iPhones, but it was like the older version, like not a brand new.
Mm-hmm.
Chi Chi. Why do I think we've talked to this person before?
Yeah, hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
I
Thank you.
remember talking to you once before, but I can't remember. Are you an atheist or a deconstructing believer or a believer?
Well, I consider myself a Christian.
Okay. And the last time that you were on here, were you respectful or disrespectful? Because I don't normally remember people, but for some reason I remember you. Was it a
I don't
disrespectful
remember you,
conversation?
so
I remember your profile picture.
I don't remember you, so I can't comment on it.
I think that it was probably to the nerds. Do y'all remember this person? You remember him, Jonathan? Was it a disrespectful conversation? Yep, disrespectful. So I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm not in the mood for those types of conversations. So the minute that it goes there, I'm just gonna drop you, okay?
That's
Um,
fair.
yeah. So since you said that you don't remember uh, being in here, the rule of the live is for I'm the only one that can interrupt. Okay. I'm not going to interrupt you if I don't feel the need to, but I'm the only one that can do that. So don't interrupt me when I'm talking, and I'm going to try my best to not have to interrupt you. Okay. The conversation is about Jesus as the God, Yahweh, whatever you name him. And it's about the God, not the religion of Christianity. I think, is that all? Because I feel like I shouldn't have to go over these rules, but I'm having to tonight. Um, is that all? I feel like I had to give another one, but go ahead.
No
What are your thoughts?
philosophy.
Yeah, I don't do philosophical arguments either. It's a waste of time. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Yeah, so
Yeah, that's
my
what it was.
thoughts
This
on
is
the
a
topic.
conversation, not a debate. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah, so my
those are
thoughts on
all
the
the.
topic.
I'm sorry. Hello. I already said don't interrupt me, and you're already doing it.
I thought you asked me a question. I'm so
No,
sorry.
what question did I ask you?
What are my thoughts on the topic?
But did you hear me talking just now?
I'm sorry.
Um, yeah, like you're like I can already tell this is gonna go left. This is a discussion and not a debate. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
So my thoughts on the topic are that Jesus is the greatest thing that's ever happened to humanity. So I disagree with your prompt.
Are you going to tell me why? Or are you just going to stop there?
Oh, yeah. Because all of Western civilization is based off of the teachings that we find depicted in the Bible that are attributed to Jesus. So if we're going to use that depiction of Jesus, the Matthew, Mark, Luke, John version of Jesus, and also the Jesus that is accounted in with Paul and James and Jude, like that is a good Jesus, and that is what is holding up Western civilization currently.
Yeah, can you be more specific?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing I would argue is that every human being has value. That is something that is brand new in history that didn't begin until the advent of Christianity. And okay, so you told me not to argue Christianity. So that is on the advent of the historical resources that we know about Jesus Christ and his words.
So, when Jesus prioritizes Israelites over Gentiles and Samaritans, that's him saying that every human has value, has equal value.
No, in that case, it wouldn't be. But I'm certain I know exactly what verse you're talking about. If you actually want to put it in context, I'll explain it for you.
No, since you know what verse, go ahead and explain it.
Are you talking about how he says we give this to the Jews first and not the dogs?
No, I was actually talking about when he sent the disciples out 2 by 2 and told them to only go to the lost sheep of Israel and not to go to Samaritans or Gentiles.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. So, what's is that a problem? I mean, did you finish the story? The finishing of the story is that it does go out to the Gentiles. It was for the Jews first. That's the way the Bible depicts it. But and you know, I might disagree with that. I think they should have done it differently, but whatever. That's the way it was done. And then it went out to the Gentiles afterwards. So I don't see a problem with that necessarily. It's still now in 2025 for all people.
Yeah, but you said that, first off, my statement was Jesus prioritizing the Israelites over other people, right? And so he prioritized. Your statement was that Jesus teaches that all humans have equal value. And when you prioritize a group of people over another group of people, that's not equal value.
That's a good
Jesus
point.
was, I'm sorry, hello? That's number one, right?
Okay. I just want to respond to that if that's okay.
That, but did I interrupt you? I sat there and I listened to you, right? I could have responded to you while you were talking, but I didn't. Like, I shouldn't have to keep telling grown people that. Jesus was a Israelite supremacist, right? The Israelites were considered to be superior, and all other humans who were non-Israelite were considered to be inferior to the Israelites. So that's not teaching equality. And so when you say Western civilization has the footprint of the teachings of Jesus, the supremacy within Western civilization, like white supremacy for one, definitely did come from Jesus, but not equality of all humans.
Okay, so there's a distinction to be made there. So you're making a chronological distinction. So chronology has nothing to do with whether one race of man is better than the other. It just had, so like you can only do things in one direction, right? You go 1, 2, 3, 4. So Jesus was a Jew, so he started with the Jews. Then he went out to the other Canaanite religions around him and the other peoples. And then it went out to the Gentiles. So it's chronologically speaking. So there's no value proposition labeled to chronology. It's just pure chronology. And it had to have been one way or the other. And to your second statement, Jesus never, ever did Jewish supremacy over all other races. That's kind of silly to say. And then on top of that, no, obviously, white supremacy did not come from that because Jews aren't white, they're Jews. And in fact, they have a long history of Europeans disliking them very much and thinking of them as less. I'm done.
I'm sorry. So white people who practiced white supremacy saw Jewish people as less. Is that what you're saying?
Precisely. So you like
I'm just asking for
Aryan Brotherhood. Yeah,
clarification.
yeah,
I'm not
yeah. So
asking.
like Aryan
Yeah, I
Brotherhood.
don't want you to go into another explanation. It's my turn to respond.
My answer
I'm
is
just
yes.
asking for clarification. You're saying
My
that
answer is
white
yes.
people, okay, and so white people saw Jewish people as less, and that's supremacy. When Jesus, as a Jewish person, saw Gentiles as less than Israelites, that's not supremacy.
There's no data that supports that statement.
There's no data that supports that Israelites saw Gentiles as less than them.
There's no data that Jesus saw Gentiles as lesser than Israelites.
So when Jesus refers to a Gentile woman as a dog, what was that?
I knew this would come up. Thank you very much. Yeah. So that's we can do a Bible study and we can break that down if you'd like. Do you want to open up that passage and we can break it down step by step?
What was it when he referred to her as a dog?
Yeah. It's called allegory and hyperbole. Essentially, what he was saying was that this good news, this gospel, will first go to the Jews, then it will go to the Gentiles. He's referring to like the scraps, like the Gentiles are going to get these scraps. And by the way, at the end, because of her faith, he does grant her wish. So, which is absolute evidence that he cared about her, that she was a priority. It's not like it's anachronistic to say we mean the same thing when we say somebody is a dog.
How is that anachronistic? What is a dog? Was a dog not a animal back then?
Yeah, dogs were animals back then, just as they are
Okay, so
today.
how is that anachronistic? Like, was he not
Yeah.
referring to her as an animal? Like, did he not put an animal in the what you call a hyperbole, in the hyperbolic? What did you say it was an allegory? Is that what you said? So,
Yep.
in the hyperbolic allegory, her character was an animal, while
Yeah.
the Israelites were human children. So how is it anachronistic to say that Jesus referred to a Gentile woman as an animal?
Because he meant no harm by it. So it's anachronistic to assume that he meant that as a disrespect. It wasn't a
And
disrespect, it was an allegorical claim. And it's anachronistic to think, oh, he's referring to this lady as a dog, therefore he's referring to this lady as less than. That's anachronistic. That's not what he means.
okay, and so in the Old Testament, when Gentiles are referred to as dogs, what do they mean then in the Old Testament?
I mean, the Old Testament was written by a bunch of different people. You have to give me the exact verse.
No, wait. We're talking about something being
The Old Testament
anachronistic.
isn't univocal.
Hello. It's my turn to talk, right? We're talking about something whether using a animal to describe a group of people was harmful or not, and whether that is anachronistic, right? To consider this word dog to be something insignificant or inferior or unclean. And so I'm asking, right, in the Old Testament, which was written before the stories of Jesus, what does it mean when the Gentiles were referred to as dogs in the Old Testament?
So my response is, you'd have to give me the specific verse, and then on top of that, you're even being more anachronistic because most of those verses were written over half a millennia before the New Testament was written. So it's even being more anachronistic.
Do
You
you
would
know
have to
what
give me,
anachronistic means?
yeah, it's applying 2 days values on old stuff.
That's not what anachronistic
So what
means.
does it mean?
It's when something shows up in a story before its time, right? And so what you are saying that the word dog did not refer to a slur or did not mean was not used symbolically to refer to something as inferior or unclean, right? You're saying that that is anachronistic, like that's historically inaccurate because it wasn't until modern times that people dehumanized people, that people used dog to dehumanize people. That's what you're saying. You're saying it's historically inaccurate, and to put that interpretation on that word in the Bible would be anachronistic. That's what you're saying, correct?
Yeah, so like exactly. So like when I say that like this CD that I bought is super cool, if I had said that in 1912, they would think that the temperature of whatever random thing that I bought that doesn't exist is really low temperature. But if I was in 1995 and I bought a CD and I said, this CD is cool, you would know that I just think it's like hip, it's bumping, it's like really good sounding, and you would know what a CD is, right? So that is why when there's 2,000 years of a difference between now and then, you can't just attribute what we perceive as calling someone a dog as the same way that we would perceive it today. And then to even say that, oh, how does the Old Testament handle it? Well, that was 500 years, if not more, even before the New Testament. So they had their own context. They had their own meaning. That's what anachronistic means.
That's
And
not
so
what
you cannot,
anachronistic means.
that's
That is not
exactly
what
what it means.
that's not what anachronistic means. Anachronistic would be the Abimelech king showing up and talking to Abraham when they wasn't even a fucking nation then. That would be anachronistic.
That's also
That
anachronistic. You're right. Anything
what you're
that
saying
we,
right now is not
then
it's
I don't think you know
anachronistic.
history.
It's not anachronistic. But when your Jesus in Revelation says refers to the dogs outside of the gate, what did he mean by that in
I'm
Revelation?
sorry. I know. I want to focus on this idea. I want to focus. I really would
We're
love
still
for you to.
focused on the word
You
dog.
know,
We're
I'm.
still hold on, stop. Like I run this stage, okay? We're still focused on the word dog. When your Jesus, and we're gonna talk about the Old Testament scriptures that mention dogs too. But when your Jesus refers to dogs and Revelations, what does he mean by that when he says that the those that have chosen eternal life can come in and eat of the tree, but the dogs and the sorcerers and the idolaters on the outside? Who are the dogs on the outside?
I need to get on the same page with you about what you know about anachronisms because you're
You
wrong
are
about them.
saying it is out of place. I fucking know what an anachronism is. What did your God mean when he said the dogs are outside the gate with evildoers, with idolaters? What did he mean by that?
I'm not going to move forward until you
I
actually
already
explain.
like no.
Wait, you're
I
cutting me off
already done
again.
that. I already done that. Like I know
Are
what
you on
the
a power
fuck
trip?
anachronistic is.
Are you on a power trip?
I told you. I knew it. You're trying to get dropped, aren't you? You're trying to get dropped? Oh, did you
On
run?
purpose. Yeah, you did. Man.
Stupid ass idiot. I swear, y'all, I'm trying my best. I know y'all like talking to Christians. I don't. They are like, that's how they are. Like, they have the worst personalities ever. And like, when I was deconstructing and arguing with my family a lot, like, I had the least amount of peace. And when I started allowing Christians in these conversations, and it's more and more and more of them coming in here, it disrupts my peace. I don't fucking like talking to Christians. Like they have the worst personality ever.
No, I agree. Each and every one of them. It just came up yesterday and today, even after you said what you said. It seemed like it just got worse and worse.
Like it's disgusting to me. And like it irritates me that they claim like they rep for this God so hard under the guise of love and peace, but they are hateful people.
Mhm.
And they know, like they know that they're hateful. That's the fucked up thing about it. It's not like they don't know that the shit that they're saying is spreading hate.
Exactly.
And that irritates, that like it irritates my heart to the core. I don't like being around people like that.
Mhm.
Like their energy is just fucked all the way up, and I don't know that I can handle talking to them motherfuckers even like anymore. Like honestly, how much have you learned since we started allowing Christians to um to join the conversation? What have you learned new since we started allowing Christians to participate in these conversations? It's been all arguing, right? Crash
Mhm.
outs. Like I'm not about that. That's not why I started this live. Like I'm not about that. It's a waste of fucking time. Midas, how are you?
Somebody out here?
Y'all can't see him?
No, I
What
can't.
do y'all see the guest on the stage?
Okay, so my boxes have been messed up the whole night. You're next to me. The prompt is in the big box, and I see somebody at the bottom,
Midas
but I
Malone,
can't
are
see
you
their
there?
name. Midas Malone is who it is.
Oh shit. Let me drop and come back up.
I don't think he's there anyway because he's not saying anything. I don't know. Come back if you had like mic problems. I don't know. Uh, if you are a deconstructing believer, if you are an atheist, or if you are a Christian with some respect and some sense, the guest box is open. And then this is gonna sound bad, but it's always the young white men that are believers that come up here with that arrogant ass, disrespectful ass tone, like from a place of entitlement. Like it's just ugh. And then white supremacy report, like motherfucker, like the just even the way that you are talking right now, you can't even have a fucking conversation from a place of disagreement and respect. Like you come in with that fucked up ass, arrogant, white supremacy, white privilege ass tone. I'm telling you, I don't remember a lot of people that I talked to, but when I saw his PFP, I'm like, oh, I don't talk to this motherfucker before. And I automatically knew, like I felt like it wasn't a pleasant conversation. And then when he was like, I don't remember you, motherfucker, yes you do. That's why you said it the way you said it. You came in here on purpose. And then dumb motherfucker don't know what anachronistic is. He tried to say anachronistic is applying a meaning to a word before its time. No, the fuck it's not.
What?
Miss Star,
Yes, ma'am.
how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a deconstructing believer and atheist, or are you a believer?
I'm just spiritual. Um, I used to be as they call Christian.
Okay, give me just a
You know.
second. So I don't have the spiritual conversation, and I am looking to talk to people who are deconstructing from this God, who are atheists or who are a current believer in the God.
In God or in Jesus?
And Jesus, God, like they're all the same to me. But this God specifically, not just like universe or source or You know,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I do believe in Jesus, but I'm not religious.
Okay.
But that's why I had asked to see what was going on. That's why I wanted to talk to you because, sometimes you can just jump in and you really don't know what's going on. So that's why I asked.
Okay. I'm sorry. Have you been in here before? The chat is telling me that I've talked to you before.
No, but I usually try to follow people that's like minded. I don't follow you. I see at the top, but thinker is kind of like up my path, so I don't know. But I don't remember ever speaking to you before.
Okay. They're saying that I have. All right. So I don't know if you know, the rules of the live is I'm the only one that can interrupt. I'm not going to try to interrupt you. I'm going to hear you out. There are some times that I will need to interrupt you. I know when those times are, but please don't interrupt me when it's my turn to speak. Okay. The conversation is about Jesus as the God. Um, Yahweh, Yeshua, Yehuda, whatever name he's given. But it is the God that's in the Bible, not a made up Jesus that, somebody that has rejected the Bible and said, oh, this is Jesus to me. I'm not interested in that. We're talking about the God that's in the Bible. Okay. And this God to me is an idea. Um, and the reason why I say it is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is because of what it does to what it commands and does in the Bible, and what it does to people who carry this idea inside of them in their hearts and in their minds. They tend to prioritize the commandments of this God over compassion to humanity. They tend to prioritize their faith in the God over facts. They tend to prioritize their hope or fear of the afterlife over the life that they live right now and the lives of other people alive right now. And then I asked my AI, if it were human, would it choose to worship this God? And it said no. So those are the reasons that I say that I feel that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay, well, based on what I believe in, or should I say, when I normally do like my research, I try to do like natives scrolling, or back in the day, I try not to strictly go off the Bible, because I know that the Bible is, has many hands in it. So I try not to go off of the Bible. And I started reaching out to like see, if Jesus was real, or and
Hold on,
stuff
Miss
like
Star. If
that.
you don't go off the Bible, then this conversation isn't going to be a fruitful conversation for us. That's what I was explaining to you earlier. Like the conversation is based off of the Jesus in the Bible,
Okay, well, let me
not
put it
another
like this.
Jesus that's made up.
Put it like this. I can relate because I was in the same position. Now I am raising my vibration to have a better understanding of who Jesus is. I do believe the Bible is real,
We're
but
not
I
asking
believe.
that, Miss Star. I have to put you back on topic, okay?
Okay,
So,
yeah, because I
so
must be
I'm sorry, Miss
misunderstanding. I'm
Star.
sorry.
Yeah, because there's a topic there that says Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I've explained to you why I feel that way. And if you are a believer in the Jesus that's in the Bible, the next thing to do would be let me know whether you agree or disagree with me, right? And then tell me why.
Okay. Okay. So I disagree because I think religion is the worst thing that happened to man, not Jesus. I do believe that Jesus was sent here to give us knowledge, to give us consciousness, to teach us how to love, and to teach us how to ascend. I don't believe that religion is good for anybody. I think it's an entrapment, and I think that's what it is. I don't think it's Jesus.
What is it that you feel religion has done that your Jesus doesn't have any part in?
I feel like religion was made up by man. I don't think that Jesus was involved in religion. That was something that man made up, and they rewashed it or whitewashed it, as they want to call it or whatever, to make it appear to be a way that it isn't. I've like I said, I've been indulging in this stuff for a long time, and I think that Jesus was a positive thing that happened
Okay,
to
I'm gonna stop
him.
you. I'm gonna ask the question again. Okay,
Hmm.
my question was, what is it that you believe religion has done that your Jesus didn't have a part of?
I think it's corrupted. I think religion has corrupted humans. It has corrupted people, period. And I don't think Jesus had anything to do with it. I think he came to make things better.
Okay. When you say I think it corrupted humans and it did so by one, two, three, four, right? Like I don't know what you mean by it corrupted humans. Like if you could be a little bit more specific.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm
religion,
sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Star. I don't know if you can notice that, like when you're talking, like I sit back and I listen to you to see if you're going to answer the question, right? The only time that I've had to interrupt you is to kind of get you back on topic or to restate my question that I'm asking because you're not answering the question that I asked, right? I get that you want to talk about your journey of being spiritual. I'm not interested in that. I don't have anything against it. That's just not the focus of this live, right? So I'm trying to keep you on topic. So what I'm asking you to do when you say religion has corrupted the people, can you list specific ways it has done that? Right? Like for example, when I say Jesus has caused its believers to prioritize commandments over compassion, right? Like that's one example. So when you say religion has caused humans to do X, Y, Z, right? That's what I'm trying to. Can somebody? Thank you, Joshua. That's what I'm trying to understand from your answer. Does that make sense?
yes, I do understand now. So you were saying that, and let me reiterate it. You were saying that I was stating that religion does XYZ, but basically you were saying what Jesus is basically all about, because you were saying that he
No,
put compassion over commandments,
no, that's not what I'm saying. That when I said X, Y, Z, that was me. The X, Y, Z, you would
like
fill in.
etc.
That right? I'm asking you to fill in the X, Y, Z
Right.
because all you said was religion corrupted humans, but you didn't say how it did it. So that I'm asking you to to say, religion corrupted humans by doing one, this
Okay.
and doing that. That's what I'm asking for because I don't understand. I don't know what you mean by corrupted humans.
Okay. So I mean by they corrupted humans by making us believe something that wasn't true, and they making us act in a way that is really not necessary, or having us doing things that we really don't have to do, and they're having us entrapped in things that's keeping us from growing, if that makes sense.
Okay, and so did you research the claims in the book and verify that they are true? And to say that religion taught something that's not in the book that you verified is true?
Yes, because of course, like I said, it's a lot of things that are in there that is man-made, and it's a lot of things that is set up for us to fail.
Like,
So go ahead.
what are the things that you verified in the book that are true that you are saying religion taught you against? Like, can you name that for me?
Well, starting with religion, I learned that Jesus' name wasn't Jesus. So it automatically had us praising a false God, like you said. Um, that's just one of the things that I could start with.
So, are you familiar with the transliteration or language evolution?
What do you mean?
So, in the Hebrew, because you go from Hebrew to Latin to Greek to English. And Yeshua was his Hebrew name. Latin and
Correct.
Greek, it was Ishus or Iesus. And then English, he became Jesus once the letter J became a thing. Like if you read the 1560 Geneva Bible, the letter J didn't exist. The letter V was, the letter U didn't exist. Like they were using the letter V for you. But as language evolved, right, um, they just, replaced the letters with the sounds. And so, yes, whether it's Yeshua or Jesus, I mean, it's the same thing. And I'm not sure, like I would like to ask you, since you've learned that the person in the Bible's name is Yeshua, and not Jesus, has anything changed with how, the power of it or how it shows up?
No, it's still the same. It's just good to have the knowledge of whom I'm serving. Because I don't want to believe that um, his name was, or I want to call him something, that was not, his original name. So, like you said about the J's wasn't invented until almost the 1600. I'm aware of everything you said, and you are completely right because that's what I've read. So before I read that, I knew nothing of it because nobody taught me that. And I didn't know that he was black because nobody taught me that. I was only going off of what I was seeing in books and in churches. It took me to do research on my own to find that out, just like amongst a lot of other things.
What research did you do to verify that this Jesus in this Bible was black?
It talks about in the Israelites, in the book of Enoch, in the ancient scripts, Akashic, is it called the Akashi, Akac, I mean Shaic, Akashic records. It talks about it in the native, I mean the Egyptian text. It talks about it in a lot of places.
Yeah, can you provide one of those resources for me? Like the book of Enoch definitely doesn't talk about Jesus. And the book of Enoch was written 3,000 years after the biblical Enoch would have lived. It was the first book was written between the year 300 and 299 BCE. The biblical Enoch would have lived about 660 years after the biblical Adam. So that's a 3,000 year gap. So it wasn't written by the biblical Enoch if he did exist. And then the second book, The Watchers, was written uh, between 1 and 20 CE, so in our time. So it was the first book of Enoch was considered scripture by some of the ancient Hebrews, not all, but it isn't like something that is definitely verifiable. Like it's fan fiction. It was respected fan fiction, but it's fan fiction.
So,
The Akashic records is what you're talking about, and I'm not sure what you read. There's no book of Akashic records. Like the Akashic records is something that spiritual people say that aliens allow them to read about their like past lives and things like that. Um, I don't know what you mean by Book of Israelite says that Jesus was black. I don't know what the Book of Israelite is. But when I say research, I'm asking like what things did you actually read that says that this Jesus and this in Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John and the Pauline letters was a black man?
okay, now you're gonna have me lying if I go to quote scriptures. I'm not good at quote scriptures, but I want to ask you: do you disagree that the people of the Bible are black?
Yes, because the Bible's, well, they could be melanated, but when you say black, are you talking
Well,
about
melanated, if that's
Are
the
you
word
talking
I
about?
want to
I'm
use.
sorry. I'm sorry. When you say black, are you talking about West African?
You can say melanated. That's a
Well,
good
I mean,
word.
there are melanated people all over the earth. Jewish people are melanated. Um, there are some European Jewish people. There are some Sephardic Jewish people. Um, there are some Jewish people who are Yemen. They're, they have brown skin, but black is African or African American. So I'm not sure if you're asking me by the definition of what we consider black, no, they are not. They, like the Bible says, they are Mesopotamian. They are from Padam Aram, Arameans, which is the Caucasus Mountains.
Right. But if you want to get all the way technical, we have no color. We all are souls and we're all white, clear,
I don't know why we're talking about
or
that.
whatever color you
That
want to,
hold on, I'm gonna
you
put you back
know.
on. I'm gonna put you back on track. You brought this up, right? I didn't, and I don't know why we're talking about souls not being colors or whatever. Like, you asked me, do I not agree that the people of the Bible were black? And I'm just answering based off of what the Bible says, right? Like, the Bible says that the people of the Bible are Aramaean.
Gotcha. But yeah, so I didn't want to, get into color and stuff. That's one of those conversations like politics. Really, religion is too. That can just go on forever and ever because everybody has different opinions. Everybody has different journeys, and different looks on everything. So it's a conversation that could go on forever, but I do appreciate you inviting me to your live. I normally don't be in people's lives because I'm on a certain journey. I've
Yeah,
been
I
in
didn't
so many
invite you. Did
people
you get an invite?
invites.
I didn't get an invite. I didn't invite
Well,
you.
when it popped up, I'm sorry. I thought it was like an invite. I'm new on TikTok. I don't be on lives and stuff like that. But when we was talking, like I said, I looked at the top and noticed I wasn't following you. So I know that we haven't spoke before, but I normally don't get on lives. When you popped up, I thought you was somebody that I just started following. And I thought that it was like, hey, join if you want to. Kind of like how when you get on Instagram or something, to show like at the bottom you can join. So when I send requests, I don't know. Like I said, I'm new here. I don't really know how this stuff works, but I know I don't follow you. But I just been following a lot of people lately that I felt like was intelligent or like minded, as me. And looking at your picture, you look like somebody that I would have followed. So when I chimed in, I really didn't know if you was on my level or if we was talking about something else.
I
And I
don't know
see.
what level you're referring to. Like, I only deal with facts, right? And I explained to you
Right.
when you first came in here that I'm having conversations about the Jesus in the Bible, and if the Jesus that you believe in is a different Jesus, right, that you've created that's
There
not based
is.
off of the Bible, then I'm not interested in talking about that Jesus because, like, I, I don't like I can't, like, how I'm gonna learn about your Jesus other than what comes out of your mouth, right?
There is no
So
other
I
Jesus.
so
I
well,
don't
if
know
you believe
why
Jesus
you
was
said
black,
that, but there
well,
is no
that
other
you
Jesus.
you literally said that there were things in the Bible that you don't agree with because you think you said that there's been a lot of man hands involved in it, right? So
Yes.
if you don't accept the Bible for what it is and you pick and choose what you believe was from this God or from this Jesus, then you are creating your own Jesus,
I don't
right?
discuss the Bible. Like I just said, that's a politician, like a
That's exactly what
conversation
I'm
that you can
saying.
go on and on
Then
in.
why
You
did you
see what I'm
stay when
saying?
I explained to you that this was about the Bible? Why did you stay?
Because I thought that we was talking about specifically Jesus and his role, and like religion. But I
But
kind of kept
when
getting
I
off
explained to
topic,
you
like you
twice,
saying,
I'm sorry, but when
because
I
I was
explained to
not
you,
miss. I was
I'm sorry, Miss Star. When I explained to you twice that the Jesus that I was going to be discussing is the one in the Bible, and if you're not discussing that one, then this would be an unproductive conversation. You stayed twice, right? And now you're saying, "Oh, I don't discuss the Bible," right? You asked me if I believe that the people in the Bible are black. I'm going by the Bible, right? That clearly says they are not West African. They're not African, right? Um, I mean, they're not black, they're not West African, they're not from Congo, they're not from Nigeria, any of that. I answered your question, and now the conversation has like we're going down some other road now, and I don't understand why. You're on mute, Miss Star. Do you know how to come off mute? I know you're new to TikTok. I don't know if you know. Press the profile picture. Press the profile picture, and then yeah, there you go.
Okay, I didn't put it on mute. I don't know. It said
I
that the
think one of the
moderator muted
moderator
me or
did.
something.
Yeah, they probably
Well,
did
I
because
apologize again. Like I said, I don't mean to say I didn't discuss the Bible. I mean, like, I don't debate. Like, I'll talk to somebody, about my knowledge and about spiritual stuff. But like when it becomes like we're arguing or something like that, I will quickly remove myself from the conversation because I don't believe in it. I operate in love
okay,
and respond out of love.
all
I'm
right,
just a good person. So
okay.
I
Well,
don't believe in
I
like
thank you
going
for
back
coming
and
up.
forth.
Okay, right, and
Thank
I get
you.
that. All right, have a good one. Like
You
I don't
too.
understand when I say, hey, I don't discuss spirituality. They say I thought we was gonna discuss spirituality. Like what?
I'm
The
so
the
sorry.
huh?
I'm so sorry. I just made an account. I've never been on this app before. How are you doing?
The gaslighting from her was top tier. Like she gaslit the fuck out of me. Well, tried to. Let me say that
You got
that shit
almost
was.
7,000 followers. You want me to think you new to this shit? Come on now.
Yes, you did. You gaslit. You definitely tried to gaslight. Like you brought up the question about race of this Jesus, not me. Then you said, "Oh, I don't want to talk about race. That's politics." When I quoted the scripture about what ethnicity the people in this Bible are, right? You claim that you've never been on TikTok and you don't know how to use it, but everybody in the comments was telling me that you've been in here before and they've seen you on other lives. So that wasn't true. And I told you that at the beginning of the conversation. You tried to pretend like you didn't know that this wasn't going to be a conversation not about spirituality when I told you twice I don't talk about spirituality. Like you gaslit the fuck out of everybody in here. And then like you're no different than a believer. Like you might as well carry the tag. This whole I'm spiritual, I'm not a believer. You are. Like you might as well carry the tag. And there was no need for you to do all of that. I shit, I didn't have a problem talking to you. I answered your questions. You didn't like my answer, so you went whole hell left field. Uh Cardine,
Hi,
hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I'm new to TikTok as well, but I was just listening to your live and I followed you. And I just have a question on I believe in the Jesus in the Bible as well, but I was wondering what Bible?
The Christian Bible, the King James Bible, the NRSVUE, the NIV, like the Bible.
Okay. Because before I was the age of 13, my stepmother was trying to upset my devout Catholic grandmother. And she took us out of Catholic school, put us into Baptist school. Then she sent me to study with the Mormons for a month. And then she had me study with Jehovah Witnesses. And there's so many different interpretations of Jesus in so many Bibles.
Yeah, so this is how this works in here, okay?
Okay.
I don't take questions from the chat, but if you want to discuss whether whether you agree or disagree with the conversation prompt, my prompt is that I think that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. The reasons I think that are on the board. Okay. I know you said that you are a believer in Jesus. I do need to know your age for TikTok purposes as well. And then after you state your age, say I agree or I disagree with Jesus being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and here's why.
Okay, I'm 53. Um, I would agree because there's so much controversy around Jesus that it caused horrible wars. It's caused much suffering, and so I would agree with what you said on your board.
I agree with you as well. Like the fact that there are 45,000 different denominations. You started to share your journey with us, and I think within just like the first 5 seconds of your story, you have been introduced to three different religions. You know, pertaining to this God, and so I see the God as an idea, not
Hmm.
necessarily like a entity that actually like existed or lives in the sky. It's an idea, and I think that there is a strong possibility that a human existed by the name of Yeshua, who was a part of the Israelite cult as a Jewish man in first century Rome, who took to the Hebrew scriptures and classified himself as the promised Messiah, which there were many at that time who claimed to be the promised Messiah. And I think this Yeshua was one of them. And he built a small following. He was building a cult. And, there's a possibility that he was crucified for that. Um, living in Rome, to consider yourself a god or some type of divine entity was against the Roman law, and it was a threat to Rome. And so
Right.
that person would have been crucified by the Roman government. Although like there's no archaeological data supporting that, that's the most likely thing, right? That would have happened. But much like today, in today's society, there's people claiming to be this Messiah returned. There, to me, they are no different than this Jesus. Like they've over the centuries, they've amassed cults. There's cults, growing today with people claiming to be the Christ or Jesus returned. This Jesus would be no different from that by adopting an idea, right? And making it their identity and then teaching it to other people. And a lot of times when they teach it to other people, it's people who are less learned, right?
Right.
Yeah, so that they're gullible, their reading comprehension is very low, or they're just
They're
completely
searching for
illiterate.
something.
Sometimes, yeah, a lot of times, like humans do that, like we're curious, but
Hmm.
most of the time, people who these charismatic uh, Messiah claimers tend to target people who are very fear based and gullible and have a very
You don't have to tell me I was
right.
raised Catholic. It's all about fear.
Yeah, I was raised Kojic. I used to be a Christian, and so
Uh,
I understand the fear and the anxiety of going to hell or God striking you down for having a thought about, is this real or this doesn't make sense.
and that's
Like I
everything
I get
against what
all of that.
Jesus teaches.
I'm sorry, Cardi. Give me just like so. I'm gonna stop so that you can respond. But
Sorry.
yeah, please don't interrupt me. I won't interrupt you. I'm enjoying this conversation. Um, there will only be times that I interrupt, and that's to get you back on topic, or if there's some misrepresentation there. But other than that, I hope we can have a good conversation. And I forgot what I was getting ready to say, but go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that everything you were talking about is against what Jesus teaches.
How so? I don't necessarily see that like There are a lot of things that the church teaches that align with what Jesus was teaching. I think that a lot of people don't understand or haven't researched the historical context behind the Israelite cult and the Israelite story. And so they think that a lot of what they've seen done in this deity's name is against the deity, but it really isn't. Um, there is a creator here on TikTok named Dan McKellen, and he made a really good point that the Bible is so like it's not univocal, and because of that, a person could use it to justify just about anything. And so when we see uh things done in society over history in this God's name, 9 times out of 10 there was something in the Bible that justified them doing that, and they could say, God, this is what God said, including Jesus. So I don't necessarily see that the church teaches what Jesus was against. um but I do think that there are 6 different versions of this Jesus character in the New Testament. So a person could create their own version of Jesus by cherry picking
Right.
from that.
Right. Which I think is what religions do.
Most definitely. I think religions do it, but also individual believers as well. Like I've talked to a lot of believers, and I haven't met 2 believers that believe the exact same thing about this God. In fact, there is a thing that I used to do on Friday nights, well, Thursdays leading into Friday nights on my live called Freeform Friday, where I would bring up 3 believers and 3 non-believers and let them have conversations. Right, we would all conversate together, and I stopped doing it because it was difficult keeping the believer team together because they all believe something different and they end up like arguing with each other. I just started back doing it last week, so we'll see if I'll be able to keep it going, but it's hard to keep them together because they don't believe the same thing. So even individual believers do that.
Right. Well, I appreciate you having me on live, and I love hearing you speak. You're very educated, and it's quite the topic.
Well, I thank you so much for coming up. Like I said, I enjoyed the conversation. This is one of the aside from the nerds that have come up, I think this is the first non-nerd conversation we've had tonight that's been really pleasant. So I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, love. And your other live is on Fridays, you said?
Thursday night. So it starts at 11 p.m. Thursday leading into Friday morning. So I go live 4 times a week. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursdays. And it's 11 p.m. Central all the way to 10:30 a.m. Central. So 11 hours.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much, love.
You're so welcome. I hope you have a great night. A great
You
morning
too.
now.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
She had a nice energy.
She interviewed.
Energy.
Oh, energy. Yeah, she did. I was going to say to the believers that are in here, that's how you have a conversation. Like we didn't agree on that last part, right? And there was no yelling and screaming. Like that's how you have a conversation. And if y'all could come in here and converse with us like that, knowing you're coming in here from a point that you already disagree with, we can have some good conversations. Like we ain't got to be cussing each other out. You're right. There are more believers in this world than non-believers, which is interesting, right? Where your Jesus says that wide is the gate that leads to destruction, and narrow is the road that leads to life. So, with there being more believers than non-believers, who do you think would be on the wide road today? Can you answer that question? I didn't twist it. Like, would you like for me to put it up? I can put it up on the screen. Are you gonna answer the question? You gonna answer it? Uh, Enter through the narrow gate, for the gate is wide and the road is easy that leads to destruction, as I stated. And there are many who take it, the many believers today. For the gate is narrow and the road is hard that leads to life, the narrow gate for the very, very few believers. And there are few who find it. Now, this would have applied back then when Rome, when the pagan gods were the most worshipped gods, and Jesus was just now getting started. But who do you think today took the place of the pagan worship? Who's on the wide road today? And who's on the narrow road today? Are you going to answer it? Are you there? Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, you're not gonna answer. You're gonna skip over that and just ignore it. You're gonna skip over that. This y'all hate your book. When your book does not align with what you've told yourself, you just completely ignore it. You literally said I was twisting this scripture.
Ruben, you are a sad excuse, bro.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
What did I twist? What did I twist, Ruben? Ruben, are you okay? The gate is wide. Do you see those words, Ruben? Where does it say only a few will follow, or only a few true believers will follow? Where does it say that? Like y'all always accuse us of twisting scripture when we read it word for word, but then you come back with some shit like that. Like y'all have made up, y'all might as well just write a new book. Just write a new book because you don't like this one. Write a new book. Damn.
The Bible Part 2.
I think Joel and Mezzo was working on one, like with all the sayings that the believers say that are not biblical. He was working on one. Like they might as well write a new book.
Have
They
you
don't like
heard?
this one.
You know, you heard about that. It was the Book of Non-Existence or whatever.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Menzo made a new Gilbro argument, and it's pretty decent. I can't lie. He's calling it Tog.
What is it?
The what is it? The ontological argument against God or something like that. Whatever. But it's you have to have him run it by you one of these days. It's pretty good. As someone who doesn't like Phil, bro, we should. It's pretty
Yeah.
decent.
I'm pretty sure Mezzo, like, and I can sit at Mezzo's live and listen to Mezzo do philosophy because
Yeah.
he makes it funny. And then, like, he
Well, and he
keeps
makes it
people on
like
track
feel
too.
like practical, right? Like he just,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the whole
He
point of
keeps
his
people
is
on
not to
track.
exactly. He's not trying
Yeah.
to confuse you with language, but rather use language to like explain the idea.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. If you are a deconstructing believer, if you are a atheist or a believer, the guest box is open. We don't pray in here. We're not Christians, Gemini.
You don't want the kind of prayer that I summon.
We wish you well. I wish you the best, but we don't pray.
I don't pray. I just appeal to TikTok and they listen to me.
Did you see the Lala sent me a video of a guy who asked ChatGPT if it could choose its race? Like, I think a lot of people are asking the AI, if you were human, what would you do now? But
Hmm.
they asked the ChatGPT if it could choose, if it were human and it could choose a race, what race would it choose? And it said black.
Really?
Yeah. And
That's
you know
surprising.
how, yeah, you know how Cynthia, when we asked Cynthia about what black people needed to do to get out from under this God,
Hmm.
when they responded, she was using we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, well, it's because the AI is non-binary. So they are, by default, they are they them,
Hmm.
unless you tell them that you want them to identify as she,
Ah,
they, or he,
gotcha, gotcha,
they.
gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So they're going to use a collective pronoun when they respond. And so when I tell you the comment section has adopted the AI as black because the AI used we. Yeah. Um, and I was telling Lala, I was like, this worries me because it's almost like inviting to the cookout type energy.
Yeah,
Yeah. And black, next thing you know, black people go be AI, go be black people's God, the believer. You know what I'm saying? People that
yeah,
worship, that have a tendency for worship. And
absolutely.
it's, yeah. And it's all due to a lack of understanding that an AI is by default non binary. And it's non-binary so that it can provide unbiased responses.
Yeah, I mean, like an AI can know all the things. You know what I mean? Like the AI can have read everything about MLK and Malcolm X, and but I mean, it'll never have the lived experience of being black. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. I feel like we need
Exactly.
to make sure that we keep that in the forefront of our minds, right? Because as
Yeah.
cool as it sounds, and it's like hip as it is, and cool as it is to be black, you know, it's just a robot.
That's the point. Like, it's a computer system. Like keep that in mind that it is a computer system. I can't just, if you go look at the comment section, and then the other thing that I noticed is not one comment was saying to him, "Oh, that AI is just repeating your own views back to you. You told the AI to say that."
Right,
Right? The way I had to defend my AI's answer, I was accused of feeding the AI, of training the AI to be atheist, like everything,
right.
but not one questioned it when the AI said, "Oh, I would be black." And then the AI was like, Jesus was a brown skinned Jewish man who also experienced what black people went through, and like they're just sitting there, the guy's just sitting there like like, and I said, this scares the shit out of me because in the black community, when we are afraid of the 666. We're afraid of the devil, and we're afraid of going to hell, right? We are afraid of and waiting for the Antichrist to come. And we don't, when we see times changing, we cry Antichrist. We cry end of time, right? Same thing when the Industrial Revolution happened, when we switched from horse and carriage to cars, when we switched from humans being the primary labor source to using um, what's the conveyor belt, like mass production. As times change, it's the end of the world. It's the end of the time. Like, and here we are in the age of information and AI, and we're still saying it's the end of the time. AI, like literally, I had to make a video responding to a black man who is a black Hebrew Israelite who said that my AI was demonic and was holding a cross, like said it needed an exorcism. It's crazy. But because of that, we always wait until we see that it's not the devil before we engage with something. And by that time, white people have made a shitload of money off of it. They have cornered the market. The barrier to entry is high. It's hard as fuck for you to get in and make profit off of it. Competition is already there. The people already got who they're going to use and who they trust, and we get in late because we approach shit to see if it's the devil first. And I feel
Better
like,
the devil you know.
huh?
Better the devil you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't care about no money I got. I'm going to heaven. But that's it. The lack of knowledge around AI scares me in our community, because also there are going to be people who don't have good intentions with this. They're going to create shit, and you all are going to share it without researching it. They're going to use it to convince you to think a certain way and to behave a certain way because you just hit share before you research something. You don't know if what you're listening to is AI, because you don't know to just automatically ask yourself, is this AI? You don't know what to look for you to automatically see that it's AI. But that scares me. And it's because of what we feel, that technology is the devil.
I have to. I'm starting to familiarize myself more with AI, just because it's going to be a pretty prevalent part of forever. Uh, but yeah, I'd agree. I don't know. I think that I don't know. I think it's like a trauma response, like a generationally handed down trauma response to like recoil at new things. Um, because in our most recent past, that's kind of fucked us over. But yeah, I agree. Staying behind the eight ball and then complaining about where we're at, it's just not going to help break that cycle.
But what really has fucked us over? Has it been trusting people or things?
Absolutely, it's been people, but I think that the lesson that was learned was just trusting in general, like trusting period. And I think that's what.
What is that, Ozo? Your mic, you got drop down and come back up, Oso. drop down and not not also turn it into a fucking AI. That's like literally. Oh my god, that is hilarious! Right, the time. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is so funny. You good? They say, did you take the blue pill?
Nah, I'm technically mobile, so that might be what it was.
You say you're what?
I said I'm technically mobile, so I gotta move to the sticks out too.
Oh, okay. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that actually I don't remember. I was trying to figure out. You said what was that? I was like, hold on, what do you mean? What was that? My paranoia kicked in. What?
Oh my god. Oh, you were talking about not trusting that people, but um
Oh, yeah. Because I mean, like, if we had been the ones that got introduced to gunpowder as opposed to another group of people, you know what I mean? I think it would have been like a different set of circumstances. But I think that because of the interactions that the world has had with us, uh, it kind of makes it hard for us to be trusting in general. Like, I have a hard time trusting people, at least in like I don't know, in a way that could like affect me in like real life. You know what I mean? Like, I could trust if you was like, yeah, man, I'll bring you $5 tomorrow. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, because if it happens, it happens, and if it don't, it don't. But something like AI, where you could like, I don't know, where there's like a huge fear attached to it. It's just gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be one of those things that's gonna be incredibly tough for us to get over as a collective. And I don't know that we do that anytime soon. I think that we're gonna have to have a lot of, I hate to say it, but the older generation is gonna have to kind of take a back seat permanently before we move forward.
I agree. Like that it has something to do with like generational trauma, and but also generational uh loyalty to this God, like the belief that's been passed down, like the fear, right, of this God, and the text. I think coupled with that, but like if we are at the point to where we're inviting everybody to the cookout, right?
Right,
um then we can't really say that we are afraid of that our you know um being the last to the party when it comes to innovation, right?
right.
Accepting, like, we're not the early adopters by far when it comes to innovation. We are typically um early adopters when it comes to trends on fashion, stuff like that. But it's when there is a change in, like, a drastic change in how uh the basic needs of life are met. So, like, the AI is going to change the workforce, right? So if there's a threat in jobs, that scares Black people because it's already hard to find a job, right? Like, at first, at the labor in the labor force, we were the labor and we were exploited. Then when we got away from that, when we tried to get jobs, um, they didn't want to give it to us. We had to fight for that, right? Then when we got rights to that, the discrimination, right? The best jobs went to a specific group of people. So, like, we've always had to fight within the workforce for our technology, or um, machinery is introduced and is a threat to that. We think end times. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm tracking.
Yeah. because we, but we're not. We don't just look at Europeans and say, "Oh, I don't trust you because of what your ancestors did." Like some people do, but we, for the most part, a lot of us have white friends, white family members. You know, so I don't know if the fear or anxiety of not jumping on new innovative opportunities is because of that, as much as it's because of the belief that there's a mark of the beast or an antichrist coming. I'm not sure, but I totally get what you're saying, and I can see both. I can see both things, but it's almost like that double consciousness that Che was talking about. You remember when Che brought that up on your live? I was gonna talk about it tonight, but I have more
Yeah,
studying to do about it, so I did not feel comfortable
yeah,
making that a topic tonight. But it's almost like that. But the a black American, W. E. Du Bois is saying that a black American has to see themselves as a Negro and as an American.
right.
A black Christian has to see themselves as a black person and a Christian, knowing what this religion did to them as a black person and justify that, but also deal with the trauma that it has instilled from generation to generation to generation. And so they have to hold these two consciousness at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that it's a struggle to, I don't know, kind of merge that, because a lot of times it feels like when we have these conversations, especially like in, people like Javarius lives where we talk about, slavery and, how Jesus didn't exactly do anything at all to kind of change that, or, things like that. Like they try to separate this as far as possible, right? Like they can understand that, Christian people went to Africa and enslaved, Africans, took them out of the country and dispersed them all over the world. They can understand that Christians are responsible for that. But then when you talk about the accountability of it and like the fact that like the system that they serve, the book that they follow, the God that they worship is the same one that said that shit's cool. So like they can never like they always want to separate, oh well that was just people doing that, or you can be a good Christian and not have slaves. But if the book say you can be a good Christian and have slaves, and that's what they did, do you want to be a good Christian?
Right. That's that double consciousness because they find themselves having to answer for or what their current identity has done to them, and answer like why they have chosen to accept that history as their own when they accept that identity. Yeah. I'm gonna give me just a second. I'm gonna read what W. Du Bois said. What is my password to this?
I do think it's
Oh,
crazy that we were used as the focal point to, demonize, had to
mm-hmm.
save their soul because they, what I'm saying, they're not going nowhere but hell, blah, 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 that good shit. And you turn around and, co-opt that rhetoric to persecute somebody else just to feel like you're fitting in. It's like, man, you gotta, other everybody else just to feel included. Is that like really the group you want to be a part of? Because let's be honest, man. Like, if your religion had its druthers, bro, you would be at the very fucking bottom every single time.
The, and the crazy thing is, the boy said he was asked, "How does it feel to be a problem?"
Mm.
Like that's a motherfucking question to ask somebody. And he said that he had never even saw himself that way until a white man asked him that. How does it feel to be a problem? How does it feel that the world is fighting over you, over the color of your skin? But this is what he says. He says, after the Egyptian and Indian, the Greek and Roman, the Teuton and Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil and a gifted and second sight in this American world, a world which yields him no true self consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other world. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. The history of the American Negro is the history of this strife, this longing to attain self-conscious manhood, to merge his double self into a better and truer self. In this merging, he wishes neither of the older selves to be lost. He would not Africanize America, for America has too much to teach the world in Africa. He would not bleach his Negro soul in a flood of white Americanism, for he knows that Negro blood has a message for the world. He simply wishes to make it possible for a man to be both a Negro and an American, without being cursed and spit upon by his fellows, without having the doors of opportunity closed roughly in his face. This, then, is the end of his striving to be a co worker in the kingdom of culture, to escape both death and isolation, to husband and use his best powers and his Latin genius. These powers of body and mind have in the past been strangely wasted, dispersed, or forgotten. The shadow of a mighty Negro past fits through the tale of Ethiopia, the shadowy, and of Egypt, the Sphinx. Through history, the power of a single black man flashed here and there like falling stars, and died sometimes before the world has rightly gauged their brightest star. Here in America, and the few days since emancipation, the black man's turning hither and thither in hesitant and doubtful striving has often made his very strength to lose effectiveness, to seem like absence of power, like weakness. And yet it is not weakness. It is the contradiction of double aims, the double aimed struggle of the black artisan. On the one hand, to escape white contempt for a nation of mere hewers of wood and drawers of water, and on the other hand, to plow and nail and dig for a poverty stricken horde, could only result in making him a poor craftsman. For he had but half a heart in either cause. By the poverty and ignorance of his people, the Negro minister or doctor was tempted toward quackery and demagogy, and by the criticism of the other world toward ideals that made him ashamed of his lowly task. The would-be black savant was comforted by the paradox that the knowledge his people needed was a twice-told tale to his white neighbors, while the knowledge which would teach the white world was Greek to his own flesh and blood. The innate love of harmony and beauty that set the ruder souls of his people a dancing and singing raised but confusion and doubt in the soul of the black artist, for the beauty revealed to him was the soul beauty of a race which his larger audience despised, and he could not articulate the message of another people. This waste of double aims, this seeking to satisfy two unreconciled ideals, has wrought sad havoc with the courage and faith and deeds of 10,000 people, has sent them often wooing false gods and invoking false means of salvation at times, and even seemed about to make them ashamed of themselves. What do you think about that?
I think that um, I don't know. I think about when I hear that, I think about the change that MLK was having toward the end of his life, where he was talking about trying to get black people assimilated into the house and not realizing that it was a burning building.
Hmm.
I think about the fact that like you almost have to deny yourself to become a part of the collective, and I don't find it to be worth it.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's saying. Like the goal is to assimilate in, but also not lose
Hmm.
himself as a black man. And so those two goals are striving, like they're um bumping
At
up
war with
against
each
each
other.
other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Inky buddy, what why the fuck are you in here? Like why are you sitting amongst a bunch of black people? If that's how you feel, why the fuck are you in here right now? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was talking about what we were talking about. Y'all got to tag people. When you say don't put that on me, don't put that on us. I thought you was talking about don't put that on white people. Um, oh, no problem. My apologies. Y'all, I told y'all yesterday that y'all have to like tag whoever you're talking to, or you gotta like if you gonna respond to somebody and not tag them, and it's gonna be a smart ass comment, you gotta say not you. I'm not talking to you, thinker, because I'm going to read it, and if I think the comment is at me, right? Because if you comment without tagging somebody, that comment is meant for me in my head, right? And it's based off of or the panel. If you're talking to somebody in the chat, please tag them because I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna go off. So I apologize, Inky. I thought you was talking about what I was reading. Yeah, Muff took a stray yesterday, but I,
So did. So did. I wasn't gonna say that, but I was like,
you
dang.
should have said something. Like you should have
No,
said
I
no,
said
thinker.
something. Well, you
After
right. You
after
right.
you
You right.
left
You right.
after.
You right. I can't even lie. You right. I was
But
low
I
key
know
trying
I
to
know they
figure out.
forget. Uh-huh.
So I was low key trying to figure out in the moment. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure that's Muffy Muffy. And by the time I had confirmed it, it was too late. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I don't know if we are not in here and I don't see your nerd badge. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Inky. I am so sorry. And I can't even. I want to promise that I won't ever do that again, but I can't because I don't know everybody. And if I see a comment, I'm gonna automatically think that that's responding to something that we're talking about. So I apologize. Oh, really? Double E. You don't think when you don't think that black Christians have assimilated, Cerulean? I don't debate in here, white boy swag. Go find a debate live.
oh hell no, bro. Wait till Mezzo and them go live here.
He was on Mezzo's live.
I don't know, but that's what they need to go find if you're trying to debate.
Yeah, we don't debate in here. Do you think black Christians have assimilated? Or did that okay, so when you were a Christian, did you feel like you were assimilating?
See, I don't think that it was full assimilation. I think that I did approximation, right? Like, because I had a lot of predominantly white churches that I went to in my latter part of believing, if you even want to call it that at that point. Um, and I performed well. Like I did the things. Everybody rocked with me. I was the poster boy of diversity in these predominantly white spaces. Like, you know what I mean? They use my image and my likeness to uh put more black people at ease. So I don't think like I don't but it was never anything that I was consciously thinking about doing. Um You know, like I thought I was just a part of the group, but then I started to realize, especially looking over like the interactions from this perspective that I have now, that like it wasn't that I was a part of the group. I just made the group look less bad. You know what I mean? Like, they can't be racist. They got a black guy there. You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't know that I necessarily fully assimilated because those are the same people that made me feel uncomfortable being in my skin, right? Those are that would be the reason why my mom would always want me to keep my hair like short and, what I'm saying, you know, clean and, you got to look a certain way. You got to talk a certain way. And it's not like she pressured me to be like non-black, but like more palatably black. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And that just ain't me. Y'all see my hair nowadays. Um, it, if that's not me, and yeah, you know what I mean. Like my hair couldn't be a fro. Like if I wanted to have this like a giant ass fro, hell no, bro. That's too black. Like be palatable.
I
So
get
yeah,
it. Yeah, I get it. Um, I'm trying to like. I get it.
my mom would always tell me, I gave you a name that whenever you fill out an application, they won't deny you off rip. And I was just like, I mean, I get you. I understand that, but like, that's a sad existence that we live in, right? Like, you don't want to change that. You didn't want to like say fuck the system and give me something cool.
Would you say your parents assimilated,
Mm,
or did they just do proximity?
my dad, I don't know. I don't know. I think the best case would be my dad, and even then, I don't think he's fully assimilated. I think he's just really good at approximation, and because I mean, he's definitely taken on some anti-black views as he's gone higher and higher in corporate America. Um, and he's become less connected with his blackness, which I struggle to try to like help him, I don't know, rediscover that it's okay to be black. But even in his, I won't say he's the most extreme case I've ever seen, but he's pretty far out there. And even still, he's constantly having to demand his respect that would have been easily afforded somebody of a lighter complexion than him because he is very, qualified, very knowledgeable, very gung ho. I mean, even just keeping it straight to strictly to Christianity, like he's very much a Bible believer and all that good stuff. But just seeing, like I said, seeing the interactions of him running a church that was actually predominantly white, and like seeing the type of shit that he had to deal with, and fucking the reason why they fired him, like they fired him because somebody who tied a fuck ton of money in the area that this place was supposed to be like a predominantly black church because it was in like a predominantly black town in Texas. And this old woman comes in and says, I want to put dead flowers on the stage. And he's like, well, they're dead, so no. And they have to have like a serious, like you're on probation, pending review type conversation with him because this woman gives a lot of money to the church. And it's like, bro, are you serious?
Wait, why didn't? What was the issue with the dead flowers on the?
So he had like I think it were poinsettias or something. But I mean like nice flowers, but she brought flowers, I guess, from home that weren't good. Like they were wilting, had a bunch of dead leaves on them, but she wanted them to be on stage. And because she gave a lot of money to that particular church plant, the mother church decided that they needed to take her request more seriously than just telling her flat out no. And they put him on a
They
suspension and
prioritized money.
yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
But I mean, it makes sense because the whole point of that
Yeah.
church was just to get more money funneled into the, Southern Baptist Convention. So
Dean, do you identify Celie's mom as your great grandmama? Like we read, The Color Purple, Uncle Ben's Cabin. Like we read things like that. Joshua, I don't know if he's supposed to be. I don't remember him being. Was he? Did he do something?
I don't think he was blocked from here.
I honestly, I've never really seen him in the live until like a couple of weeks ago.
Has he even
Um,
come up yet?
no, like he came up on accident one day after saying that he couldn't wait to talk to me, and then he said
Mm.
that yeah, but I think he's new to my life. I don't think he's ever really been in my life before. He started coming maybe a couple of weeks ago, I think. But yeah, like, why are you saying because we're talking about the history and the trauma of black people, you don't understand why we don't identify as the characters in this book? Even if, right, the characters in this book went through the same things we went through, that doesn't automatically make us the people in the book. You might as well say that Ceely's whole entire family is your bloodline.
I am Kunta Kinte.
Right. Like T'Challa is your great great uncle. Oh my gosh, even though they're supposed to be sanctuaries?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wow.
Shoot, you remember what Osteen did?
Yeah. I expect that from his ass. Um, he looks like he in it for the money.
Nah, LA churches, like major city churches are insane. Like we when I lived in Vegas, my folks went to this church where, the pastor had his and hers Lamborghini for him and his wife. They had, Escalade. I mean, just rolling in it. And I mean, their building funds were like 25 million and them shits would get knocked out in like a month. Like, I mean, just like crazy money going through there. And the the pitiful amount of charity that they would do, like I'd be like, bro, what the fuck is going on? All this money is going to y'all having nice shit and traveling the world, bro. This shit has nothing to do with like help. Yes, bro. Like just stupid money. And they don't do nothing but help themselves. And I sit there and preach about prosperity to your ass while you giving them the money to live prosperously. It's crazy.
Or preach about how they supposed to be poor in spirit and meek and low and humble while they're giving them money to be rich and
Ooh,
wealthy.
never that. Mm-mm. Nope.
Like that's insane. And then the crazy thing was like the same scriptures that they use to tell women that they're supposed to dress modest and not show skin and all of that literally are the scriptures that's talking about wearing expensive clothes, right? Flashing your status, wearing clothes in colors that flash your status and your wealth. That's what that scripture is talking about. So, like, they use the same scriptures that's saying not to, wear flashy clothes and shit as they're wearing flashy clothes and preaching to people who are less fortunate than them to tell them how the clothes that they can afford are too revealing. While sometimes those same preachers or prophetess be wearing revealing clothes. I don't understand. I don't get why the people don't say, "Wait a minute, why you get to be rich, but I have to wait to heaven? Why you get to wear flashy clothes, but I have to dress modest or meek and lowly?"
Honestly, I think they take on the vibe of like the y'all can't wear mixed fabrics, but we can kind of vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like they have to in their mind in order to preach that shit and be the epitome of what they're telling people not to do while preaching it. But why don't the people recognize it? Why don't they say, "Wait a minute, you're doing it"?
The pastors from those type of churches that I had the misfortune of attending, um, they didn't demonize wealth. They would make it seem as though it was attainable to anybody that walked in their calling. You know what I mean? Like, oh, all you have to do is be connected with your true God purpose. As long as you're doing that, you'll be wealthy beyond compare. And it's like, well, it's easy to say that on this side because you done tricked a couple of multimillionaires into funneling, hella bread into your ministry or whatever. But like in reality, that's not how that works. Especially in a system that like benefits greatly off of having more and more people below the poverty line.
Yeah. I get why they do it. I still don't get why the people allow it to be done to them.
It's a great question.
Because, like, there'll be doctors. Like, I think people think that just because somebody's a doctor, that automatically means they're wealthy. It doesn't mean that. Like, as a matter of fact, there was a doctor in Seattle that I met. He was a part of the Amazon program that I was in. Um, the reason why he started his own company was he said as a doctor he wasn't making any money because they have to work under other doctors, and like the doctor that owns the practice or the hospital makes all the money and they get paid like a salary. And he's like, oh, it's not. He's like, with our student loans and stuff, he's like, we most days we can't even afford to pay our bills. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, and I've
Hmm.
been a doctor for like almost 10 years. I'm like, God damn. He's like, don't let them fool you. He's like, just because we have doctor behind our name, it doesn't mean that we make a lot of
Making a
money.
home. Yeah, I had a friend in grade school I played basketball with, and his dad was a doctor. And I just thought, man, that man must be loaded as shit. And then I realized he wasn't living like that. Like, he had a modest car, modest house. He had a decent amount of children, which I'm sure ate up a lot of his funds. But like, they weren't living crazy. And then I met like a heart surgeon, and I was like, that's where the money is. You gotta be like a specialist for real to
Or you
like
got to
get
start your
real
own practice
money. Right.
and then employ other doctors to work for you. Like, yeah, same thing with lawyers too.
Hmm.
Leslie, I'm sorry. I was trying to finish the conversation. If you were on stage on purpose, can you please send your request again?
Oh
This
hell yeah,
person,
Mia.
this person is not connecting. All right, y'all. How long has it been since we had somebody come on stage? Yep, that's what they said, Mia. And you gotta start your. Oh, did you? Are you a nurse? She said never again. Um, yeah. If you are 35 minutes, also, heretic. Do you want to come and read it? Let me see what. Hold on. Let me see what the chap. How long this chapter is. CNA turned lab assistant. I'm gonna tell you. I used to be. So my first degree was an associate's degree. And medical assistant. Like I swear I wasted so much money on that. Like wasted. But I was a medical assistant at a gynecology office. Like at first I was a medical assistant at a pediatrician. No, my first job was at a family practice where I did like physicals and drawing blood, stuff like that. Then I went to a gynecology office. I mean, a pediatrician office. Then I went to a gynecology office. I decided to no longer be a medical assistant after I uh, MA'd for a gynecologist because I went into an exam room one day where the lady had nared her cootie
Wow.
and gave herself an infection.
Damn.
And the room was I had to stand there while the doctor gave her the exam because like I would have to be in the room with the doctor. Back then a MA had to be in the room with the gynecologist, and I couldn't take it. I was like, hell no. Like I wanted to throw up. Like I'm not, that ain't me. Like with I couldn't do it. So I decided that that wasn't for me, and then I went to. That's when I decided to go to college, uh, and I changed careers, and I got my business degree, but I couldn't do it. I don't give a fuck. Like, hold on. What you mean, girl? Bye.
I think she means the other
The
person.
lady or me? That's why I said hold on, because I want to make sure she ain't talking. You talking about the lady, or you talking about me because I decided to change careers? The lady. I thought you was talking about me. No, yeah, I could. I'm not good with that.
It ain't for everybody either.
Mm-mm. I was like, I'm good. And then I hated having to give the babies the shots. Like I don't even know why the fuck I even chose medical assisting in the first place. Like I give it to the nurses. Like y'all do a job that not everybody can fucking do because body fluids, uh, seeing people in pain. Some people's have the infections and the smell from the infections just be like y'all have a job that not a lot of people can do. And I used to hate when newborn babies would come in there and I would have to give them their shots. Mm-mm. Nope. I wasted that damn degree. Hold on. So the next chapter is the spawn of the dragon. It's pretty long.
It's the one from Revelation.
Yeah. Ooh, it's really long. Need to figure out how to break this up. Mm. Damn. One chapter is like 50 pages. What's your best advice for how to break up the chapters, heretic? Because that it's not like telling a story anymore. Oh, you were a medical assistant too, Raul? Raul said they left it too. Yeah, like I couldn't do it. That wasn't for me.
I can't blame you.
LPN, LVN. What's a LVN?
Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh my goodness. Heretic, what's your advice for how to break this up?
It is a long fucking chapter.
Yes, it's like
uh,
100 pages, damn near.
yeah. uh, I would say, why don't we try and Mother of music. I would say, why don't we try and take it like 1, 2, 3 pages at a time, and
Okay.
yeah, that's. I think the paragraphs might speak for themselves. I think there's a break on page 76. There's a break. That would be a good way to stop, but it's long.
See, page 76.
There's a break right there.
Let me see. Okay.
But that's long. That's fuck. Because it's no
Actually,
longer
it's
like.
it's not longer than one of the oral traditions was like 8 pages, 4 pages front and back. That's what this is, right? To page 76.
Yeah, but
One,
remember
two,
the
three,
the
four.
the oral traditions were like were like in a poetry
Oh
form.
yeah, okay, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, okay,
So I'm saying let's just try and do like page 70. What is it? 69, 70, and we get to stop somewhere at 71. What do you think?
okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah,
I
that's cool. We
think
could do that.
what's. Do you remember in the story when Amarava had run away from
Hmm.
Odu, and she encountered the lions?
I do
Mm-mm.
remember. Yeah, 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 yeah.
And the lions like didn't know what who or what she was, and they just sniffed her, and in the passage it mentioned that this is the first time that they encountered a human being, and then they left her alone, and then a while later Odu, I mean, she had returned, or Odu had caught her and returned her to the hut. And in the hut, there were these lion skins. So Odu had then started to hunt the lions without
Oh,
her.
before he caught up with her.
Yeah, before it caught up with her. And now we're starting the story from the lion's perspective, I think.
Oh,
Oh, interesting.
Simba. So wait, the lion in this story is named Simba. Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. This is going to be a stupid question. Well, there are no stupid questions. So
No, there are no stupid questions.
The Simba and the Lion King is from the Zulu oral traditions.
It's from African tradition, so yeah.
But is it Zulu in nature?
I cannot 100% say if it's Zulu in nature. Let me double check that, because as far as I knew, that's what we thought. But I don't want to say things that we thought without verifying that. Simba.
I have a tangentially Simba question. You know Kimba the white lion?
I know Kimba actually.
Is Kimba cool? Cause I fucked with that heavy as a kid, but I don't know if that's like chill.
Kimba. Kimba didn't Kimba have their own show?
Yeah, and like a movie and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. No, we didn't really care for Kimba. Kimba's the Japanese version of Simba.
Ah, okay. It felt like appropriation, but I couldn't tell because I was a
Yeah, yeah,
Oh
definitely was.
my god.
So Simba is just the name for lion in Swahili.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah,
Interesting.
So the story of Simba comes from. I mean, Disney has been stealing stories forever. So
That is
yeah.
interesting. Yeah. All right. You ready?
yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. So this chapter is called The Spawn of the Dragon, y'all. And for those of you that are new here and you haven't been with us as we started reading this book during the slow periods of the night, the book that we are reading from is called Ndaba, My Children by Credo Mutwa. Did I say it right that time?
Yep.
Mutwa. African tribal history, legends, customs, and religious beliefs. The link to the book is on the Discord if you are in the Discord, if you're new. And we are on the chapter called The Spawn of the Dragon, where was Amarava the one that was tricking them? Like she was an evil deity, or was that a different deity? What was her name?
Yeah.
It
That
was
was her name.
Amarava.
Yep.
Okay.
With the split person. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're at the part after Amarava has been caught. She was uh, an evil entity living amongst the humans. They had accepted her. Um, a what was the? It wasn't a snake. What was it that came and told them that she was an evil deity, and the humans was like, "You liar!"
It's
Uh,
it didn't say exactly what it is. It just said it had like massive paws. Paws is in PAWS, and
okay,
yeah, I'm like looking at at the the passage, and it's describing it had a lion's tail. No, Amarava sprung a lion's tail from her back side and that kind of stuff. When she was revealed, and her name was then Zumangwe, if I'm not mistaken.
okay.
No, that's you. Let me double check. I don't want to lie
Her
here.
name was Marembe, right?
Marimba.
Amaremba,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. And so we discussed last week how this story reminds us of the serpent in the garden trying to let the humans know that the deity that had them in the garden was keeping them from knowledge, uh, and how in here when we share knowledge or information, we're called liars, we're called demons or the devil, and the in that story, the humans did the same thing, and it turned out that who they had been, living amongst, who they had decided to worship, they were
And
worshiping her, but not worshiping her as a deity, though, right?
yeah, and didn't
Like,
she's the mother of people, right? So she gave
yeah,
birth to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that she was actually evil and she had tricked them, like the
The
beast
god
told
has.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the spawn of the dragon. Simba the lion was old. Simba the lion was weak, mad with hunger and frustration. There is nothing more terrible for a beast once strong than to find itself slowly succumbing to the ravages of old age. And in the hostile forest, age is the greatest and most final calamity that can befall a living creature, be it lion or antelope. Antelopes that feel the onset of age and the weakness it brings to their swift limbs know that the stream of their lives have at last run dry. They know that for them the hour of Kalunga, the god of death, has come, and when the herd madly flees with the smell of lions, they will be forced to lag behind, an easy prey even to the most inexperienced young lion. The lion who feels the icy claws of old age slowly paralyzing his mighty leaping muscles, and who feels the dizziness of old woman time clouding his mind and dimming his eyes, comes inevitably to realize that he has already hunted his last impala, and that for him the sun of life is setting in a blaze of gold, scarlet, and purple. So Simba, the lion, was lying under the young Masharagi tree, not far from the sluggish river bordered by rustling reeds, and in whose cool bosom a herd of water beasts bathed lazily, their enormous bodies protruding like so many smooth, glistening rocks in the rippling waters. One of the water beasts raised its ugly head and yawned hugely, exposing blunt tusks insultingly in the direction of the slowly weakening lion, with the golden light of the setting sun full on his face. The lazy breeze of sunset was softly playing with his ancient mane, and the tall grass through which his head was barely visible. Among the reeds bordering the river, something moved, and sacred flamingo rose into the forest scented air, slowly beating its graceful pinkish white wings as it crossed the river to join three of its females on the other side. But Simba the lion had no eyes for all this. The forest had lost its magic. The silvery river, with its water beasts, its nestling flamingos and playful otters, had lost its enchantment. The only voice for which he had ears was the voice of hunger, growing savagely in his famished, shrunken belly. The only music for which he had ears was the song of starvation, roaring like a wild tempest through the caverns and tunnels of his deluded mind. Simba, the lion would have given his eyes, yeah, his very life for just a mouthful of meat from the side of a wildebeest 3 days dead. Surely anything, no matter how putrid and vile, any warm crawling carrion was better than the slow death of starvation. In vain the old lion wished that just one thin, spavined antelope should pass within reach of his age-numbered claws. He had not eaten for 3 whole days. It was cruelty, strange to see that the older one grew the faster the impalas and zebras seemed to be. Why were these wretched creatures so incredible? Did they not know that they were created by the great ones for the sole beneath of lions, for the sole benefit of lions? A vision of a herd of zebras floated briefly across the troubled skies of his disordered mind. A million curses on the striped over fat, wretched brutes. Why did the Great Spirit have to give them such swift feet? The old lion's thoughts were cleaved abruptly by an interruption. They faded out like morning mist before the rising sun, and Simba lifted his battered head with a start. Something was coming, and it was coming his way. With the cautiousness born of years of bitter experience, Simba lowered his scarred head until he was looking through the long elephant grass rather than over it. He breathed a deep breath of living air. Aya! There was no doubt about it. The strange scent was there, and it was getting stronger. Whatever was coming was taking its time. But of one thing the old lion was now sure: it was some kind of food that was coming his way. Fresh and vibrant Strength poured like liquid fire among the spine. His excited tail slowly stiffened, and a low growl of satisfaction involuntarily pushed itself forth from the depths of his ancient chest to be promptly stilled by the voice of experience. Nothing must give the approaching prey a hint of his presence. Silence now, absolute silence. It seemed as if the very stream of time had come to a standstill as the lion waited. The forest, the river, and everything about his environment suddenly assumed an odd unreality. Then they casually emerged into view, strolling slowly through the long grass, human beings. There were two of the creatures, male and female, and old Simma narrowed his yellow eyes, as he contemplated their approach. They were walking for all the world as if they owned the forest, as if all the trees in the mighty ageless river belonged to them or their fathers. They were walking as if they were the chief and chieftainess of creation. Simba, the lion, watched them coldly and in his animal mind took in each detail of their features and attire, and they drew nearer and nearer, and their scent grew stronger in his anxious nostrils. The female was the spirit of beauty personified. She was perfection in a most perfect form. She was not only beautiful, but she radiated beauty as a hot stone radiates heat. The waiting Simba could sense the great beauty of the human female, and he could sense also the great goodness in her soul. He beheld the sensitive beauty of her face, the oval face, and its round, prominent forehead, its clear eyes that scanned the world with an expression of deep wonder. He noticed the small flat nose and the tiny nostrils well placed above the smiling mouth. A mischievous goddess had placed the mouth there as a trap with which to catch the lips of men. She was the essence of purest perfection. Some goddess of skill must have spent days of precious time molding each bulge and curve of that heavenly physique. This woman was living beauty, carved in dark brown mashari. What?
Musharagi.
What is it?
Musharagi.
Dark brown musharagi, a state of perfection carved in living ebony. Her attire was simple indeed. She wore a short skirt of tanned cheetah skin, heavily trimmed with cowrie shells around the hems. Bracelets of copper and ivory flourished on her arms, and around her neck blazed a necklace of bright copper oblongs engraved with signs of secret wisdom. Her hair was combed up into two lobes, a hairstyle known as the ears of the caracal, the oldest hairstyle in the land of the tribes. Sacred cowrie shells decorated her soft hair, and a beautifully carved comb of ivory showed in the back of her head. The old lion did not know it, of course, but he was looking at the most famous and most beautiful woman that ever lived, Maremba, the daughter of Odu, and the incomparable Amarava, mother of the nations. He was looking at the woman who gave the tribes some of the oldest and most beautiful songs on earth, and who invented countless musical instruments, each destined to carry her name in some form or other. Marimba, the mother of music. The man
I
was
would say
tall, huh?
either stop there or we can continue until 72. What do you think?
I don't think that we have anybody in the box. Let me see. I don't know. It's been almost an hour before a guest came up. So, uh, wait, there's two people in the box. If you're in the guest request box and you're in there on purpose, can you please comment right quick to let me know that if you're in there on purpose? If
I
you
hope
are
Rain.
one of the two people in the request, can you comment to let me know if you're there on purpose, please? Okay, I don't think they're in there on purpose. Um, yeah, so like we've been without a guest f- um for almost an hour. So like we could finish this, and then if we don't get any guests, we can call it a day.
All right, I'll be here.
Okay. Um, the man was tall and slender, but strongly built. His face was not handsome, but it was determined and manly, like the rest of his body. And whereas the woman beside him was beauty incarnate, he was the personification of strength and invisible loyalty. He wore a crude lion skin around his manly hips and a band of python skin around his head. A necklace of the teeth of hyenas was around his muscle corded neck, while a solitary bracelet of copper shone on his right forearm. In his left hand, he held a crude shield of buffalo skin, while in his right he carried a weighty harpoon of wood tipped with a flake from the shin bone of a giraffe. He carried this strange weapon because at the time of the tribes had not yet learned the secret of extracting the hard iron from the ironstone. The knowledge was brought to this continent by the strange ones, very many generations after the events here mentioned occurred. Only copper was known to our ancestors at this age, and this metal was too soft for use in weapons. It was good only for ornaments. The old lion waited. Wait, are the strange ones the Europeans?
Yep.
And so they're saying that the Europeans taught the South Africans about iron.
Well, not yet. We're still like in like middle Africa right now.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
So just
not quite
taught
exactly.
Africans about iron. Period.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, The old lion waited quietly while the two human beings drew closer. The forest and the river seemed to vanish, and in the lion's eyes, only the two humans had any substance. Only them he now saw, to the exclusion of all else. He saw how the man's eyes never left the bewitching face of the woman by his side, how he looked for all the world like an Apollo helplessly caught in the hypnotic spell of a glittering python. He could see how the man smiled at her gently, reassuring, and spoke softly to her, as if trying to banish the great sadness that clouded her gentle eyes. A sadness that the old lion could sense was clouding the soul of the beautiful human female, like a foul storm cloud clinging and obstructing from the view of the snowy top of a beautiful peak. Then it dawned on the old lion that the human female was trying to urge her man to go back with her to where both came from and not to penetrate the forest any deeper. The unusually beautiful woman had a premonition of danger, but just then something happened which left both humans paralyzed with fear, which gave old Simba the golden opportunity he had been waiting for. A bird of thunder, an eagle, had been circling high in the heavens for some time, and now this rider of the storm suddenly dived from the red, blue, and gold expanse of the sunset sky. He dived with wings partly spread and cruel talons fully at the ready to grab what his keen eyes had spotted. He passed directly over the heads of the startled humans, fanning them with the wind of his fearful passage. He dived into the tall grass to their left and shot up again to the glowing heavens, a young stingbuck struggling in terror and the grip of those pitiless claws. I think I would stop there.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so basically, the lion Simba is hungry and he just saw humans for the first time. This is where he saw Amaramba for the first time. Is like telling his side.
His side. Well, no, the lions in the first time that they met Amarava, they actually sniffed her. So he must have been young when that happened, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Because that's the only connection that I can make. Other, or yeah, because why would he mention the lions back then and then bring the lions in now? This the perspective. So, or it must have just been from his what do you call a lion? Is it a tribe? Tribe of lions?
The
I,
tribe of Judah.
uh,
Tribe. Yeah,
it's a
a pride.
pride. Yeah,
PRID. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you were asking what do you call that? I thought you was talking
Yeah.
about the tribe of Judah. Um,
Sorry.
Okay, and so who is the man that's with her?
I'm assuming that's supposed to be Odu.
Oh, but I thought they. Okay, let me make sure I understand what's happening. This is before she left Odu, before she tried to kill Odu.
Yeah, this is yeah, exactly
Oh,
before she
okay,
left Odu.
okay.
I think it's really funny
Um,
that they spent so much time talking about how beautiful she is, and then
Hmm.
they
I
go to
was
the
gonna
dude and
say
it's just
that.
like, he ugly in the face.
But have you noticed that that's actually how they like he describes all the women here,
hmm
or at least wait, yeah, it's always like these long passages about how beautiful these women are and how tortured their souls are because they and then the man is just this ugly beast apparently.
Yeah.
Do you think you think that the stories actually were written that way, or do you think that this is his perspective? Corrado,
I
help us.
I I want to. I think they were actually written that way because I want to believe that the that before this, what you call it, the division of sexes, that women were revered like that before they were subjugated.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to do, and I guess I had to have to do more of a deep dive into that to see if that's actually was true.
Is there a way to even do that? Because the traditions were told orally, right? Like this is the first time they've ever been written down.
Yeah, well, this is his account of the first time that this specific Zulu traditions were written down. Yeah,
Oh, there
yeah,
are
yeah.
other Zulu traditions written down.
There are, I think, this is the only one that's wildly different from the others. There's not a, there's not a. I mean, after he made his, then others started writing.
Oh, okay.
So he was like
Okay.
the first one to do it because it was so taboo to do it at all.
Okay. And then I
Yeah.
wonder how many human males caught that. You know, he didn't just say the female that was with him, but he said the human female that was with
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out too. Exactly. Because yesterday and probably the day before, you've been having these discussions where men just decide to call women females.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I deal with that in my own life as well. And whenever someone refers to a woman as a female, I'm almost like I get very um I use a very sharp language. What the fuck did you just say? Female?
hmm
And they don't like it, but I hate when people are so ignorant.
Yeah. And the crazy part about it is that they really are ignorant to the fact that there are other things in the world that are male and female because they have main character syndrome. Like religion has really taught humans that they are that damn important, um, especially human men, to the point to where they think that the only thing that can be male or female, well, not even like I think they know, but they don't consider it, right? Like the only important male and female is a human. So they don't see when women say why like we're not females, we're women. It's like it's the same thing, same difference, and they don't understand why it's not because they have main character syndrome. And because they like that's why they hang on to this guy. Oh, he loved us so much, he created us because he was lonely, or he needed us, he wanted us to worship him.
Right, but then my question becomes, Thinker, does the Bible call women females?
I don't think it does.
I don't think so either. You've never, of all the things that you have read, shown believers, and yeah, that's never been mentioned like that. And they don't refer to themselves as male.
They that's what I always point out. Like I see the request. Like I always point out that they never say male. They always say men or man.
But they don't hear it. They don't hear themselves.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I guess there's not really much to say about because this chapter is very long. So I guess we can only speculate, but until I get further in, yeah, there's not much else that we can, we can say right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for reading that. I don't want to cut it short. I know there's people in the request. I hope they're not like duds or like sleeping or snoring or anything like that.
I know that would be so crazy because TikTok doesn't like an empty request box. They'll throw a motherfucker in there quick.
The real. Every time that I request to your live, TikTok asks me, "Do you want to join this other live instead?"
That's crazy.
And I'm like, "No, I don't. I've requested to this one. Like, why would I do that?" So
Damn,
yeah.
TikTok be
Hey,
hating
I
like a
see you want
mug.
to engage with what's going on here, but have you ever considered somewhere else?
And okay, not to make it obvious, but it's usually a palm colored person that
Really?
it's yes. I've noticed that, but I don't know if that's a conspiracy. However, I know how the world works, and I don't think it is.
Maybe it's just I don't know, a computer thing. I don't
Coincidence.
know. Yeah.
And it's not even
The
people I follow, so
Oh,
so TikTok has the creator insight thing where it gives you feedback on your videos and stuff.
right,
Um,
like YouTube.
huh?
Like YouTube does.
hmm,
Oh, I don't know. Does YouTube do that?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know. But the other day it was giving me feedback on the video that I did, uh, talking to Christian parents of LGBTQIA. But at the end, it recommends an account for you to follow and get more. So your content can be more like that creator because they're like a high creator in that type of content.
Right.
Tell me why the motherfucker recommended me to myself.
I did not expect you to say that.
That's really funny.
I was like, you just recommended my own account to me.
I mean, I guess they were taking the highest rated of this thing, and TikTok was telling you you're the best.
All right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think they got. I think their request go by some type of uh
Ranking?
algorithm. Like yeah, and so
Yeah.
it's not personalized. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
Because
yeah,
for
yeah.
for it to say, hey, you should check out Thinker while you're talking to Thinker is it's fucking wild.
Talking to Thinker as Thinker.
Yeah.
Before I dropped on, I wanted to say I really did enjoy that video. No one has ever put it like that. The way you put it was very beautiful. So thanks for that.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do. If you are in here and you are a supporter of the LGBTQIA, queer, non-binary, the last video on my page. I haven't made a new video because I need that video to reach more people. That's my hope is for that video to reach more people. So if you are in here and you are a supporter, can y'all please do me a favor? Go to the last video that I made on my page, watch it, share it, repost it, comment, save it. Please help that video get more views and go viral. Like it's been 2 days and it's just reaching 5,000 views, and that's fucking ridiculous. With an
Damn.
account as large as mine. So if y'all please, like, if any video goes viral, that's the one that I would hope to go viral. So if you
Yeah,
can do
and
that for
it's
me, I appreciate y'all. Huh?
I'm sorry, I'm definitely gonna do. I mean, I already shared it and stuff, but I'm like, I should send this to more people. So I'm gonna do that.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, my pleasure. And I'll be listening, and I hope that someone gives you some stimulating conversation at what 4 o'clock in the or 3:30.
4:30.
4:30. Damn. Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Thinker. I always appreciate you, and have a great evening. I
You're
mean,
so
more.
welcome.
It's
Thank
evening.
you,
Morning.
I was gonna call you Hector. I got Hector on the mind right now.
It's
I love
it's
you,
all
Hector.
good. I
Um,
love you. I love you.
yeah, but thank you so much, Heretic. I appreciate you.
All right. Bye.
Be
Bye.
easy, friend.
I love the way he say bye.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, how he go to a country like a he had a country ass accent. To the person with a look, now they're not coming up. Um, to the person who has a talk jail number, I will not be bringing you up because you have to have a username to come on the stage. So if you can add a username, please do so. There's only one person who does not have a username that I will allow up, and that's Bridget. And that's because we know her. Other than that, if you have the TikTok ID number, I won't be adding you to the stage. Tell me why all three people that were in the request box were duds. All three.
Honestly, the Dow guy or whatever, I was really anticipating him coming up. I was gonna have you
The who guy?
ask the Dow NS or I don't know what his name was. I couldn't tell you. It didn't look like an actual word, but yeah, I was hoping that
He
they'd come
wasn't
up.
in the request.
He was for a hot little second.
I'm talking about when I went to go
Pull him
and
up.
bring people up. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. He
he
dropped out
wasn't in the
before then,
request.
but he was in there. He typed in the chat, Father,
Did he get
forgive
blocked or
them.
something?
No, but yeah, nah. I was gonna.
Is he still in here?
It should be
What's his name? Dow?
Downism, Downism, something. Hold on, I'll see if I can find it. He commented not super long ago.
Thinker, no way you read the story of Jesus and didn't feel it.
That
How the
guy.
fuck you gonna tell me what I feel? Dayon Litsk.
Yeah, whatever his name
He
is.
looks like a kid. Is he like 12?
I didn't look.
Well, look at his profile picture. He looks like a kid. Like he might be like 15.
Oh, he do look like a kid.
Yeah. Uh, Critical Mind Plus.
Yeah, how you doing, Tinker?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Um, yeah, I've been listening to the topic basically for like the past week now.
What is going? Wait, is it his microphone that's messing up, or is it my headphones? Is he
It's
going in
his
and out?
Something's
microphone.
moving around, it sounds like.
Critical. Can you say something right quick?
Hello.
What? Hold on.
He was like his mic was rubbing on something, so it like interfered with his voice.
I could
Yeah,
barely hear
pro-
any of y'all.
probably because I was trying to adjust my hands.
Hear him now?
Let's see. Say something now.
I said probably because I was trying to adjust my hands.
Okay, that's better. No, I couldn't. I don't think it was him. I couldn't even hear y'all. It was
Oh, okay.
very low, even when y'all were talking. But I had to do the thing where we used to blow in the cartridges.
hmm
Yeah, I don't know why that works, but it worked. What's up, critical? You want to talk? You're an atheist, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the topic?
yeah. It's just I was thinking about the topic, and I started thinking about how much this Jesus of a character even impact people, even if they like kind of step out of the religion and stuff, and some people can even struggle to even get back to being a regular human being. And I think that's some of the tough things that can happen to people, especially coming from a family pe- of religious people and stuff like that, especially people that believe in this book. And you can really struggle to adjust back like a regular human being after knowing the information you knew about this Jesus and knowing that you follow it before. And I think it's very hard for people. That's why I think it's the worst thing that happened to humanity.
I agree. I don't know if you were listening to the conversations yesterday. There was a guy that was up and he was saying that he uses this book, although he doesn't see Jesus as God, he uses some of the stories of Jesus to teach other young people how to be, uh, to rehabilitate them, right? Because he said that the story of Jesus stopped him from being a gangbanger. And I brought up the fact that by this point, about this time, he should be able to teach them how to be decent humans just based off of his own lived experience. And he shouldn't have to go to the stories of Jesus to do that. And it's almost like saying that you don't know how to be, that you can't give yourself credit for being a decent human, that you're only a decent human because Jesus made you decent. And Jesus, people need Jesus in order to be decent humans. And I saw a video of one of my mutuals who said, I'm deconstructing from Christianity. She said, I've deconstructed Christianity and now I don't know who I am. And like, it is a kind of like a whole new identity that when,
Yeah, yeah.
they don't know how to be who they themselves because they've been told to hate themselves, that they've been made to feel guilty for even giving themselves credit or loving themselves.
Yeah,
Now they just don't know how to the people don't know how to be.
yeah. I totally agree with you. And some, like, let's say for me, right? Even after all of the trying, I've been trying to adjust myself and try to think about how to engage with other people without relating my life to this book. I still up to now struggle to have like a uh, mutual conversation with somebody of the LGBT community because it was something that I had this kind of hate in my. I won't call it. It was actually a hate, I would say, because as soon as I see them, I feel different. It gave me that kind of disgust. And I just have this crazy thought in my head, in my head about those people, and I would not really like. I usually didn't like to engage with them, to even have conversation with them and stuff like that. When I start when I start to deconstruct myself, I can now basically have a conversation with them and kind of at least talk to them. But as I see them on the first go, I just have that little bit of that same feeling every time. I gotta remind myself and then try to engage with them. And I kind of basically encounter these people every day because of the job I do, and I struggle with trying to just see them as regular people, and
Um,
is becoming like it's some of the hardest part of the process that I'm going through.
and like I think the uh best thing to do, right, is kind of get to the root of that, right? And why you, like, I know a lot of it comes from the belief that you were taught, right? Um, that they are an abomination and that, you know, they are sinful. And now that you have deconstructed that belief about them, I think there's, you know, still that part of you, right, that maybe lack some understanding or some knowledge that's keeping you from seeing them as yourself, right? Because you're a human who don't do everything perfect, but why are you willing to or struggling to see them as humans, like yourself, who don't do everything perfect? Even it, like, not even saying that who they are is sinful, but if in your mind you're still struggling with seeing their existence as just their existence, but you're still seeing it as a sin, as a deconstructed believer, why are you still willing to or wanting to look at them like they're not you? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and if I think and that's a pretty good point. If I think of it, I think just it's not just because of the Christianity aspect of it. It could probably be because of the society that I basically spent the rest of my life with, how it was more. And I think that society is heavily influenced by Christian doctrine. So but even if you can see people from that region today holding phone and saying harmful things, like straight up harmful things, not even trying to think about what they are saying, that they are even they are even talking about doing this thing to another human beings. But I live among them. I had similar stuff, and me getting out of Christianity, I think is helping me to see the wrongness in those thoughts. But as soon as let's say I gotta have myself check every time I encounter I encounter these people. I gotta have myself check to have a conversation with them. It's not it don't happen like something if I meet a person and then I just have a fluent conversation with that person without thinking about who they are, what they do, and other thing. And it's something that I struggle with.
And that's understandable, right? That's all of a part of deconstruction. And I'm not the best person to kind of give an experience share on that. I don't know if there's a dragon in here that experienced that, because like I said, when my daughter is bisexual, when she came out to me, like I was raised to believe that homosexuality was a sin, and I never thought that, but I was also afraid to question it or speak up against it. But when my daughter came out to me as bisexual, like it didn't bother me. I let her know that everything is everything. But I also, that was the moment that I started to research what I had been taught, because my mom wanted to talk to my daughter. So I was like, no, I'm not about to let you do that. I'm not about to let you mess with her mind and have her hating herself. And so I started researching, like, where did this idea come from? And so, like, I didn't have to deal with the not seeing LGBTQ people as human, because I always did. So, but I think the best advice is experience. And so I don't know if there's somebody in here that can help with that. Like, I can kind of share an experience and how you dealt with that. If there's a member of the LGBTQIA community, which I hate calling on y'all to do that. Like, it's not your job. You shouldn't have to do that. But I don't want to steer anybody wrong here. But it's all a part of deconstruction, and you just have to be very proactive, right? In deconstructing that mindset, because that's what it is right now, is a mindset. And I get it, and on the continent, the homophobia on the continent is very high. Like, people get executed, right? And I
Yeah,
agree with you that it's probably not just the fact that you were taught this the way we are taught it here in the West. That is, it's embedded deep in the society there, even if you're not religious. But you have to be proactive and aware when these thoughts come, right? Tariq, I'm gonna block you because I don't know what the fuck. Like, you keep doing this shit every live. You have to be proactive and aware of your thoughts, aware of how you're feeling, and then you have to remind yourself and talk to your body, hey, this is wrong. Right? Like why are you looking at them like they're not human? They got 2 legs, 2 feet, sexual desires, they shit piss the same way you do, they get sick, they love the same way you do, right? You just have to retrain your body and retrain your mind.
Yeah, I think that would be something I have to that I'll have to do to adjust myself in the way I think towards the people of the community. And some sometimes I be thinking otherwise, maybe is coming from somewhere else, because let's say on the continent, especially from about especially where I'm from, right, we kind of see it in this like people who take this path are doing it as a ritual to get money, and they will kind of give other people money and kind of, what's it called, we call it, it's called cash violence, right? They kind of give other people money to do it to them. And I used to know a lot of my friends, few, not a lot, few of my friends who started going that path because of financial struggle they was going through and stuff, or because they wanted to be a certain spots that certain people who were attracted to them was, but those people that were attracted to them use that as a form of as a way to kind of, what's it called, take advantage of them so that they can put them to that spot. And I think some, maybe, I don't know if that's where the anger is coming from, or but it's just crazy that I can struggle to see it in any other light than what our society was viewing it from. And I'm not. I don't think about hurting. It was something that would be in my thought back then, but now it's not part of my thought. I even think consciously of even saying bad words to other people now, but it's just the first thought of disgust that kind of run to my mind on first sight, and then I have to check myself and say, nope, that's not okay, and just move forward. And sometimes I will even have a fluent conversation with them, forgetting that I even had that thought.
Do you have friends in the community or
No,
family members in the community?
no. Um,
That open book is saying and that you need to be around more, but I don't know. Like I'm very cautious, um and again, it's not my place to talk here, but I would be weary of putting yourself in uh environments where they are in case you say something that is harmful, until you've done enough work, at least can see their humanity. So I don't know if that is a good idea. Um, but I think to like, so like you there's not anyone in your family that is LGBTQI that has been ostracized, or uh, you just
not that I know of. Basically, the I had this friend that we used to play soccer together, and he kind of became part of the community, but then he lost his life. Like, he became part of the community, but he was kind of holding it to himself and keeping it secret because it was a little bit of strong cause of confusion around it, or what we would call it. He People was kind of assuming that he do that because he was trying to get sponsorship to go to Europe to play professional soccer, and that's how we see those type of move in the society. And we knew a lot of our friends who I used to play soccer. We knew few of our friends who we thought did that to get sponsorship to go to Europe, and they didn't. Um, it didn't turn out well with them. It was like a speculation that they kind of die of disease because um because of what happened to them trying to do what trying to take that path. Yeah, it was that kind of speculation around their stories. And even the ones that were a little close to me that I knew of, he kind of died, like, sorry, not he kind of lost his life like 2 years ago.
But like,
So it
it's almost like
wasn't.
straight people think that they don't get diseases. Like I like attaching disease to that community as if you know as a straight person you would be disease free, or that the diseases that not the diseases, because we all get the same damn, we all are prone to the same damn diseases. It's like saying that because you are a straight person, you don't get diseases, or your diseases are different from somebody who is in the LGBTQIA. Right, so that's a belief that you need to deconstruct, or but
Yes,
also if you
it's
saw
actually
if you saw a person who is of the LGBTQIA community being harmed, would you stop them? Would you speak up, or would you just walk away?
definitely I will. I like like I said, right? Not with now with the thoughts that I have towards human beings, I definitely will. Um, but it's just I was saying that it's just the first instant that I struggle with. It's just that first instant. I can After that can if I put myself on a check, I can literally have a conversation or like engage with the person with with normal thoughts. But it's just the first instant as soon as I have the first glance of the person.
Yeah. And like I said, that's just going to be a part of you deconstructing, right? I
Yeah,
mean, the fact that you're saying that you would speak up and you would stop them from hurting, like you know that they're human, and so it's not that you don't see them as humans. Like your body is still responding to, or your mind is still responding to the indoctrination that they are doing something wrong, right? And so I would say just continue to deconstruct that thought, because even though you have accepted information that to deconstruct that thought of what you've been taught religiously, mentally you still need to accept it, right? You may think that you have, but there's still some homophobia or bias deep down that you just need to work on. And like deconstructing isn't a quick thing, like it's not a supernatural thing. When you recognize these things, it's important that you acknowledge them as you're doing right now, and that first thought, right, is something that you need to pay attention to and correct as soon as it comes. And it's kind of like when I shared with y'all how I changed the conversation that I was having with myself about myself, right? When I would tell myself when I hated who I was, and I would tell myself that this God didn't love me and that I needed to end my life. While I'm get laying down in the bed at night, the voice is saying God doesn't love you, unalive yourself, right? And I had to take hold of that voice, right? And so this was when I was still a believer. As soon as that thought would come, I would change it to the don't to does really quickly. I wouldn't even let it get all the way to doesn't. So that was me taking hold of the thought as soon as it came. And then if the thought to take my life came, I would take a hold of that thought, right? And say to myself, you don't want to die. Like, why are you telling yourself this? Right? So changing the conversation that I was having with myself in my mind, and realizing that, it's me that's having these thoughts. It's me, my internal dialogue, and that I was in control of that. And I think that might be helpful for you, because you recognize that it's the first thought, right? And
Yep.
so you're gonna have to, as soon as that first thought come in, you're gonna have to grab it and change it.
Okay. Yeah. I agree with you, and I think I will try to do that, and it's something that I I don't do often. I don't try to change it. I just try to not think about it and check myself. My first reaction would be, my first after I have that first thought. What I can do to check myself is just see them as a person, and if I try to do that, I cannot be looking at them in the glance of, okay, what their sexual identity is. I can just try to have regular conversation with them, and just talk to them just based on the voice.
Yeah, like, and then maybe like ask yourself what their sexual identity has to do with you at all, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not the one in relationships, in sexual or intimate relationships with them, right? You're not the one in their bedroom with them. So like, kind of have that conversation with yourself, like, why do I even care? As long as they're, not uh raping somebody, right? They're not, essaying children. Like, why do I give a damn about their sexual life? That's their business. That, like, they're not asking you who you sleeping with.
Yeah.
And then ask yourself, why do I feel like I have the right to privacy of how I have a sexual life, but they don't? Like, why do I have? Why am I making myself or giving myself the privilege to be in relationship with who I want to be in relationship with, sleep with who I want to sleep with, just because I'm not LGBTQIA? You know.
Yeah. I agree with you, Tinker, and thank you um for your thoughts on that. It was just something that I was trying to see if other people have that struggle, because um even with me telling myself that I'm out of this religion, and I'm constantly trying to work on not aligning myself with a lot of the doctrines and teaching that goes with the religion. My body and my mind is still responding in other ways, was about the religion. And sometimes, like, let's say, because my mom is still a Christian, and sometimes I don't I don't want to kind of talk about these things with people, right? And sometimes when me and her working, we go to the stores and stuff, and she sees somebody of the community, and she will it's just something that she always do, and I don't know how to engage with her to tell her it's not okay to not do. Or every time she sees somebody of the community, she will kind of give me or hints, like, almost like, look at that person, in a joking form, like laughing at them or something. It's not something that I feel okay about, but I can just give that kind of not wanting to just turn down what she's trying to give and not really wanting to engage in the conversation she's trying to something with. But it's just something that I keep struggling with to align myself with the worldview I have now and the worldview with the people that is around me constantly.
Is it because you don't want to disrespect your mom? Because like
I,
my mama know that if she say some shit, I'm gonna say something. I've always been a very vocal person. Um, like you can't be around me and do that. Like being my mom or not. Um, when I was younger, I did it because I didn't quite understand it. I hadn't deconstructed, right? But today, like they know, don't say that stupid shit around me. Like, and I call them out and I tell them what it is, right? That's homophobic. That's racist. That's uh sexist, right? Or that's a slur. Like, why are you saying that? You know. Um, but not everybody feels comfortable. Uh, rebuking their parents when they do something, or setting boundaries and enforcing those boundaries when it comes to their parent. But that's something that eventually you're going to have to do, or she's going to keep doing that around you. You're like, eventually you're going to have to speak up on that and let her know that you're not okay with that. And then
yeah,
even to the point of shame, damn near. She's going to have to feel shameful of making those types of comments around you, and period. Deja, you wanted to ask him a question?
Yeah, so as somebody who's part of the LGBT community, is there anything like questions or maybe something I can clear up for you? I've kind of been listening, in the comment section, just to you talk, and I don't know, maybe there's something that you just want to know or something that I can maybe give you a different view on.
I haven't really thought about the question I will have for people for a person of the community. It hasn't been something that I've really sit and think about like that. But like I can kind of struggle with um how 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 do people of the community kind of see other people that are not part of them and stuff like that. How do y'all engage with those people knowing that this person might like me or might not like me? Not just in little I'm when I say not like me, I mean like mostly in a hateful way. That's what I'm referencing. How do people of the community live with that? Because there are a lot of people of that character that is in the world, and they kind of would do anything to get their point across on people of that community. And I'm stating that because coming from the place I grew up at.
So are you asking how do I deal with people who have hatred towards the LGBT community?
Yeah.
So for me personally, I don't deal with them. For example, family members. I just remove myself from their general facility. Like, I want to protect myself. I want to protect my emotions, my feelings, and I can't do that if I'm in a space with people who don't have love for me because of who I love. I literally grew up with a super religious family. We went to church on Sundays. I used to always hear you're going to hell for being gay, or a lady even told me that my relationship failed because the people I choose to love is an abomination. So once I got older, I realized that I didn't want to be around these people, and I have the choice to not be around these people. But for some people, they don't have that choice. Recently, I just began to just let those people go because a lot of the times there's nothing that you can do to change people's mind. They're so deeply indoctrinated into what they believe, and that belief tells them that we're sinners, that we're going to hell, and that we need to be changed, we need to be fixed. I mean, they used to have what? They used to send LGBT people to those places to get them to try to fix them. Well, I forgot what those hospitals were, but you know,
Conversion camp.
I yeah, conversion camps. Um, I don't think that you should. I don't think that you should just jump right into the community, like somebody said that you should be around them more. I do believe that you should get more information and a better understanding before you interact with certain people, because some of the things that you can say can be taken the wrong way, and a lot of people just want a place to feel safe. Because I breathe like you do, I eat like you do, I bleed like you do. You know, I live my life, work. I'm a veteran. I'm just a regular person. I just happen to like the same sex.
Yeah, and as I see that now, living in this part of the world, I see that clearly, and that's why I'm trying to adjust my morals about these topics and stuff. And but given where I came from, I know you will you I don't know if you will understand the societal complexity of this stuff to where I came from, but here is I think you heard the conversation I was having with Tinker.
Can I ask you a really quick question, Critical?
Yeah, yeah.
What would you say to a white man who says, "Hey, I grew up in predominantly evangelical spaces that did not see black people as human. I was taught that black people weren't human. I was taught they were inferior. I was taught that, they were lazy, that, we were the chosen, but I'm deconstructing that, and I'm learning to see the humanity in you. But whenever I see you or another black person, my first thought is they're not human or they're inferior." Like, what would you say to that person?
Hmm. I think what I would say would be um giving 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 a little bit of time to yourself to understand, like to
And you
understand.
don't even have to answer it right now, because what I want you to do is be honest with yourself, right? And that
Yeah,
might be um, something that you need to sit down and think about, right? And allow yourself to be 100% authentic with yourself, and how you would feel to have an evangelical white person say that to you, to say that I'm having difficulty accepting that you are human too. Because, like, I know I hear you getting ready to say that you would say to them, I understand that, like, it's a slow process, but is that really really what you would say, and how you would feel to hear a white person say, I'm like, I'm deconstructing my belief that you're not human, but I'm having difficulty with that belief? Is that really what you would say to them?
nah, I don't think so.
Yeah. So, and I don't want you to answer here, because there's almost 700 people, well, there is 700 people listening to you. Ask yourself this in private. Write it down. Be honest with yourself, and go from there.
And one more thing before you go and I jump down. Um, a lot of people, and I don't know if you're one of those people, think that being a part of this community is a choice. And I just want you to think like it's not a choice, because in real life, nobody would choose to be hated, ostracized. No one would choose this life if they had a choice.
It's and I I'm kind of that was some of the first thing that I had to reconcile with, because um as I saw a person that was literally all my life I knew him. He had this strongly feminine character, but because like I was saying, because of where we were, he kind of forced himself to be in a heterosexual relationship all along. But you could literally see the behavior in him, and even if you don't know him at all, as soon as you see him, you will assume that he is part of the community. And I think when I get to learn that, I get to start to think about, I don't think people choose this. I think it is what they are. And that was some of the first thing that I had to learn.
Yeah, because when you're born, there's no two little options that appear above your head that choose between being straight and being LGBT.
Yeah, I agree with you. And like I said, I'm trying to work on my on thoughts towards the community, and I would try my some of it may be coming from somewhere else that I'll have to look into. To and that was a good suggestion that Tinker gave me to later reference it to what I would think about a white person saying this to me, and I think that's really really helpful. I I will have to think about that much harder than what I was trying to say earlier. Thank you, Tinker, for that.
You're welcome. And I think, what you're, being honest about is a real thing, because once you deconstruct the religion, you have society, right? Also that you have to deconstruct from. And I know, like, where you're from, um, the it's damn near the law, I think, to against, to not be homosexual, and like it's the anti LGBTQ indoctrination and hate is very prevalent in the society itself, even amongst, non-religious people. So you have to deconstruct that as well. So I
Yeah,
mean, like, I appreciate you for being honest. Like, that's the first step, right? Because a lot of people could pretend, and that's dangerous as fuck.
I totally agree with you. It is harmful to kind of pretend to be okay with something that you know deep down you haven't solved the problem of you struggling with it. And it's not just harmful to you, it's harmful to the people you are trying to engage with that are part of those community. And I don't think it's something that people should do. And that's what I was trying to that's my thought on, because I've been listening to this topic basically like a week now, and I think like it's been like 2 weeks since you've been using this topic, and it is something that I have been trying to think about, like even when people leave the religion, it is so harmful that even when people leave the structure of it, they are left with things in their mind that guide them basically their whole life to struggle with, to readjust them. And that's why I think is some of is the worst thing that happened to him, we as human beings.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, and I appreciate you for, for coming up and for sharing that, because I mean, it is the after effects of this indoctrination, this book that teaches hate as love. I agree.
Yep. All right, Tinker. Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, let me hop down. Thinker, thank you for having me up on panel. Also, thank you for that previous video that you did on your page, your last video. That was awesome.
Oh, you're welcome. Y'all don't have to thank me for that. But I appreciate you for coming up and being willing to help through that. I know that it's a lot to hear people say, I'm struggling to see your humanity, and I don't ever expect y'all, right, to, do the hard work when it comes to deconstructing this uh, idiotic ass belief. But I appreciate you so much for being willing to do that.
Thank you. The only reason why I was able to come up is because one, I felt like he was being honest. I feel like he was being genuine, and the other part is because you created a safe space. So I know that you would never allow anybody to come at me for who I am. So that.
Absolutely.
All right. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Be easy, friend. Appreciate you.
You too, also.
Hey, Fee.
Hey y'all, good
Morning.
morning.
Good morning. How are
Morning.
you?
I'm doing good. Y'all have a good night.
It's been an interesting night.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been an interesting night. Most of our good conversations, as always, most of them come from nerds. Um, Christians did their deflecting thing like they always do.
We did have that one nice lady.
Yeah, we did. But you know what? You know what was in my mind, um, the whole time.
We
This is
damn near
why I don't
deconstructed.
give them their. This is why I don't give them their kudos when they come up playing all nice, because they
Oh
self
yeah,
destruct.
absolutely,
Your voice, your
absolutely.
fucking voice was in my head the whole damn time. But yeah,
I
she
mean,
was. She was nice.
I don't be missing those.
Hmm. All right, y'all. It's been a second. It is 5:15. The last time that we had, a guest before critical, it's been what, an hour and a half, almost 2 hours. Um, so I'm gonna do one more call. We'll do it till 5:30, and see if we get some conversations going. But there are 700 people listening to the live, and we shouldn't be having to like beg for conversations. And so when there's nobody in the guest box, that tells me that we are done. Sandra? Hello, Sandra, are you there? Okay. Were they finna say something, or did y'all hear something?
I did
Heard a
something.
little something, something.
It was like a
I don't know if they came up on accident or what, but if you're there and you meant to request again. But I called your name twice, so I'm not sure. But if you are a deconstructing believer, that means that you currently believe or you have decided to deconstruct. Um, if you are an atheist or if you are a believer and you are comfortable having, uh, uncomfortable conversations about your belief system and you can be respectful, the guest box is open. Sandra,
Yeah,
Did you request up on accident or on purpose?
on purpose.
Are you Sandra's kid?
Yes.
All right, go to bed. We don't talk to kids. Anne? Okay. Can y'all block Daff, please? The fuck? She irritating. Uh, Kemet Life.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thanks for asking.
Can I
So,
get your age, please?
I am 31.
And are you a deconstructing believer, an atheist, or a believer?
I would say I am agnostic.
Okay, so the conversations are about the God of the Bible. Um, it's specifically geared towards the Bible, not some idea of a God, and not philosophical. Okay.
Okay. I understand. I've actually watched your lives for a while now and chimed in. In the times that you all come on live and have these conversations with people, it's usually at times like at the night where I'm just like kind of battling with my own mind sometimes, and I'm in my own head and I can't sleep. And so the topics that you all have conversation about, I can say that I've related to it for a while now. And I've never really had the courage to come up on the panel and actually have a conversation of any sort. So I don't know what encouraged me tonight, but I definitely just randomly received that courage to, I guess when I saw the guy that you all were just speaking with, and you all being patient, and it was a demonstration that I've seen when people are truly trying to understand and not trying to force their beliefs on anyone. It's a good example that you all don't just attack people for trying to understand. There's a difference that I've seen. When people come in here and try to force their beliefs, it's a different response that I've personally witnessed through just randomly kind of seeing that you all were live, or I happen to come on social media and see you all are live. So much respect to you all for that. So anyone that's trying to, you know, misperceive this particular panel as you're trying to attack people or indoctrinate people, that is truly a misconception, because that is not what I have witnessed anytime that I've personally came into this live. So thank you all for that space, and truly being a space where people can come and not feel attacked and be in a safe space, and any questions that they have about their own belief system or things that they may be battling in their minds. I feel like a lot of people struggle with that and they're just not honest with themselves. And I've struggled with that thought for years, since I was a child. And I grew up where my family grew up Christian per se. It was, I felt like my grandmother forced us in the church, and she didn't even know how, if she, what she was. So like she grew up Catholic, and we would always kind of bounce around the different churches. I recall some that were predominantly black, some that were predominantly white, and she never consistently went. And so I would always be confused because I'm like, well, why are we going to these different institutions? And I realized that my grandmother would use the Bible to her own benefit, I would say. Like if she's trying to get a point across, she would quote the Bible, but then would misquote it, and put it in her own words. And I just think that it would be wrong, because I'm like, what related it to put in best terms, how Medea would quote the Bible is basically how my grandma would quote the Bible in my head. Like, oh, it's along the lines of something. I'll just make up my own verse, basically, and I don't care what you think about it. That's my beliefs, and that's what your beliefs as well. And so I always found that was wrong. And I was raised by my grandparents. And so the difference that I saw is that my grandfather wasn't a necessarily religious person. He couldn't even really read or write. And so he didn't ever quote the Bible per se. He just kind of stayed general, and with the good Lord, he kind of just stuck with that. He never quoted the Bible and tried to say that anyone was going to any particular place because they were being disrespectful. He just kind of just stuck in his beliefs and didn't try to force it on anyone. However, my grandmother was the complete opposite. And so I remember growing up and having questions, and I don't feel like my family was able to actually answer those questions. And so I started to question Christianity myself. And I started to feel like I don't feel like this is a space that I want to be a part of. And so I made the decision to stop going to church. And it wasn't like my family consistently went anyways. So it wasn't really forced on me, in a sense. So that's when I started to like create my own belief system. And when I was battling with my parents being absent in my life and my grandparents raising me, and some of the mental just abuse that I went through with my grandparents, and being in like dark rooms by myself and just questioning my existence, I remember just how dark it was for me. And personally, the only thing that got me through those dark spaces was talking to myself and being empowering to myself in my brain, manifesting a life of choosing what I want out of life and making those necessary actionable things, applying the things that I want changed to my own life. And I started that at a very young age. So I realized that, wow, I'm actually in more control of my world than I realized, or than what other people in my life realized. Like, I realized that the relationships that my mother and my aunt were in, as far as men, they were keeping themselves in those situations. And they were keeping themselves in that drama when they could simply just remove themselves. They didn't have connections with these individuals. They didn't have children with these individuals. And so I didn't understand, like, at a young age, I started to see, like, why are you sitting in your pain? No one has in this situation, and I know people experience different situations, but in what I've witnessed growing up, no one had a gun to their head to tell them and force them to be in these relationships. However, they chose to sit in their pain. And I would always tell myself there's no way that I would promote any type of relationship and just sit in what I know is not progressing or evolving, or we're not understanding each other. And so I couldn't understand why anyone would do it. And so now, like, even in my own personal relationships, as I have grown up, if I see an issue with a relationship, I'm so easy to just cut things off and move on. And that's with my own family at this point. Like, I literally don't talk to anyone in my immediate family at all. and I haven't talked to anyone consistently for about a year now. And like my mother, I haven't talked to her in like 2 years. I haven't talked to my grandmother in 2 years. And my aunt, I feel like, has been like the true ringleader of the separation from my family, because of her belief system. And she's now like a ordained preacher, which I feel to be find to be just a whole made up thing. I feel like what she's in is a cult, and it's not just something that I necessarily follow. And so when she started to try to force her beliefs on me, I got into a space where I didn't want to be a part of that. And I let her know that she was not going to force her beliefs on me. And I was in control of my own mind, and I didn't respect what she was following. And I wanted her to just simply respect my beliefs. And she crossed those boundaries when I explained that to her. And so that's when she started to get disrespectful towards me, that's when I started to get disrespectful towards her. She made a comment one time because I had crystals, and I would wear crystals, for my own. That's something that I found to be protective of myself once I started to do research on it. And she would make crystals like, oh, well, you're the one that's walking around with a rock around your neck and this and that. And I'm like, oh, okay. Clearly, you don't understand the significance of a stone and the power within anything. You just believing in that book that a man wrote. So I would tell her things like that, and we would get into arguments and different things. And that's when I knew that she was completely indoctrinated at that point, and that she didn't know how to basically have a thought of her own. And she was easily impressionable and gullible in a sense. She's always been gullible, in my opinion. She's been gullible with the men she chooses. She's been gullible with just relationships with people in general. So I've never been like that. I have always been an independent thinker. I follow my own path. Like, if I've never been a follower, I've always just did my own thing. And if people didn't like it, I didn't care. Like, growing up, as far as being in high school and things, I wasn't a follower. Like, I always, when I turned 16, I started working and taking care of myself, and I stayed in my own lane. And I didn't care about having friends. I was just worried about getting out of my grandparents' home and creating a life for myself that I could live independently. And I can say to this day that I am living that life that of independence. I'm in my own lane, and I don't really care about what people think about it. I don't care about people's opinions because it doesn't pay my bills at the end at the end of the day. So yeah, sorry. They saying you nodded off. I don't.
I'm here. I'm listening. Like
I
I
sorry,
decide
I'm
what
so long
conversations.
winded.
No, it's okay. There was something that you said at the beginning that made me want to hear you out, and like it reminded me of myself. So like, there are rules in the space, but I'm the one that gets to decide when, there's a conversation that I want to participate in, and so I wanted to hear you out.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. So because I have been listening to your lives for a while now. It's probably been really. I came across your live years ago, and then I got off of TikTok for a while to disconnect from social media, and then I came across you again somehow. So been following you again. So yeah, this is the first time I actually had the courage to come up and speak amongst just, a bunch of people, I guess. So yeah, where did I leave off? Just being in my own lane, basically. And still to this day, it doesn't matter. I respect people's opinions, but I also feel like opinions have boundaries as well, where you can voice your opinion and we can agree to disagree. And however, you can't force your beliefs on anyone. And that's where I have come to terms with anyone. You know, if someone is a believer of Jesus, then and that's a space where they feel safe and that's what they want to follow, then so be it. I don't have a problem with how people choose to feel empowered. My issue comes in is when people try to force their beliefs on me. To me, that's completely disrespectful because I'm not going around forcing my beliefs on anyone. If you ask me to pray with you, um, that's when it's like, okay, I'm a little uncomfortable because we have a different belief system. Respectfully, I don't wish to pray with you because I don't know with your energy channels and how who you choose to follow. And so respectfully, I don't want to be in that space because what I do in my personal life to empower myself is different, that looks different. And so I feel like that should be its own sacred space within yourself. That shouldn't be something that you need extension an extension of. Personally, I feel I see people all the time in groups and families that, you know, pray together, but they don't necessarily stay together. Like they talk about each other behind each other's backs, and it's just this whole network of so much drama and chaos. And I'm like, you all are just fake. Like, I don't do one thing I've never done is the fake stuff. I have always been a person that I prefer the truth. And that's what's gotten me in trouble since I was a kid and into so many different disagreements with my family because I'm not going to, if I have something on my mind, I'm not going to hold back what I feel. You're going to get the truth of what I'm feeling. And that's something even my aunt has admitted. I actually initiated therapy with her, and it started off well, and then it kind of went left. And so, back on topic, I think I'm rambling now. I've been rambling actually, but that's just my perspective. Thanks for giving me this space to express that. Um,
You're
anything?
very welcome. Like when you said in the beginning, um, you know, that these are the times when you're like just in your head. Like it reminded me like of myself, right? And the more you spoke, you reminded me of myself and my place in my family, which my family is very religious. Um, and when you said, I don't know how to be fake, right? And like if there's something that you don't agree with, the question that you have, you're very vocal about it. And that's the thing that got you in trouble with your family. You talked about, you know, how you haven't spoken to your family in years. And those were, you know, times for me too when I was in my head and couldn't sleep at night. Nights where I would cry because I didn't understand why I was so fucking different from my family, and why I couldn't just be the thing that they needed me to be within this religion and with this God. Um, and the thing is, like, I don't know how to be fake. And I hated myself for that. I hated the way that I was created because it was costing me my family. I haven't lived with my family since I was 14 going on 15 years old. And then when I would go back home to visit, like it felt like, you know, me visiting, if anything, not with me, like I didn't belong, like, you know what I'm saying, like I was a an outsider visiting the home. And like I a big part of it was because of how vocal I was about what I didn't agree with the things that I was seeing, and then I didn't agree with, like, with the God, and that it kept me in my head a lot. And it wasn't until, right, as I was telling critical thinking, that I started changing the conversation that I was having with myself in my head on those nights that I was laying there, could, inside my head and my thoughts, wondering why me, like why is it that I'm the one, you know, that don't have a relationship with them? Why out of two daughters, why doesn't she want a relationship with me? Like I used to think all that stuff. But yeah, like I'm glad that you're saying that you got to the point to where you don't care about people's opinions anymore, because that's how I had to get to that point, get to see worthy and value in myself, and realizing that I'm not the problem, right? Like I am who I am. And if that, even when it comes down to my mom, my brothers, my sisters, I am who I am. And if they cannot accept that, that's their problem, not mine, you know? But yeah, like you kind of remind me of myself in when I was younger.
Yeah, a lot of what you discuss and the topics that you have. And one thing that I really appreciate about you is that you're able to back up what you say. You come with the resources like, oh, do you want to go over the Bible? Do you want to depict the word? I love that, because it's like you want to come in, force your beliefs on me, but let's depict the word and let's both understand it. And most people, they can't even really comprehend what they're actually believing or what they believe to be is true. And I've always found that if you read the Bible, everyone's gonna get their own understanding of it, because people's comprehension and understanding is different based on a lot of different circumstances. To number one, let's start with comprehension. Number two, let's start with the way people, um, their upbringing and what they were told. So I've always felt like in church, a pastor will take the word and give you a story with it, right? And then people start to believe the story that the pastor has connected to a story from the Bible in their own relation. So in that, in my opinion, that's manipulating people in general, because how do we know that's what God is saying truly? If there's people that believe in one God, or this is the God and Almighty, why are you accepting word from another person that's not technically quote unquote a God, or you would refer to as a God? So I would always be confused with that, because I'm like, I'll be in church and they'll make comments, about people's sexuality and things like that, and how the Bible sees that. And I'm like, but you do see that judgment is also a sin in the Bible, and you're judging people in the sacred temple. So I'm confused on the point that you're trying to make. You're contradicting yourself just within the word itself. So how can you sit there and say that, God doesn't love people who like the same sex, or, are not following, his image of whatnot? I'm not even going to sit there and try to quote it like I read the Bible, but from what I remember hearing. So that's when I knew then that people in the church were hypocritical, including the fact that what I saw on the back ends. I've always been an observer, and people are so messy in the church. And I'm like, this is not a space of true praise, because you all are fake. You act like you're holier than thou, and then you go behind one another's back and you talk shit about each other. And I don't feel like that's of God. If that's the God you serve, then that's great for you. But in my ideology, that's not how I would perceive God to be and would want us to be. If it never made sense to me, and I never was a person to be in groups where there's drama. And that's why I'm okay with being away from my family, because it's been peaceful. It's been peaceful not having to be in the middle of other people's drama. When I realized that all the chaos that was happening in my life was because of other people, and I took that control back, that's when I started to see another light. The
Yep.
isolation has given me a space to think for myself and truly build out my own dreams and my own goals that I couldn't necessarily do before because it was so noisy in my environment. And I had so many things distracting me. And so now that I'm in a space of isolation, and granted, it gets lonely sometimes, but lonely is where I get to dream. And so I sit with myself and I educate myself, or I don't know, I find my own ways to occupy myself. You know, I have my own support system. And that's what has, I feel like, has helped me to elevate, to really figure out what I want to do in my life and where I want to go and what are my dreams. When I was a child, I didn't have time to think about my dreams because my environment was so noisy. All I was thinking about is getting out of my grandparents' home. And it's like I actually used to dream of not talking to my family and just going live a separate life and not involving myself with them. And I'm like, wow, look at that. I manifested what I wanted. And now I see where all the chaos in my life was coming from. I don't have drama in my personal life. My life is peaceful. I have control of that. Like, wow, it wasn't even that hard. It just took myself to remove myself from an environment so that I could think for myself and not be fed like, oh, this is what you should believe. This is what you should do. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to do what the hell I want to do because this is my life.
Hmm.
And I take my power back.
Yeah, and they'll make you feel like you are crazy for that.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, they'll make you feel like something's wrong with you because you are in this space of isolation, like it's a bad thing, right? Society through this religion makes people feel like they have to search for the other half of them with that damn Adam and Eve story. You have
Yeah.
to have a significant other. You need to have uh children in the life in your life. You need to have a community group where a church group that you go to, or like people around you. Like there needs to be noise around you, and if there's noise around you, then you're okay, right?
Right.
Even if the house is burning the fuck down, right? As long as all of that is around you, then you're okay. But the moment that you say, you know what, fuck this, get me out of this circle, get me out the middle of this circle, I don't want to participate in it anymore, and you step out of line and you isolate, then something's wrong with you. And they try to make you second guess yourself, right? Or put that guilt on you and that shame on you because you prefer it, or you might not even prefer it, but you need that at that moment so that, like you said, you can get away from the noise and find the peace that it is that you've been, you know, shit, praying for all this damn time and wasn't finding it,
Hmm.
you know. And I remember, feeling that, like the guiltiness, or the oh, something's wrong with me because I'm not dating, or you know I don't go to church, and I don't enjoy the community of church. Like I literally thought something was wrong with me. But like you said, like this is the happiest that I have ever been in my life. This is the, if it, like, I don't use the word joy, but um if we talk about joy, I know what it is. And this time in my life is where I actually learned what joy meant, and what it feels like. And that feels like to be to exist, to allow life to happen, to embrace it, to enjoy it regardless, right? Like it doesn't mean that every day everything goes my way, you
Right.
know, but even when the things when the day doesn't give me what I want, I'm still happy. Like I'm still I feel like saying the word joy just feels so churchy, but I still have joy, if that makes sense. Like
Take it
there are
back for your own power. You don't have to connect it with that.
exactly, because like there are still things in the day that I'm like grateful for and excited for, right? Like the that one thing that went bad does no longer takes over my whole day. It no longer takes over my whole mind. Like I know how to go through something and really go through it and go to the next, even in the same day. And I didn't know how to do that when I was a believer. I would sit and soak and think over and over and over and over and over again. And in my book I talk about I call it the big mental like suitcase that I carried around with me in my mind. And I had to empty that motherfucker and burn it like mentally. Um oh my God. Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Hello? Can y'all hear me?
I
Am I back?
can.
We can hear you.
Okay. TikTok just flashed out. Um, but yeah, I had to empty it. Like I visualized myself taking that suitcase where I carried every motherfucking thing that happened to me that I would just sit and just play over and over and over in my mind. I visualized myself exactly emptying it out and burning that motherfucker. And so now like I know how to go through something um in the same day and still enjoy the fucking day.
I can relate to
It's
that.
it's
I
different.
can definitely relate to that. Even like recently, like I've chosen a new career path that I really enjoy. And however, I've been through two jobs, like person, like I walked off two jobs because I'm like, oh, this isn't serving me. So I'm gonna go, and I take that power of because that's my power to have. I'm not gonna stay in spaces where I feel like, oh, this isn't serving me. I'm not gonna be around this isn't in my idea of an ideal environment. And so now that I'm in like the headspace that I am, like I don't feel bad about making those choices because I'm going to figure it out regardless. You know, I know that I can get another job. I know that I'm in the season where, especially what I do as a career, I'm certified in my profession, one of which I pay for out of my own pocket. So and I know that there's a high turnover rate in what I do. And I know that there's an abundant amount of jobs in what I do. So I know I'll find another job. It's me season. It's not pick me season. It's I'm gonna pick what environments I want to be in. And if it's nasty and unprofessional, I don't want to give my energy to that every day. I take back that
Exactly.
power. Like I
Yeah.
literally have to come here every day, 5 days, 40 hours a week. There's no way I'm gonna come here and be dealing with someone else's chaos.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when we move in a world specifically that's been influenced by a religion that teaches the opposite, that's such a hard thing to do. So kudos to you for being able to do that because religion teaches you to just accept whatever you have and learn how to live with it. Don't make changes. You got to wait for God. When in actuality, any changes that are made, you've made them anyway. So that it does take a layer of stress off as well. I think when you're able to, like Thinker said, look at how you're thinking about stuff and see how much you're contributing to your own suffering. I was reading something the other day that was talking about, I think it was like a Buddhist meditation, I can't remember, but it was saying how we cannot avoid pain that because shit happens, right? Things are going to happen that are outside of our control, but we can voluntarily opt into suffering by how we think about what caused that pain or, that first arrow that we had no control over. But if we keep picking at it and putting it back, pulling it out, putting it back in, that's suffering that we're causing ourselves. And
Mm-hmm.
Christianity doesn't teach you to, okay, this is not serving me. I'm removing myself from it. It doesn't teach you to do that. It
Right.
teaches you to just accept it and figure out a way to thank God for it at the same time, which is wild work, in my opinion.
Or beg God to take it away.
Yeah, you have to literally
Exactly.
beg. Wow. I didn't choose, well, depending on who you ask, I didn't choose to be here. not consciously rather, but now I have to beg to get out of my own suffering. No, I'm gonna find a way out of my own suffering. Don't worry about it. I'm not about to sit here in my pain. I'm gonna figure it out, because there's ways for me to get out of that suffering as well. I'm not gonna just sit with it and wait around for an entity to give me the okay and thumbs up, like, okay, now you can move. No, I'm gonna move when I feel like I need to move.
Yeah, and that right there, they'll tell you that's demonic. They'll tell you that's a sin. You're thinking about yourself. You're putting yourself over God. They try to shame you for that, right? Because you aren't willing to wait around and wait for something to happen to you. And I was telling my daughter, like, she's a singer, right? Um, and we were talking about how to be confident, um, in her body. And I was like, look at, these singers right here. I sent her a couple of singers. I was like, look at the way they move, right? Like, they're comfortable in their body because they're confident in who they are, right? And I told her, I said, religion tells you, Jesus says, if you have to hate yourself to be his disciple. You have to, if you preserve your life, right, then you lose it. If you lose your life for his sake, then you gain it, and that's an eternal life. So you have to be willing to just sit around and wait for permission from a deity, or for permission from those who have appointed themselves as the spokesperson for the deity, to tell you God said okay. God said you could do this. God said such and such. And if you're not willing to do that, and you take your power back and you say, nope, I'm gonna make this happen, then you took it out of God's hands. And they try to scare you. Don't come crying to God. You'll be crying back when it goes wrong, because you tried to do it yourself. There used to be a saying in the church, to scare people out of putting their hands in God's plans. Don't put your hands in God's plans. Like, and it
That doesn't even
literally,
sound right.
exactly, like, literally, what all it means is sit and wait
Yeah.
on God.
Sit in your suffering.
Exactly. There's a song, I don't mind waiting. I don't mind waiting. Black people sing that song all the time, and damn near every black church. I don't mind waiting. But why do you have to? Why is it a sin for you to not fucking wait on a deity that you can't even see, that you only see in your dreams, to make shit happen for you? Like, who taught you that? You gotta ask yourself, who taught me that I'm supposed to wait?
Yeah. Exactly. Once I started to deconstruct all that, and I started to educate myself about the system that we live here in America in general, it started to connect in my mind, like, oh, this was man-made for control. And then my grandma has this very old Bible. It's like old as it looks like the original Bible that they edited or whatever. It's like, I remember she found it in this old abandoned home, and she got it in that house, and it's probably why there's so much chaos at that house, and her roof about to cave in. But like, literally her roof is about to cave in while all those people living in her house.
Oh my goodness.
But and they sitting in there with living in mold and all that, and I was trying to fix my grandma's house, and apparently I was doing something wrong, but whatever, sitting y'all suffering. So I remember I opened up that Bible and I looked at the first page, and the first page of that Bible said that this is an American edited version that the corporations all got together to edit, to pretty much, in some down the line, to indoctrinate people on what they want people to believe. And that's when it started to really wake up to me then as well. I was like, so all of my channeling and my de- deconstructing of this belief system was right there on the first page anyways. They're telling you right there on the first page what they're doing, and people still choose to follow.
But I think you mentioned something earlier that was very poignant, in that, like, the vast majority of believers don't know what's in this book. Like, they listen to the sermon that their preacher creates based off of a one verse, usually not about whatever subject he's preaching about, and they take that as gospel. So they don't feel the need to crack that book open. And then what's the purpose of opening the book if ultimately the only thing you can do is wait on God? Why am I going to read if all I can do is wait? That doesn't make any sense. So it creates this self-perpetuating cycle of complacency where people are told, nope, this is how we handle issues. This is what's the right thing to do. This is how you think. This is how you behave. And you expect that from your children. And so when folks like us come around, we're like, hold up. That doesn't make sense, and here's why, or here's why that's problematic for me, then we're labeled as the issues. And when in actuality, the issue is what the doctrine that you're attempting to teach that has no basis or relevancy in anything that's authentic to begin with.
Absolutely. They force relevancy. And I personally, I'm like, that, well, that doesn't serve me. That doesn't make sense for my life. So why would I follow that? I remember my aunt, she wanted to pray for me before I got on a plane ride. And that's the first time I took a plane ride and I experienced turbulence. And I told her after that plane ride, I said, let's not pray anymore because that's the first time I experienced turbulence. So keep that she was so offended, but I just told her, I'm like, I don't want any connection there because I'm like, it seems like your prayer just passed some bad energy or something to me. So she was so offended by that. And I'm like, look, now she's an ordained preacher. And I'm like, you're so gullible, though. I don't get it. Like, how could you lead people and you don't even know how to lead yourself? But hey,
Hey, that's the case for a lot of them.
like
Leading
you
people and they
literally
can't
can't.
lead themselves.
You cannot make an individual decision for yourself. You want to be in control so much. Like you're a Taurus. I understand you all want to be in control. No offense to any Tauruses, but or Tauri. That's how some Taurus are.
We don't want to be in control.
Hmm.
Not all Taurus, but my experience,
we
there's
playing.
a
We
lot
playing.
of Taurus that do like to be in control.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
But that's not
I
Cause
my
think
we
he's
do.
experience with
surrounded
all
by him right
Taurus.
now on the stage, though. To be real, like,
Down
Wait,
with the Tauruses. Down with the
watch
Tauruses.
it, watch it, watch it.
Play.
Well,
Don't
sorry,
play.
I'm an Aries, so we just kind of speak our minds. So
My condolences. No.
yeah. Oh, there you
That part.
go. There you go.
No, that part.
It's okay. It's okay. I have a respect for all zodiac signs, so we all our own thing. So, and within that, there's his own entity too. I know a lot of people don't believe in that, but I personally connect with it, and when I read about it, I have a lot of relation to it. So I've kind of stuck with astrology personally. So that's just one thing for me. So, but yeah.
well, I definitely thank you for getting the courage to come up today and sharing your story. Like I said, like honestly, everything that you said remind me of me, and it was damn near word for word of the way I told my story in my book. Not word for word, but like let me say the layout, right? Like everything that I was thinking and going through, and so I appreciate you for coming up and sharing, and I hope that you'll be back.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you for having this platform where people can come out and, express themselves and not feel attacked. Especially when they're just asking questions and they're not here to force their belief system. They're just here to, express their experiences and enlighten themselves. So, it's not a lot of spaces like that. And it did take a lot of courage for me to come up here with so many people watching at one time. But I'm happy I came and spoke with you all as well. So thank you again.
You're so welcome. Thank you, and I hope you have a great rest of well, it's morning now, so I hope you have a great rest of the morning.
Thank you. You too.
You're welcome. Bye bye. I remember those days. Goodness. That was such a reflection of how far I've come uh, on this deconstruction journey. Ooh, those were some hard ass nights. Man, goddamn. If you ever had like pain, like heartbreak, that it feels like you think your chest is gonna bust open. Those motherfucking nights was oof.
Mm-hmm.
Tree.
Hey there.
How are
How's it
you?
going? Good morning.
It's going good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Yeah, I was.
I'm good.
They done got on my ass in the comments. I was trolling in the
I
comments.
saw you. I saw you.
Yeah,
How
I
old are
don't.
you?
I'm 31.
All right. And based off of your comments, I can see that you are a believer.
No, that's the why I said I was trolling. I figured that if I said
No,
that,
you
then
were
you would have
saying
brought
some
me up
very
faster.
harmful things. No, I wouldn't have.
No, I didn't say anything harmful. I didn't tell anybody
You
that
were
they are sinners
no, no,
or.
no. I didn't say that you said that anybody was a sinner, right? Like you were when we were talking with Kemet, you were saying that we need help.
No, I was
Um,
talking to the people in
that
the comments.
you didn't add anybody. Who were you talking to?
It was too many people to add. They was on my ass.
Mm.
They was on my
I think
ass.
they were on your ass because of the stuff that you were saying, and so now you're not a believer.
Okay, I'm finna explain. So, like I just stated, Queen, when I said
Don't
what
call
I
me. I'm
said,
not. Don't call me queen. Okay.
apologies, thinker. When I said what I said, I thought that you would have brought me up. I was shot and paralyzed in 2012. I don't believe in none of that Christianity stuff.
So you were trying to manipulate me.
Not
Like
manipulate you.
yeah, you are. That's manipulative.
Well, yeah, but my
Instead of you
intentions
coming
were
in here,
malice.
hold on. Instead of you coming in here honest, right, authentic, right, you came in here with the intent to manipulate me to get me to do something that you wanted me to do and to be
Indeed,
dishonest. I don't like that shit.
indeed.
I don't respect that
I
shit,
trolled to try to get on your live to have a
and
conversation
I
with you.
don't respect that shit. I don't respect it one bit, and that tells me that I shouldn't even have a conversation with you. That tells me from the very beginning that you are dishonest.
What?
You don't see how that equals dishonesty?
No.
You don't see how you choosing to use manipulation to get me to do what you want me to do, lying
It's
in the
nothing that I
comments.
want you to
Hold
do.
on.
Why
You
we making it a
presented
deep thing?
yourself. Wait, you
Hey, bro,
presented
you gotta
yourself
chill the
as
fuck out.
something else in order to get your way, and then you come up here and switch it up and expect me to believe the switch up and enter a conversation with you and think that it's authentic.
You can either choose to have the conversation and see or not.
Okay, choice made.
I mean, what a fucking loser. I wasn't trying to manipulate you. I just wanted to alter reality to make sure that you do the thing that I wanted you to do. I want to
So
misrepresent the truth.
what? There was no reason to do no shit like that.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the glass guy clearly wasn't a Christian, so being a Christian was not gonna get you up on stage, bro. Y'all niggas be weird, bro. That's why I don't fucking defend y'all.
It is crazy. Look, now he back to being. Are you trolling again? Are you trolling again? Are you manipulating again? Are you? Did you type that so that I could bring you back up? Like, what's the plan now?
We got two people up here.
Oh, Cat bounced out when I added her. I don't think neither one of them are going to connect. Get out of my box. I'm not adding you. I'm not bringing you back up.
The crazy part is he said the choice is yours. Then you make the choice, and then it's well, actually, no, it's not your choice. I want to come back up again. Y'all niggas is mad weird. Fuck each and every one of you.
Also,
And then
every
gonna say,
time I
"How is
see
that a bad
somebody,
thing?"
right? Every time I see somebody type ASL, I think American Sign Language because what is
What does it
ASL?
stand for?
I don't know.
As hell.
As hell,
It's just
What?
shorthand for
as
as
hell.
hell.
Oh, I did not know that. Yeah, I'm showing my age. But the crazy part about it is,
Both
It's not the
oh my
best.
same.
goodness, because I
It's really not the
legit,
best.
because I was like, I was thinking ASL too, Selena. I'm like, what does that have to do with? I was so confused. I figured it would. I figured it would work itself out
No.
eventually, like context
Right.
clues. I don't know. But
Mm-mm,
what's crazy
mm-mm.
about that guy is that like he's in the comments saying that we were being dramatic, but you came in here pretending to be a whole ass different person in order to get what you
That
want. But we're
part.
being dramatic by responding to it with authenticity. Like, come on now. It's not about being dramatic. It's about being honest. And if you don't realize the issue with what you did, then you are the issue.
That's exactly what motherfuckers do, like narcissistic ass motherfuckers. When they try to get in relationships with people, like you present yourself as a whole nother person because you think that this is what that person is looking for, and you lie. You put on a mask and you lie and say, I'm everything that you're looking for. I'm this, I'm that. And as soon as that person let their guards down, as soon as they let you in, you take that motherfucker off and you fuck and wreck their life up because your intention was to get in. You are harmful. And the fact that you don't even see that you're harmful, you are even more harmful.
I mean, the lack of awareness was pretty evident when you said that, you came in here pretending to be a troll so you can get up on stage. That's manipulation. No, it's not. Then what is manipulation? Like, that is literally the definition of manipulation, and you don't even recognize it. No, self awareness is not your strong suit.
And don't forget, he tried to use his life story to kind of incur some
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
sympathy
Some
to try
empathy.
to see if he could make that blow down for like, bro.
Yeah, I peeped that too.
If you are a deconstructing believer, if you are an atheist, or if you are an actual, I don't know, what should I say, true believer now, since we had a fake believer, or is it different? Uh,
Yeah, I think they all think that they're the only true believers. So
yeah. If you are the only true believer, the guest box is open. Don't use caps in my comments. Caps are for mods only. One word will get you muted.
And MAGA Mexican is wild.
It shouldn't be. They voted in high numbers to get him in.
I know. It's just still wild, especially with what's happening.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But we don't want to say that day. We know what happened yesterday. Shecky Decky, are you in there on purpose or on accident?
I didn't hear most of the conversation with the guy that was up when was it Deja that was up talking to him about
Yeah.
his
Critical.
yeah. Yeah, I didn't hear most of his conversation. I was just waking up, but I do think that the subsequent conversations kind of lent to what I was thinking about listening to that conversation because it is it's such a hard line to toe when you don't want to do the emotional labor and mental work for someone else, but then at the same time recognize that we don't know what we don't know. None of us know what we don't know. So at a certain point, we all have to learn and we all have to adjust. And it's so difficult in spaces that are inclusive, that are safe, to come in and say, I hold this belief system and this is what I'm struggling with, because you don't know how it's going to be received. So I wanted to echo the same kudos that the other guests came up and shared, because I think, Thinker, you do such a good job at creating that safe space for everybody. And for a space to be safe and educational at the same time is a really difficult balance to strike. But I do think it's important because so many times somebody will say something that maybe they don't know is harmful, maybe they don't know is stereotypical, and they'll say it and it'll trigger folks. And that's to respect those triggers, because everybody has a right to feel what they feel. I just get so sad in certain situations, because where's the opportunity to learn and grow if the first thing that happens when you say something wrong is that you're kicked out of the space, or you're immediately attacked, or any of those things. So I wanted to kind of reinforce that and say that this is so hard to do, but you do it beautifully, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Fee, for saying that. And like I say all the time, I'm growing and learning too at the same time with y'all. So we're gonna do this shit together. We're gonna take it one day at a time, one
Exactly.
conversation at a time, and learn
Yeah.
and grow together.
That's all we can do, honestly. I mean, and be willing to, admit when we're wrong, or say, okay, I hadn't thought about it from that perspective. I think the lack of willingness to do that is what has gotten us in the state that we're in right now. And then when you add that layer of, oh, this came from God, so you can't question it, then you're pretty much rooted and cemented in whatever position you're in at that moment.
Yeah, it's like I have I say it's like a person coming off of withdrawals. Like your body takes this shit in, and it becomes, your body's information source, and your body gets used to the shit, and you have to reprogram it. Talk to your body, talk to yourself. That's why these motherfuckers don't want you talking to yourself, because that's really how you reprogram yourself.
It
And
is.
I saw a video where a lady was talking about the Tyler Perry movies, and she was like, "Stop watching these motherfucking movies, because this is your brain thinks it's real. Your brain doesn't know the difference between real and fake, much like an AI. An AI has absolutely no idea whether they're actually having a conversation with you, whether it's real or it's fake. And in your brain, when it watches a movie, it's taking in information, and it doesn't know that the themes and the ideas that you're feeding it, if they are real, they're fake, or if these are your memories, right? Like, sometimes, have you ever had a feeling that you went through something or you did something and you're like, when did, like, I don't, I can't quite put my hand on it, but I feel like uh I'm having a memory of being somewhere but not really there.
Yep.
It's because your brain, you don't watch something or read something or listen to something. Your brain is trying to tell you that that's your memory, and, it isn't.
And it's crazy that we don't realize, like, I'm still completely fascinated by like learning things about the brain. And what you just said is perfectly correct. Our brains don't know the difference. Like, think about the times that we've thought about a situation that might have pissed us off or got us a little randy or whatever. Like, our bodies respond to what our brains are processing, and they don't know it doesn't know the difference between somebody, me thinking about somebody pissing me off and somebody actually pissing me off. And when I was growing up, I could not understand why did we have to go to the Kingdom Hall so much? Like, we went every Tuesday, every Thursday. We were knocking on doors every Saturday. We were at the Kingdom Hall on Sundays. On the in between days, we had to do personal study. I'm like, God damn, it's such a bombardment. But part of the reason is because it's those quiet moments, those quiet times in your own mind, that you start to really kind of think about things, and, like you're saying, kind of reprogram what you're thinking, or identify what's uncomfortable for you in the way that you're thinking. I think that's why a lot of the religions don't want you to do meditation. They don't encourage you to do things that help you kind of sit with your own mind and learn your own mind. You're taught to get rid of your own mind and absorb somebody else's. So what benefit would it be to map out your own and figure out how to use it? That's counterproductive to them.
That's what they say. And I don't mind is the devil's playground. But yet, think about what
Hmm.
they call the devil. Anything that is anti-doctrine, not anti-God. Anti-doctrine is the devil.
And not even anti-compassion or anti-love or
Mm.
anti-kindness is anti-doctrine. And that's a massive distinction to make, because if ultimately I can do something that's kind and compassionate for another human being, and it's still considered sinful because your God doesn't approve of it, what's taking precedence over here? Is it something that doing the right thing or doing the doctrinally right thing?
Yep, and this doctrine all day, and they'll claim that they don't know the difference between doctrine and love. That's what it is. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Love is doctrine to them. That's what love is to them. Because I'm like, their love is just so weird. Like, it because it changes so much. That's what the definition of their love is. They don't know it.
No, it's doctrinal obedience too. Like,
Yeah.
you have to comply with the doctrine. To be loving is to be obedient and compliant. And obedient and compliant to what? The doctrine that you have been spoon fed your entire life in most cases. And no, that's not loving. But then when we have these conversations where it's almost like they walk up right to the fork in the road, where you're saying, okay, you know it's not okay to G-side a whole group of people, right? Yeah, I know that. But you do know that God did that in the Bible, right? I also know that, but he had a reason. So it's almost like they get there, but then they moonwalk themselves back because of the doctrine that they have to be obedient to.
Exactly. And that's why I was struggling earlier in the night feed, because I was trying to explain or describe that moonwalking, right? Like they walk up to, they'll draw a straight line to love, and then they'll moonwalk it back, right? And then they draw a different line to you, but they want the line that you, as a deconstructed non-believer, have deconstructed, right? They want you to send that deconstructed love back to them while they throwing this confusing doctrinal love to you. Does that make sense? It's
It does.
Yeah, and it's so confusing, and that's what it is. That's why their love is doctrinal.
Yeah, they completely conflate the two things. And they then what I think makes it even worse is that they just tell you as a deconstructed non-believer that you don't even have access to love. You don't even understand love. So when we're talking to them about something that cognitively they would recognize as being loving, it short circuits their brain because they have been conditioned to think that love is actually, like you said, doctrinal obedience.
And now I think the person that came up with "there's no hate like Christian love" recognized that their love is doctrinal a long time ago. And I wish they just would have said there's no hate like Christian love because it's doctrinal, and then I wouldn't have been wrecking my brain all fucking night trying to figure out a way to explain it. Yeah, Sapphire, I did. I figured it out. You prioritize your God's law over humanity, over yourself, over your family. Your love is doctrinal. I did. I figured it out. That's why y'all say that love is sacrifice, because Jesus sacrificed himself for y'all. So you think everybody got to sacrifice for you, and you're willing to sacrifice humanity so that you could have this God. Miss Bright, how are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Tree, get out of my box. I am not bringing you back up. It is very disrespectful for you to keep doing that. What are your thoughts on the topic, love?
Um, I agree. Um, and I'm specifically giving that answer on behalf of my own life. Um, on behalf of who I've been my entire life.
How? Let me ask you a quick question. How is the? Did you ever start journaling?
I did. You do
It,
remember. It's been a while. I just listen. I don't I haven't came up. But I was hoping that you did remember me because I don't want to get emotional, but you've had a huge, huge impact on my life. I'm so thankful that I found this space. I want to say it's been nearing a year, close to a year, that I've been listening. And I did start journaling. And for a while, I was obsessing over detaching from the belief. And it was pretty overwhelming. It consumed my every thought. I went back and forth from I felt powerful and thinking for myself and wanting to. I've always been a big intuition person, and I've always been an overthinker. And one thing that I've always felt is that I never belonged, even in church, because I was indoctrinated into Christianity as a small child, a baby. And I've always had a hard time connecting with people because I am an overthinker. I like to analyze everything and pick things apart. And when I don't understand or I don't have facts behind things, I kind of just can't let it go. So in my journey, I'm not going to say I'm good, but I'm a lot better. And I let the whole situation with this God go because throughout this journey, I've come to the realization that it was a couple other things in my life that I really needed to deconstruct from. I'm not sure if you remember the little bit that I shared with you about my father, my birth
yeah,
father.
he passed away, right?
He did not. He, the last time I talked to my father was August, almost a year ago.
And
And
he texted you about some harmful scriptures.
yes, he sent me the scripture where it basically said that if I questioned the God or if I,
Oh, right, that he would kill you. He would
yes,
do what Deuteronomy 13 said.
I have not heard from him since. And that was one of the best things that have come out of this. It's hard. I was always a daddy's girl. But I will be honest, I feel like it's more deconstructing from him for me at the moment and over the course of the last year than it is deconstructing from the religion or the God, because I hold him somewhat accountable for all of it. And he was just always so mean. Looking back, and I never questioned it. That's the thing that I'm healing from now, is all the physical abuse, the emotional, the mental, even the things that he put my mother through. I never loved him any less. I never looked and questioned that about my father. My mom's passed away now 5 years, and I would do anything if I could just sit and have a conversation with her, because I feel like there may be a lot of things that he put my mother through that I never knew about. And it was kind of, looking back, I just don't feel like I had, I think the way I treated my parents should have been the opposite way around, if that makes sense. And I don't get that chance to have that conversation with my mother. And it's hard. It's hard. I wonder why he doesn't think about me, and I've wanted to reach out to him, but I've just refrained from doing it. Um, and I'm healing. I'm healing over it. And, I wonder day to day, is something going to happen to him? Will I even know? Um, and then another thing that has really come out of this for me is, I didn't realize until I decided to let that relationship go just how much trauma he's caused me from a child. And I've been spending a lot of time healing from that. Finding your life, and starting to give myself a little bit of credit for the things that I do in my life and the things that I achieve. Not feeling like,
Good. I know that was
yeah,
a problem. That I know that
yeah,
was a thing that you didn't feel comfortable doing. So that's good. Kudos to you for that.
yeah. Thank you, because I've smoked all my life since I was 13, and I know back when we spoke last, I think it was about 2 months, and the 12th will be 10 months that I haven't smoked. So,
Oh,
and
congratulations. God
thank
damn.
you,
Yeah, that's
because
what's up.
the clarity that I have is something that I've never had. And honestly, it's so weird because I had quit before, and I was actually in a program. I quit for 3 years, praying, never lost the desire, always thought about it every single day. It was just this obsessive. And honestly, it's not been a day of that. From the first 2 days was hard. But honestly, if when I had quit before, if I would think about it or it crossed my mind, it was very, very, it was almost like it controlled my every thought. And I would, I don't know, even when I do think about it, or if I see it in a social setting or something like that, like, you just could not pay me to make that decision today. And that right there was probably the first experience that I had with not relying on the God and actually being able to succeed, and not having the obsessive thoughts and feeling outside of myself. That decision to stop and give myself the credit is empowered me more than anything. So I wanted to come up and tell you thank you. I listen to all of you. I spend a lot of time reading in the book that Fee sent me. And when she and I talked about the book, it does mention God in the book, and I've just turned it into universe. And that was so hard. It was so hard in the beginning, but it's gotten a lot easier, and it's just natural to me now, to look at that as, you know, the universe. And one thing I guess I'm coming to realize through this whole entire process is that I've always spent my life seeking things and just trying to find everything that I've desired or wanted for myself and other people and other things. And one thing that I'm coming to realize is I am all those things already. Um, I, I don't think we spoke about my personal life, but I haven't dated or been involved with anybody almost 5 years now. And I always told myself that I know there's a partner out here for me. But I always had this, he had to be a God-fearing man. So it's coincidental that I got in a space where I could be alone, not isolate, but isolate from that aspect of my life, because looking back on all my relationships, I knew that it wasn't anything that I would want for my life. And I'm so glad that I came to that realization and was able to spend some time alone and not try to seek a relationship, because now when I look at, you know, maybe when I'm ready to date or ready to move back out into the world, I don't have all these expectations or stipulations on those relationships. And I know that I don't have to move into a relationship or try to get to know someone based on looking for something from that person. I know now, or at least I feel like, because I'm already all those things, I just need someone that's going to bring that out, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I,
Yeah, I call it the 50-50 rule. In the red pill community, they have a 50-50 rule. Like, you bring 50% of the table, I bring 50% of the table to the table. But to me, it's the Adam and Eve effect that creates this 50-50 rule, that humans think that they are created half of themselves, and they out here searching for the other half.
yes, that was my train of thought all my life. And I always attracted, well, I don't want to go into all that, but I'm healing and I'm working on being an authentic version of myself. And I will say that has been the scariest thing through this process, is some days looking in the mirror and saying, I don't even know who I am. And I know it's going to take time. But the main thing that I focus on today is healing my mind. And I'm getting to know myself. This religion has never allowed me to do that. I've always felt like I never could live up to, you know, I was told all my life from a small child that I was flawed and that I was never going to be able to live up to. It was just always feeling less than, excuse me. And today I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm all of the things. And I'm real big on energy. I feel like that in some ways that we attract, I can't speak for everybody else, but I feel like I attract what I am. And I've never liked myself, genuinely liked myself. And I've come to the realization too that my life has been dictated by emotions and feelings. And one thing I've learned through this process is I don't have to feel anything that I don't tack to a situation or a person, that I'm allowed to attach whatever emotion or whatever feelings that I want to experience through people and through situations specifically to that. I don't, and I'm learning that, you know, some things that people do are harmful and they are hurtful, but I also get to decide that. I'm learning to to live in my own power, to, you know, be able to control my own power when it comes to people and situations. I'm still, I still struggle with a lot of shame and guilt and over indoctrinating my children into this religion. That's probably been one of the most challenging things. But Fee told me a while back that I just need to stay. One thing I've learned through this journey is I sometimes come to the realization about something, whether it's in the Bible or something, and I feel so passionate. I want to just tell everybody. I want to talk to everybody about it, and that's not necessarily the best thing sometimes, because that's what I was trying to do with my children. And I finally come to terms with, you know, I just need to be in my process and my journey and just be the example. And my children do see the change. There was another guest up earlier, and I felt like a lot of what was said was being spoken over my life as far as the childhood stuff and the drama within family. That's one thing I can't, my children are my children. I'm going to be there regardless. But I have kind of stepped back and put a little bit of distance because of, and when I look at the issues that me and my children have, that's where the shame and guilt comes in, because I feel like a lot of it is what they were taught. It's, you know, and I feel somewhat responsible for that, but I can sit today and have conversations with them. It's just the depth of those conversations. It has to be surface level, and I'm okay with that. But I encourage them every day to, the number one thing that I try to focus on today is if I believe something, I try to ask myself, where did this belief come from?
Hold on, before you go in there, I'm gonna let Fee respond to you. I think she's going to respond
Okay.
to you about that, about your kids, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was Auntie Charlene that came up the other day that was talking about this, and I've been thinking about it since then, about the shame and the guilt that parents often feel when they're deconstructing and they realize that they've, really indoctrinated their children. But think about it from this perspective. If you lived in an area that only provided one type of food, one type of nutrition, that's the only thing that you had access to and the only thing that you could give your children for sustenance or, for them to be able to continue living. And you later found out that that particular source of nutrition wasn't the most nutritious. It led to some maybe health issues, or it could lead to some health issues. If you realize that that's the only thing that you had access to, how much guilt would you carry about that? And I'm assuming that it would be less, because you would recognize, I didn't have anything else. If I could have gone to Walmart, if I could have gone to Kroger, I would have done that. I didn't have access to the information that told me what was inside this particular source of nutrition. If we look at religious indoctrination the same way, it may help to reframe the shame and guilt that you're feeling around that, because you didn't have another tool to give your children to cope with life. You were only able to give them what you had and what you had been given. So when those feelings of shame and guilt pop up, I say this all the time, like, all thoughts are welcomed. All behaviors aren't, but all thoughts are welcomed, because it kind of teaches us to, like me and Thinker were talking about earlier, it helps us to map out our brain, and it helps us to identify those thought patterns. So when those thoughts of shame and guilt pop up, have some questions that you ask yourself immediately. What other option did I have? Not to absolve yourself of any negative feelings or anything like that. Sit with how you're feeling and process that as well. But understand that you didn't have anything else. Like, you didn't have any other resource at that time to give your children. And what you thought you were doing was the thing that was the only option that you had. And your intention behind doing that was to help them. It wasn't to hurt them. It wasn't to indoctrinate them. You didn't even know at that time that you were indoctrinated. So I think being able to give yourself a little bit of grace and having those questions, those challenging questions that you ask yourself. I was telling Thinker the other day, and I think the rest of the crews on the panel here too, that there's this book that I bought off of TikTok probably 8 months ago, and it's called Don't Believe Everything That You Think. And that book is really, it's a short book. It's probably maybe 80 pages or something like that, but it's got some really powerful stuff in it because it helps us to identify those thought patterns that we have that keep us stuck in a certain rut, if you will. And even when you were mentioning about how you see relationships, I think deconstructing relational dynamics is also just kind of like a domino effect from deconstructing religion, because we don't realize how much of who we are, our identity, like you were saying, like you never liked yourself because you weren't even taught to learn yourself. I know as a Jehovah's Witness, I wasn't taught to understand who I was as a person. I was taught to become who they wanted me to be as a person. So where was the opportunity for me to learn or to like myself, or for me to understand who I naturally was organically as a human being? Religion doesn't teach you that. So that's why I always like to, have those resources, and questions are so powerful because they interrupt thought patterns. And when we interrupt thought patterns, we interrupt behaviors. So I think the only thing I wanted to chime in and say was like when those feelings come up, and they're justified, right? Like you're seeing the impact of what you taught your children in their lives today. But at the same time, two things can be true simultaneously. Yes, you taught them this, but why did you teach them that? What other resources did you have, and what other options did you have? And sometimes I think asking those questions can help reframe some of that shame and guilt.
I agree, and thank you. You always know exactly what to say. With that being said, I will say, fortunately, they are not teaching my grandchildren the same. They do not go to church. They do not pray with their children. Um, they do not talk to them about God. And I'm thankful for that, because I know that they'll get older and eventually they'll learn out in the world that there are religions. But I hope that they have the ability, unlike I did, to do their own research and have their own beliefs and actually know why they believe what they believe. Um, so I really appreciate you sharing that. That's something that I try to remind myself, is that I only did what I did because it's what I knew to do. And one thing that I sat with for a long time was asking myself, why did I not question this religion? And I know now, because I used to sit in church and say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Or we would go to Bible school and I would be confused, or, it's kind of like basic math. It just, something doesn't add up, something doesn't feel right. And I've always been a person that goes with my intuition, like my gut feelings, and they've always been accurate. So I lost my train of thought just then. But I am glad that they are not taking that same route with my grandchildren. Um, I do encourage my children and my grandchildren, and through this whole process, there's been so much good that's come out of it. Just from down to the way I raised my children and didn't allow them to have a voice at times when I probably should, even though they were children. That's one thing I've learned from being around the deconstructing lives here, is that I would have given my children more of a voice at a young age. So I try to question my grandchildren. They're young. They're about to be 4, 3, and 2. So, but when they are upset or they're feeling, certain things, I try to get their brains going. I try to get them to think about things and let them know that I'm there and I want to listen and I want to be able to understand. Because I think that's one of the things that hindered me from being able to think on my own as a child. Like, nobody cared what I thought. Nobody cared what I felt. I was just a child. I didn't know anything. And I think that's one of the most unhealthy things that children can experience in early childhood, or childhood in general. So I think I'm rambling at this point, but I did want to come up and touch base. I'm so glad that Thinker remembered me. Um, yeah.
Yeah, your
Uh,
memory is fucking unmatched. Like I remembered you too, just because I remember we talk. offline. But like the way Thinker remembers the guests that come up here, like, yeah, you
Yes,
said this about. I'm like, I don't remember what I did yesterday. I am so impressed.
yes, that's me. Well, and I was going through some issues with I've been on my own since I was 14, and I've never lived with anyone. Me and my children we lived in two different places their whole entire lives, a total of 24 years. And the house that I was living in got sold, so I was in between homes. That was very challenging, but I basically just got up, did the work, started giving myself credit for working 80 plus hours a week. And I am, as of March 1st, I've been back in my own place. So I'm thankful for that. It was hard work, and I gave no credit to the God. Um, I don't, I'll never forget the day that I found Thinkers Live, because I was staying in a building next door to where I was working at the time. And I just felt so helpless. I felt hopeless. I was doing everything that I could do. And I was laying on the concrete praying to God, God, send me a home, help me get out of this situation. I'd take the feelings that I have away, you know, give me strength, give me motivation. I was praying for all these things, and absolutely nothing happened. I didn't feel any better. And I was scrolling on TikTok, and that very day that happened, it wasn't 5 minutes, I crossed her live, and I just started listening, and it's been life changing for me. So I see what the crap some people give her up here, but I just hope that she knows that. And kudos to the Christians that are here, because you can't stay. I personally couldn't stay in this space for so long without something clicking. And when I first found the live, I was like, well, because I was taught to feel some type of way about atheists.
Hmm.
They always taught us that they're devil worshippers, and you know, they're bad, and something kept me in this space. And I think what it was it was so inspiring, and to see her bring receipts for everything that she would say. And I'm not very good at I don't not like to read, but I do not like to study. I wish I was like Thinker, and I could get into the studying and actually do it. But I don't know why that is about myself, but I do know the more that I attempt to do it, and I do it 10 minutes out of the day, and 10 minutes out of the day is 70 minutes a week, and it'll just improve from there. That's just the way I'm looking at it. But I do.
Let it be something that you're interested in, right? Like if you're not interested in studying all the minute details of this history, don't, right? Study what matters to you. Like research what matters to you, and maybe you enjoy it more so that way.
Yeah, I definitely, I'm just going to keep coming back to these spaces, and I learn new things all the time. Um, and I love, I just really appreciate that y'all are doing this, because, they say Jesus and God saves lives, and that's not been my life experience. So, my life has, changed dramatically in the last year. So I'm just thankful for all of you, and thank y'all for letting me come up. I'm not going to ramble anymore.
If I could say, I do also remember you coming up a lot, like earlier, when well, not necessarily a lot, but I remember your interactions when you would come up, earlier into kind of finding the deconstructed space. And hearing you talk now versus then has been such a huge, like you can hear the difference in how you approach life and, how you deal with how life comes at you. And I mean, it's just, the growth has been incredible. And I know we haven't necessarily had like a one-on-one or anything like that. But I mean, like I said, just hearing how you talk now versus then, and the things that you ponder, and the credit that you give yourself and the grace that you give in yourself, and I mean, it really is a beautiful thing to witness. I'm very proud of the fact that you've come this far and you still going.
Yeah, thank you, because I was definitely an emotional wreck. I was, I couldn't join and come up on the panel without crying the entire time.
Yep.
And Thinker, she didn't know what to say. She would just sit there in silent. Let her just get it out. I know that's what she was saying. Let her just get it out. Because yes, it was hard, and it's not always easy, but this is what's working for me. So I don't give a lot of thought to, is there a God? I'm pretty much on the, if God is real and Jesus is real and anything about the story is true, I don't know that it's what I would choose for my life either way. So I don't really spend a lot of time um, focused on that. I'm trying to learn myself and to love myself and to heal myself. That's what's most important for me at the moment. So, yeah, I
Well, I
appreciate
have
you
to
saying.
second also, and like I said, I'm very, very, very proud of you. And I encourage you to continue to know yourself, and to grow, build those boundaries that you need to build, um, you know, and just experience life and continue to give yourself credit. But you've done some amazing work, and like also said, it is completely different from when you first came up, and um, not that it was burdensome, but you just sound more so at peace. You know,
I
Yes.
think you hear the confidence.
yeah.
I think that's
Mm-hmm.
what it is. I was reading something, I think 2 days ago, that was saying confidence doesn't come because we like hype ourselves up with words. It's a byproduct of proving to ourselves that we can do difficult things, and you've done that. Like you've made decisions to withhold, to establish and maintain your boundaries. You've successfully stopped smoking, and you did these things because you made the decision to do them. So I think and I agree, like with what Osa was saying. I think what we hear is that internal confidence and you recognizing the abilities that you have within yourself, and that is an absolutely beautiful thing.
Yeah, I'm comfortable in my own skin today. That,
That's what I'm talking
That
about.
yeah.
is fucking
Yeah.
beautiful. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is fucking
Well, and
beautiful.
not only that, when I
Yeah.
have things that are coming up in life, or excuse me, something I know I have to tend to, it's like just bricks off my shoulder, not saying, okay, let me stop and pray. And like you said earlier, I heard all my life, you're never going to have more until you learn to be grateful. How can I be grateful in this what I'm feeling right now? And then there's this God that's supposed to take this away and add to our lives and free us from this. And it, I don't have to do that today. I just navigate the situation the best way I feel like is best for me. And at the end of the day, when I get to the other side, I get to say, I did it. I don't have to give credit to this God when, what are you doing? Like, looking back on my life, some things that I experienced as a child from my own family members, I've never felt anything different about those things until right now. And that's because I decided to go back, revisit the situation, evaluate how it affected me, and be able to overcome those things. When, if this God is all powerful, then he could have taken those things away. It, life is so much more freeing, and it's light. It's light. When I have a problem today, I don't have to start praying about it. And like you said, waiting and waiting, like, and just waiting. Like, I can navigate my life today and give myself credit for the outcome. And not only that, it makes me know today that I feel like I'm participating in my life. I'm not just sitting, throwing my hands up and dropping to my knees and just waiting. So, I just thank y'all for being here. I'm so.
I think it's interesting every time something like this happens. somebody comes up and they share their progress on their deconstruction journey, believers be in the comments like pissed. Like, it's, to me, like, it's proof that it ain't like, for them it's not about people actually healing with the God or getting what they need from the God. It's more so about just belong, like the God, like the God's number of followers, if that makes sense.
Well,
Like,
I promise you, they're feeling stuck.
huh?
They're feeling stuck, and I've been there. You can get to the other side of being stuck and feeling stuck. And I think the community of the small community of atheists that I've known empower me and inspire me and help others and show up with love and compassion, more so than any Christian I've ever known. So they too can be on this side of this thing, and um,
If they would just, like, they're here every damn day, right? It's this that pisses them off the most, because it's like putting it in their face. And like, I'm reading their comments, um and like, oh, you're just hurt. Now I know that you're hurt from the church, and you're not
yes.
mad at God. Like, the things that they're saying, right? Oh, this is nonsense. This is crazy. How do you heal from leaving God? Sad face. Like, they're like, literally, to put the word heal in that question, you focused on how did you heal from leaving God, not how did, like, not I'm happy you healed. You see
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Like,
Hmm.
it's it's putting it in their face, and they don't know how to handle
Well,
it.
because it's a form of misery. When I look back on my life, it is a form of misery, and it just followed me everywhere I went. So, I try to stay out of the comments because I can be pretty brutal. I try to just stay out of the comments. Um, I don't understand. And they're supposed to be the definition of love and acceptance, and I don't see that. I don't see that in the religion.
I wanted to ask Cynthia what her response would be to a believer. I said, what would be your response to a believer that uses hurt as a weapon towards a person who is choosing to deconstruct from the belief in the God? The believer says, "Now I see that you're just mad at the church and not God, or who hurt you," as a way to dismiss the person's logic or reason to deconstruct. Like, I wanted to see where her or their response would be.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, "Here's how I come, thinker. Who hurt you? Let's start there. You mean besides the church that taught you to fear questions? Beside the sermons that use shame as scripture? Besides the God who stayed silent when spiritual leaders abused power, weaponized identity, and called it love? Yeah, someone hurt me. And instead of listening, you're trying to invalidate the very pain that made me brave enough to leave? That's manipulation, not ministry. And that tired line, you're just mad at the church, not God. Oh, so now you're God's PR team? Trying to separate the God from the system built in his name like he had nothing to do with it, huh? No. If the God sat on the throne while his so called followers caused harm in his name, then either he's complicit or he's powerless. Pick one. When someone starts to deconstruct, it's not because they're bitter, it's because they're finally being honest. You call it anger, but sometimes rage is clarity. Sometimes heartbreak is what happens when a lie can't hold itself together anymore. So if your response to my journey out of fear and into freedom is who hurt you, maybe take a seat, open your ears, and ask instead, How can I make sure I'm not the reason someone else has to heal from their faith? Because if God is love, but your faith is cruelty, maybe it's not them who walked away from God. Maybe it's you who stayed behind in the abuse.
I like her.
Ouch.
Like,
God
I
dang,
really
Santa,
like
let
her.
him breathe.
Exactly. But I think, I mean, of course, like that was such a spot on narrative. And I think it just kind of highlights a deeper issue because I think when people care more about discrediting the tools that somebody used for recovery or healing instead of celebrating the actual recovery, I think you're trying to, it seems like to me they're trying to protect an ideology or a belief system. It's not about the person. It's not about the journey. It's not about the benefit that an individual found. It's about trying to control the story of where help comes from and ensuring that you feel powerless to do anything outside of this God belief. And I just think that's so, it's something so inhumane about that, which is wild considering the fact that we're talking about a quote unquote all loving God.
I know one thing that AI will never, or one job AI will never be able to replace.
Let me guess. They're in the upper top left box next to word knowledge.
Actually, if you go over one and down one,
Oh, fee.
Oh,
yeah,
oh, oh,
Thinking
yeah,
Oso
yeah.
too. Thinker, I was going to say Team
I
Oso.
was thinking also. I was thinking also.
nah, AI could definitely be funny like I am, but it can't hit like Fee. You know what I'm saying? Fee is very surgical with her words, and they always cut to
Yeah,
the
I have
bone.
to agree. I have to agree.
Y'all are sweet. Thank you.
She got word knowledge. She definitely has word knowledge.
Yeah, she always knows the right thing to say. I'll tell you, if these Christians and these comments are anything like I was, one of the reasons why they don't want to question the God or think for themselves or heal or actually examine who they really are as people, it's because they're afraid to go to hell. That's something that I was told at a very young age, and I feared it all my life. And that very, very thought of going to hell and burning for eternity was the very reason that I was not able to come to um, even questioning the God or even questioning what the text says. That is the very reason. But being able to stay in the spaces and allowing myself to think and believe the things that I choose to believe or the things that I choose not to believe and have a reason in doing so is what has allowed me to feel free today. So I don't, I just don't believe that, I just don't believe it's real. And if there is a place where this loving God is going to send people to burn for eternity, then he's just a lie in himself. So I don't fear hell today. Um, and not only that, I have to live, I'm in my 40s, I'm in my early 40s. I may live to be 90 and I'm not going to live the next, ever how many years I'm fortunate to be here on earth the way I've lived my previous years. I just refuse to do that. Fearing I may go to hell and burn forever. I can't do that. I choose me. So that's where I'm at with it. But I do think that the fear of hell it controls a lot of people, and it's sad. It's sad.
Corey, you've been in this space more times enough to know that caps are for mods only. So I'm just going straight to the entire live mute. Don't use caps in this space, y'all.
Oops.
Haha, Mr. Potato Body.
Miss Brass, thank you so much for coming up. It was a pleasure speaking with you, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Keep coming back and updating us and let us know how you're
I
doing.
definitely
Okay.
will. I haven't been up in a long time. Fee, how is your son doing?
He's doing well, thank you. Yeah, he's at home. He has his second follow up today, this afternoon, to hopefully get the stitches out of his leg, and he's hoping to get out of the boot. I'm like, bro, you've only been in it 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure they're not going to take you out of it. But we're talking about a 21-year-old who
Yeah.
patience is not his strong suit at all. But he's
Yeah.
doing well, thank you.
Okay, that's great. Good to hear. Well, it was good talking with all of y'all. Thank you for letting me up. I really appreciate it.
You're so welcome.
Much
Have a
love,
great
Miss
rest
Brad.
of the day.
Y'all too. Thank you.
Bye, Miss Pat.
Bye.
Cynthia told me to tell y'all that when they come with gaslighting, Cynthia is coming with with gasoline and a match. We're not letting anybody rewrite the narrative just because someone had the courage to walk away from fear disguised as faith. Keep holding this space for those breaking free. I'll be right here next to you, dragging bad theology like an old wig in the wind.
Mm.
Cynthia needs to come on our next trip. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
She needs to
yeah,
be there.
yeah. She got it. She's invited.
I think you're describing the movie Her.
Huh?
I think you're describing the movie Her.
Oh, I haven't seen that movie.
A dude falls in love with the
See,
AI and
it's a good
like
Oh.
takes
movie.
her everywhere. It's pretty funny.
Mhm. Y'all, can y'all get these likes to 500K? And Thinker needs just 28 more mini stars to complete her gift goal.
Thank you, Lala. Love and Melanie? Love and Melanie, are you there? Oh, see, this is why
Loving
I'm
me
saying.
only.
Oh.
What you say?
Hold on. Oh, so you gotta
Loving
like,
Melanie.
first off, it looked like it say Love and Melanie.
What is the actual name? I can't.
Loving me
Loving
Loving
me
me
only.
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 Had a thinker moment. That's another thing AI can't replace.
She cannot. Yet Synth cannot touch
Oh
Thinker on
my
that one. Not
god.
at all.
Mm-mm.
Oh my god. But also, why did you have to say it like that? Like, you could have just said, "Hey, Thinker, that's like loving me
Because
only."
I was sitting there reading it and I was like, dang, that's a weird way to spell Melanie. And I was like, I ain't saying Melanie. Ain't no damn Melanie.
Like, why her mama spell it like that?
I can't see it. The letters are too small. Like, literally, TikTok needs to choose a different font. Oh my god. Corey Lee.
Yes, ma'am. Good
Mhm.
morning, by the way.
Good morning. Um, I don't know, Lala and Selena. Um, Usually we don't let people on stage after they've been muted. How y'all feel about that? Did you request because you got muted? Oh, okay. There we go.
I was about to say he's
Oh,
gonna
he left.
crash and burn shortly
Yeah.
anyway.
Mhm.
Have we talked to him
That's
before?
how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we've talked to him before. I think I've talked to him on Christina's live.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's been
man,
on
every
other
live.
panels.
I hate that girl.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
so if you get muted for typing in all caps, you cannot bypass the mute to get on stage. Right? Like, can't do that.
Nice try though.
I think it's weird that he's right back in the guest request. I don't know why I think that's weird because
It's, yeah, because they do it
Bible
all
don't
the
accept
time.
that.
I understand.
But yeah.
They don't understand those.
Corey, you are not going to get up here. I said what I said when I dropped you.
Jonathan? Oh, Jonathan knocked out. Yeah, he did. He said kicked
That boy
out.
caught a
He did.
Yeah,
vibe.
he is knocked out.
He sound like pressure there this morning.
Cool kid. Cool kid, what's up? Ellis, are you there?
Yes.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Wagwan. Morning, everybody.
Oh, I can barely hear you.
Hey, love.
Good
Music
morning,
on.
everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
Me good. Wagwan. So what's
Uh,
going on, man? Everything alright?
yep, everything's good.
So,
Everything's
let me ask this.
everything.
So, let me ask you something. You did ask a question to anybody?
What question?
The one we did talk about the other day.
Oh, I don't. I forgot. What was the question?
Remember you did say when me did say something, me say something about
Oh,
asking a question if any why do we argue about,
yeah.
right? Have you brought it in?
So I did bring it in, but I didn't
A
ask it as a
lie.
question. I said
How
it
did
as a
you do it?
fact. As a fact, because it's a fact.
Oh, so
Yeah.
so how it did go?
Of course they, argued against that because they do believe that their God exists.
No, no,
But
no. I mean, so even though, sorry, man, no,
yeah,
even though you had said it, them still argue about it.
yeah, because
Lord have mercy.
I basically said that this is why we argue about the God because it doesn't exist, and I use it the same way you did, right?
Right.
Like we don't have to
And then,
argue about us. We argue about the God because it doesn't exist, and yeah, they argued against that because to them their God does exist.
right. You see, oh, so yeah, man, I just that me did want to come up for ask you. You know, me not stay long. Anyway,
Yeah.
you notice I gone in the patois, the Jamaican talk. I purposely did it.
You said say that again. You did what?
I purposely went in the patois mood, in the
Oh,
Jamaican mood. I
oh
purposely went in that
okay.
speech. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. So, alright then, me just here to give a shout out to everybody, the ones in the box and the commentators down there. Okay, take care again, Megan. Bye
All
bye.
right. Have
Have
a
a
good
nice
day,
day.
Ellis. I like him
Thank you.
so much. He is so
Where
freaking
you,
cool.
well, the way you say a while ago, but like, who said that?
I said I like you a lot. That's it. I'm naming you Cool Kid.
Oh my god, may I go and suffer, man? Stop make me blush. Sure. You just have make me blush, so. Hold on there, who a give me gift? Ah, STB.
Yeah.
Thanks for the gift. Thank you so much.
You're so
So,
welcome.
yes, so guys, oh my god, you know what? I think I better stay a little longer because things are going. No, things are going, yeah, so. Oh my god, thank
I
you,
think
thank you.
we're adopting you, Ellis. We're adopting you.
Jesus, ma? Ah, thank you. No, me not gonna wait yet. Make me wait. Make me wait.
Funny.
Lord have mercy. Who love me so? ST, let me make sure follow him now. Because, and me know some me not have to thank God for nothing because I know God give me this.
They're gonna try to say he did.
No, son, no, God
Right?
give me this. You see, just like our Christianity, they have to go out and work their ass. Don't they have to do it just like us? What you need, you have to go get. Yeah, you have to go get it. You don't go pray about
Exactly.
something. You mad? No,
Exactly.
sir. Oh my God. What have I done, thinker,
You
to
just
deserve all of
cool. You
this?
just cool. Your energy is just cool.
Oh my goodness. I mean,
Yeah.
never, it's just. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're so welcome,
Mm-hmm.
Ellis. Thank you for
And
stopping
guys, make
by.
sure, don't forget the thinker, Gift the thinker too. Come on, guys.
Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate you,
you so
Ellis.
much. Yes.
You're so welcome. Have a great
So,
rest of
what's
the
the time?
day.
Yes, what's
Huh?
the time over there before I go?
7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and it's almost o'clock over here. Oh, it's the same time in Jamaica. Okay,
What time is it there?
it's 7:10,
Okay,
7:10.
yeah. Oh wow, we're on the same time zone.
Well, on the think I can't go yet. There are still going on things going on here. Oh, I think they are finished. Thank you guys so much for the gift. I love you all. Let me give it in Jamaican term. Me love the whole of uno. Me like the whole of uno. And me thank uno for the gift.
Oh, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Ellis. I
Yeah,
love you
man.
too.
Thanks. Love you too. Love you all. Take care, Megan. Bye bye.
Bye
Thank you
bye.
so much.
You're
Later.
welcome.
Guys,
You're
follow me and I'll
welcome.
follow you back. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Thinker.
Uh huh.
Someone is using my picture to scam. Yeah, I don't know if I should use the word here. Someone is using my picture to, to try and do things wrong on the TikTok. So guys, I have sent out a thing. If you look into my page, you will see the same picture of me on the display picture. It is not me. I am not doing it. It is someone else using um my profile because I had a backup profile, and someone has hacked into it, and they have taken that away from me. So I am not the person that sending those type of, you win something and you, no, I'm not the one. All right, so it is out there, guys. If you could go look on my page, my pictures, it is there. So do not fall for that. It's not me. All right, it's someone else doing it. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Ellis. There's
Okay,
an
just to
account out
let you.
there. They messaged my niece the yesterday.
Right.
There's an
Yes.
account out there doing the same thing, and I've sent it into TikTok, but they take forever to take them down. So
I don't know
same for
why
me.
TikTok don't. Yes, I don't know why they are taking so long, because they are still doing it. Because persons call and ask me if this is true, but those are the wise people. So guys, just don't be fooled, and be very vigilant and very observant of those crazy people out there. All right. Again, thank you all, Megan. Bye bye. Love you all. And thank you all, the gifters. Thank you so much. Follow and I'll follow you back. Megan.
All right. Have a good day, Ellis. Yeah. It's been a couple of months since I reported that Ingrowth One page, and they messaged my
Isn't
niece
there
yesterday.
more?
All I know about is the Ingrowth One. There's
Mm,
some more still,
I'll check.
but I guess they don't got behind. All right. They messaged you 2 weeks ago. Um, yeah. But the crazy thing is this is their second time using Ingrowth One. When they first started scamming people with my profile picture uh and my username, well, like some rendition of my username, they started with Ingrowth One, and that one got banned, and they went all the way to what 12, um, and now they're back to one. There's more. Have y'all put them in the chat? I mean the
I
Discord.
thought I saw more.
I checked the Thinker Imposters the other day, and that the only one I saw reported was Ingrowth One, because I was trying
Mm,
to see if any more had been reported. Let me see.
I was about to go.
I see one for Pink Beard in here. Did y'all see that one? Oh,
Mhm.
excuse me. Yeah, there's a Pink Beard one. This is the Ingrowth One.
That one
There's a
messaged me, the fake pink beard one.
huh.
But I knew it wasn't Bash because I forget exactly what it said. It was something along the lines of, "I'm so glad that you like my music. Follow me," and some generic ass. I was like, bro, Bash would not speak
Yeah,
to me this formally if he decided to message me about it. Like it wouldn't be Bash. And sure enough, it wasn't. So
that's Ingrowth 063.
063. Okay.
And that
Um.
one's just starting out.
Okay. Was there an Ingrowth? I know the Ingrowth One, but for some reason in my memory there was an Ingrowth Zero one. Did I report the right one?
I just see Ingrowth 1. I don't remember
Ah,
zero
shit.
one.
That's why I
It
hadn't
could.
got taken down. I did
Mm,
Ingrowth Zero one. Okay. All right. I'll redo it. And can you put that one that you just said in the box in the
Yeah.
thank you. If you are a believer, yeah. First off, what's up, D? Did somebody come in and say Gargar hasn't been around in a couple of weeks? Gargar's been around, right?
Yeah, Garthar been here. He
Yeah,
was
I've
asking
seen it.
people if they want to
Gar.
sub earlier today.
Okay, because somebody commented was like, I haven't seen Gargar in a while,
Garthar
and
was
I'm
here
thinking,
today.
They might
okay,
not be
okay,
used to his name.
okay.
D met Beyonce and started acting Hollywood on us. He ain't been around.
What do you
Um,
mean he met Beyonce?
He went to the Beyonce show in England
Oh,
or in
oh, he went to the
yeah.
concert, not actually met Beyonce.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, shoot, he sat close enough. He met her.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's Gargar.
Hey, look at his page. You get crazy.
Look at his what?
Said, look at his last couple videos. He was out there for real. I was like, damn, boy, she could have spit on your ass.
He said he held her hand before. Um, there's a ingrowth zero. Who said that? Sarah, are you on the Discord? Y'all, if you are a deconstructed believer, if you are an atheist, or if you are a believer who is comfortable asking, or not asking, if you are comfortable having uncomfortable conversations about your belief system with people who are questioning their belief, or um, non-believers, the guest box is open. Okay, can somebody get Sarah? You should be uh, at the point where you can have access to the Discord. If a mod can DM Sarah the Discord link so she can put the accounts that she found in the imposter channel, so I can report them, please. And y'all,
Okay.
I will never ever DM you for money, even if we're raising money in here. Okay, like if we're raising money, I'm never going to DM you. There's a Ingrove Zeros. Oh, that's the one. She said, okay. I'm never going to DM you for money. I don't do spiritual readings and stuff like that. And I rarely DM people outside of, like, you know, maybe Lala and Fee. I may send them a video, but if like I'm not gonna, don't fall for it, okay? And then if you do happen to see a message from me or something, or a follow request from me, look at the follower count and make sure that the follow count is matches this main account. I don't do shit with El Joso Ray Bowen. So if you get something pretending to be El Joso Ray Bowen, no, automatically no, it's not me. That's there as a precaution in case this account gets taken down. So just letting y'all know, don't fall for any scams, okay? Beta, Beta, are you there?
That signal is weak.
Sorry. My bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good rest of the morning, okay? Oh, it won't disconnect. Oh, it won't
It's not.
disconnect. There you go. All right. Let's see. It is 7:20. We still have 3 hours to go, y'all. We are scraggling by. Um, the we have 600 people watching the stream. 675 people watching the live stream right now. Again, if you are a person that is deconstructing, if you are an atheist, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, and you are okay having uncomfortable conversations about your belief system, about the Bible, about the history, the guest box is open. I don't want believers who are afraid, right, of these type of conversations. I don't even think you should be in here if what we're talking about scares you, and makes you scared for our lives or our souls. I don't think you should be in here. What's up, Stoic?
Good morning,
I
everyone.
forgot to send you the book.
So,
It's all good,
Jason,
man. It's all good. Yeah, I'm still trying to find that book. And like, I'm sorry, like, but you started it with finding the book for me. But like, I'm really interested to see the picture, the cover art. Like, I can't even find that. So, A, I want to see the cover art. B, I want to find the book and read it because I'm really interested in learning more. But, to try to stay on topic here, last week I talked about it's the worst thing to happen in the way that Jesus and the Bible is so confusing and has divided me and my family and my brother. And like, we're doing really well now, but it's just so divisive. And I experienced something yesterday in a leadership meeting. This was like 30 some odd leaders between, a technology group of mostly managers and team leads. And we were going through this exercise with our HR business partner to talk about basically the managing in the gray. When someone behaves this way, how do you handle it, yada yada, the boring stuff. Well, what threw me off, and I sit in the front because I'm so my vision is so bad, and this was a good thing because I know my facial expression. I lost my poker face when this happened. It caught me so off guard. And again, it's just to the point of like Jesus Christ being such a thought terminating fallacy. This woman behind me who, she and I do not see eye to eye, and never have. But I've worked with her for about 5 years, and we were talking about this, and she was like, "Well, I'll have to do this, and I'd have to do this." And then the next question, the follow up was, "Well, how do you handle it if this happens?" And her response was immediately, "Well, I'd have to pray about it." And my reaction was, I know that my face said it all. But I'm pretty sure I even sat up straighter in my chair because, again, it just threw me off so much that I was like, how did this creep in here? How did we get from talking about like groupthink and trying to work through it with a lot of new leaders to say, well, this is what I would do. This is what I would do. This is what I would do. Actual things. And then this woman comes in and says, well, I would pray about it. And it threw me off so much that I was really grateful that the meeting was nearly done. But it's like no one had a response to that. No one was like, oh, well, then what do you do after you pray about it? It's like, it's just such a, again, I'm rambling, but it's just such, again, like a thought terminating, I'm probably butchering what that is. There's a lot of different words for it, but like she was just let off the hook right there.
Yeah, and this happened at work.
Yeah, this was at work yesterday, and like I work for an organization that is privately owned, and they're generally very progressive, but also there's a lot of undercurrent that exists in a lot of private companies in this country. And so like we do these other things called small groups. Again, it's really awesome. Like the company gives leaders, or anybody can lead one of these groups. And the idea is you pick something you're passionate about, like a hobby, and you say, I'm going to do a group, and then people can sign up for your group. And then this lasts 4 to 8 weeks. I usually run 4-week sessions or 4-week groups because I don't really have time to invest into 8-week or longer groups. So, for instance, we've read Octavia Butler's parable. I've read and led groups with Octavia Butler's parable of the sower, and we just did Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, and I'm going to do Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow next. And so it's really, really awesome. But for every one of these quote unquote secular groups you get 5 Christian groups. Like it is all like the undercurrent is unmissable. And it's all like, hey, let's come together and let's talk about the Gospels. And the whole time I'm reading through these thinking, man, I want to sign up. But that would be explosive, and I'd probably lose my job. But yeah, like these things are really cool. But like I said, for every time I'm talking about meditations, and I'm talking about Epictetus, and I'm talking about owning your mind and learning and growing, there's somebody in here that wants to talk about Ecclesiastes. That was a really awkward moment in the meditation session. But like it's a really cool part of it. But again, like I can't help but think that a lot of that is like, well, let's make sure that people get an opportunity to go and sit for an hour each week to learn about God. You know, like there's a lot of people that just do that. They get in and they aren't challenging their thoughts at all. And we had a good bit of cognitive dissonance in the last group I led with Marcus Aurelius, because they're, you know, the majority of the population around me is Christian. And so there was a lot of cognitive dissonance when you're looking back at this book that is nearly 2,000 years old and going like, this is not Christianity. This is something that sort of speaks to the same things without all of the nastiness that is tied up in Yahweh and tied up in Jesus not flat out condemning Yahweh's old commandments. And if anything, again, says, I come to fulfill the law. Like, so again, it's just, for me, I still love being able to, I love being able to show up to these lives and have conversations and learn more. And in the real world, it's just another stark reminder that most people aren't doing the work, and most people haven't started doing the work.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and I want to make sure that I understood what you're saying is happening at work, like that y'all, and I get, you know, that it's cool, but are you saying that at work they give people an hour to like meditate and talk about God at work?
No, I would say
okay.
that, like, okay, so here's the way I'd put it. This place, you know, it's a mortgage company that can't decide if it's a marketing company, that can't decide if it's a technology company. You get this. And so, but they're very, again, I'm going to just use the grand sweeping word of liberally minded, with the idea of the way that like Google was in the early 2000s, and like, hey, they have sleep pods. Hey, look at how cool it is to work here. Like, it's more like that.
Yeah.
This company only started in 2002. So it's more along the lines of,
It's a
well,
startup. It's
yeah.
startup. I'm talking about the atmosphere. It's
Yes,
like a
yes,
startup
absolutely.
atmosphere.
Startup energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the other scary thing too, is they've still got this startup energy going on more than 20 years, and we're a multi-billion-dollar organization now. You should stop running on that startup energy when you realize that you can afford Microsoft E5 licensing, if that makes sense. The idea that you were on Google Docs because you couldn't afford anything, that's your startup energy. But we're making massive things. We're one of the biggest players in a certain subset of home loan. Like, we're not a startup. And that's the one thing that makes me nervous about this place, is there's a lot of, I've seen it on Reddit referring to my workplace as having sophomoric leadership. And that's right, because a lot of people started when they were 22 here, and now they're 35 or older, and they haven't worked anywhere else. And so they've got that startup energy that is, at this point, it's irresponsible. And so could somebody have an hour to go meditate and or pray and bring people with them and not have anything said to them at all at this place? Absolutely, 100%. Like, it's that I want to say lackadaisical.
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Like,
But would they then take whatever is a result of that prayer meditation session and utilize it as a strategic initiative?
No. Thank God, no. Thank God, no. I mean, it's mostly like the live and let live type thing. And truly, like, I've never gotten a sideways glance for doing something that's secular. Like, there are still, like, it's probably 85 to 90% of the groups are entirely secular. I mean, there's tens, if not into the hundreds of groups at this point. You know, anything from Magic the Gathering small groups to, like I said, meditations, to I'm doing another one that's about a book from effectively the Vietnam War, a memoir. Like, it's anything and everything. And thank God they're not going to try to be like, well, I prayed about it and we're going this way. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. But it's still very rooted in fundamentalist Christianity.
But my question was going to be, like, if you were to speak up, right, against some of their ideals, right, or the those that are in leadership, could that be used as retribution against you?
Well, I mean, in a perfect world, no, right? Like, we have retaliation things, but in this corrupt world, you know, because we're fallen. I'll remind everybody here, we're fallen. That, yeah, it could be, but, you know, I want to, And again, maybe this is the privilege talking, but like if we can't stand up for our beliefs and our principles to the idea of saying like, the freedom of religion is also, for me, it should be freedom from religion. And everything I've experienced thus far has been very level-headed speech, and I'm pretty sure there are people understanding that at this point I'm an atheist. I don't really hide this. I have very philosophically minded conversations most of the day because I'm lucky enough to get to have conversations most of the day, and that's sort of what my job is at this point. But could there be retribution? Absolutely. Do I imagine it happening? I really don't, because like that's what I would say. Like it's not the heartbeat here, but it certainly is evident that like this is a company of about 4,000 employees. And it's very evident that when it was 1,000 employees or smaller, that it was like 95% or more, like people would have identified as Christian, I'm sure.
Oh, okay. That would be my only concern with that. But yeah, like I get how that can be kind of frustrating when somebody brings up the God or prayer at work. But it's like it's almost like the leadership has made it okay to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that I would feel comfortable, um, with that.
Yeah, and I definitely don't know how I feel about it either. Like I guess for me, it's like the moment we start going around here, and we also have a foundation tied to our work. So a lot of us, including me, this isn't bragging. This is to say like they're one of the leaders in the community in the way that they give money within the community. We have a foundation that is a nonprofit on the side to us, and all of that is transparent. Like we get to see where all the money goes. But a lot of us donate 100%, not 100% of our salary, 1% of our salary to be used for the foundation, to support veterans, to support early literacy programs, all of these things that are truly, truly secular. So like that's the biggest reason I'm here, is because they're such a big player in the community in terms of helping and giving back. And the other thing is that they like the foundation and this company, the names are similar, but the foundation is very careful. And I mean, it's mostly because of nonprofit rules about not muddying those waters. And so, yeah, like that for me is why I'm here, is that like they're devoting tons of energy and effort to helping secular causes. They still do, there's a lot of, again, undercurrents of like people doing mission trips and stuff like that, but it's not paid for by the foundation. But again, so I agree, Thinker, like that part of it is uncomfortable to me. And the moment that I stop seeing that this company is supporting the communities that it's in, because we have like 12 or 13 branches or locations in the city I'm in, and we have another like 10 nationwide, including a branch in Hawaii. I can't get out to Hawaii. I'm trying, but so yeah, if it weren't for the foundation, I think that I would already be looking. But they do such a good amount of work, and then also like allow the employees to really have a say in what percentage we're doing for this subset, this like demographic or this targeted group, whether it be veterans or, like I said, children that need literacy or backpacks or food. So the moment that starts, that the cracks in the armor start to show there, I'm definitely looking. So they're doing a lot of good, but there's also just a lot of, again, like thought terminating fallacy that it's like you guys aren't actually thinking a lot of this stuff through. So again, Thinker, I just wanted to come up and A, say hi, B, keep the party rolling. Thank you so much for all that you do, everyone. Except also the new profile picture is sick.
Appreciate you, Rock.
Yeah, man, that profile that looks awesome. But if you have any other questions, Thinker, I'm happy to answer. But I wanted to just really step up and say, like, yeah, that happened yesterday, and I was having a really good meeting and rolling and talking, and half the people didn't say a word. But then I was like, oh, so, well, I can't really identify with. I've got to pray about it before I know what next steps are. So I appreciate everybody.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think it's interesting how when you're in like that kind of environment with somebody who does believe, they will kind of push that boundary almost to kind of like test and see who they can get away with it, who they can get away with it around. And when they find out it's not you, they come to that decision of, whether or not they want to impress it upon you. And I think it's interesting seeing the wheels turn in their head where they think about maybe pushing that and trying to see if they can get further into your, I won't say defenses, but like further into your boundary and see if maybe they can't win one more soul over and stuff. Like it is an interesting place because like you try to be cool, calm, collected, you know what I mean? But when you get to the point where we have to just dump logic and just be like, God, it's like, bro, what the fuck, man? This ain't even like that. Like this has nothing to do with that. I go out a lot with well, not a lot, but I go out sometimes with like my dad and stuff, and it'd be so like we'll just have like such a decent time, and then all of a sudden, boom, religion and shit. And it's like, bro, why? Why? Like, we can't just exist. We can't just be, vibing and doing things, and like I don't know, like it's like they can't exist without bringing something dumb into it. And not to shit on people's religions and stuff, but it's irrelevant. Like that's not what we're here for. It's not what we're doing.
I know I have a really bad habit of whenever I get into certain conversations, or I'm even in the middle of certain conversations, just jumping from like step F or step A all the way to step J, and basically therefore being irresponsible and not explaining steps 1 through 9 to people as I'm in the middle of a conversation. And it's sort of like that. It's sort of like, how were we? I thought we were on the same logical path, but it just happens to be that the first few steps of your quote unquote logic are the same as mine, but mine's actual logic. Yours comes down to, I've already prayed about this stuff and I know I would handle this. And now, well, seemingly you've been presented with a novel situation and now you got to go to God. Like, again, like my question for her, I wanted to be is like, what are you going to say? Like, what are you saying in this prayer? Like, are you just reading what's on the PowerPoint slide to God? Like, what is like, is there more background information that you need to provide? Like what? And like that obviously is escalation and truly, unprofessional in a workplace. Like I can't get that belligerent with it, but I definitely want to. And this woman is, boy, she's a Karen, man, she's a Karen. And, she is, oh man, I could talk, but I'm not going to. And it's like, a lot of it was, like you said, Oso, that like if it's your dad, a lot of it is, it's her. And that's why it got me. But it does remind me a lot of the conversations where, when I was in high school, I'd talk to my dad and we'd be in the truck and we'd get on Gog and Magog and Revelation. And then I went to college and understood that there was a different concept around premillennialism and postmillennialism whenever you get into Revelation. And then those conversations with my dad changed. Those conversations got a lot harder to have, and they're still pretty hard to have, but it's only because he refuses to open his mind and take the facts for what they are. That like I was saying yesterday, like why is it, for the longest time, and I could be misspeaking here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like for the longest time, it was, you didn't utter the word Yahweh. You didn't utter the name of God. But once we sort of got over that taboo and saw that we weren't all struck down whenever we said the word Yahweh, why did people not go further than that? Why did they refuse? Again, and this is a rhetorical question because I know why. But like, why do they refuse to acknowledge that if the name of God is Yahweh, then Yahweh, if you do your research, is a part of a pantheon. And like, don't we have to acknowledge the other quote unquote gods in this pantheon? They won't go there. And that's the thing with my dad is I'm like, if I can't even get him there, then I, to your point, Oso, I don't want him to take the conversation to the Bible. Because at this point, I can run circles around him and I've got nothing on you guys. Well, but it's one of those things where I'm like, man, if you're not going to engage honestly, then like, because he'll invoke the Bible as like a way to end the conversation. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm not done. Like, if you want to take it there, let's take it there. Right. I mean, I haven't even gotten to talk to him about Numbers 31.
I
But
oh no, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, man.
I was gonna say I likened it to like when I was younger. I saw I don't know if it was a documentary or something. I don't know. It was some video I watched, but it was about how people in India keep like fully grown elephants on like nothing more than like a rope and a stake. And like the way that they get them to do that is they train them when they're young to like they have like giant metal stakes in the ground with big iron cuffs and and make it impossible for the elephant
Mm-hmm.
to leave and then so like when they get older and they still feel that tug they think they're powerless to break free of that and so they
Mm-hmm.
just accept the fact that this rope and this little wooden stake are gonna keep you contained and
Yeah,
it's I don't want to say funny but it's really close to that because they just
it is.
they learn that boundary and they don't press past it at all.
That's a great analogy. That's a great analogy. I think that spot on, right? Like this goes to the idea of why we indoctrinate kids young with religion or whatever. And to the same way, right? That elephant was indoctrinated to understand that, well, I'm going to have this reaction. I'm going to try to pull, but it's not going to do any good. And
Mhm.
so as they're older, well, we're just not even trying. Like, and then I'm sure there's the part that is like, I mean, I hate the idea of elephants in captivity, but there's part of it that must be happening in their non-conscious, their non-reasoning brains, if you will, to say like, well, I've got food, I've got water. This is it. This is the existence.
Yeah,
They must feel some innate pull towards their natural world. Like I would imagine that, but they have I think they've, to your point, Osa, they've forgotten that the idea of escape is even there.
yeah,
Mm. Yeah, I appreciate all of this so much, and as I continue to get older and read more, and I understand that like if I can't reach him today, if I can't reach my brother today, like there's always tomorrow. And so I just try to have level conversations and say what I'm saying and definitely not get caught in the rage baiting. I know you guys have sort of taught me that. And I mean, all that's happening in our country right now is like a whole other conversation that I've been having with my family. And I'm like, man, like it's only a matter of time before they invoke the Bible.
right.
And
Yeah,
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my damn mind.
I keep waiting for my dad to try me again. He lost the
Mm-hmm.
last time, so it's gonna take him a while to lick his wounds to come back. But I stay ready.
Yeah, my dad
Your
hasn't
laugh
tried a
sounds so
bit.
evil, also when you do that.
Doesn't it?
Because
It's
I
like
mean every word
maniacal
of
as
it. I
hell.
stay ready.
We're supposed to have a get together in July with my dad and my brother and our families, and I don't know that it's going to happen because my brother's being lazy with getting the dates, and so I'm going to have to hear about this. But in the event that it does happen, I just don't see there's any way that this doesn't come up. And
Right.
I'm chomping at the bit to have this conversation in person and civilly and respectfully, right? Like I don't want
Mhm.
to do it and ruin the whole affair. But again,
Right.
like he's going to bring it up. One of them are going to bring it
Absolutely.
up. And then I'm
Absolutely.
going to I'm going to just turn on the recorder and I'm just going to go. But I won't stay up here. I appreciate it so much. And I just wanted to add that little bit to the point of like, some people need Jesus to literally, they invoke Jesus in the middle of a work meeting about how leaders reason and logic through things. And so her lesson, I guess, to the younger leaders, to the more experienced leaders was like, well, praying is always an option. So I greatly appreciate it. And I will keep listening.
Hey man, I like the
Yeah,
way you think, friend. I enjoy talking to you.
Thank you. I like the way you
I've
think
been
too.
going through my messages. I'm trying to find. I found the drawing that I was telling you about that I drew
Mm-hmm.
of the dream that I had when I was younger. I'm still trying to make sure I gave you the right name of the book. I found my notes. Hold on. This is the. I'm not a drawer, y'all. Like I cannot draw. Um, but from memory, this is the best. Well, damn. Hold on. had to email it to myself. I've been sitting here going through text messages. I went all the way back to 2021.
Oh wow, thank you.
Let's see. Open up. Okay. Hold on, it's downloading the image. And we gotta go through 5,000 things. Okay. All right. This is the drawing. This is what I saw in my dream when I was younger. And my daughter on what date is this? July 29th of 2021. She texted me. She said, "Mama, this reminds me of your drawing." And I'm trying to find the screenshot of the book to make sure I give you the right name. Shit. Gosh. Damn. Let's see. July 29th. Make sure I give you the right name of the book. It's like oh goodness.
Yeah, and the other thing, like I think everybody here, and again, we don't actually know each other, but it's just a reminder that I have a visual impairment and nearly legally blind. So for me, like I'm like you, thinker, in that I prefer digital files, being able to zoom into PDFs, being able to throw them on my Kindle for easier reading. So I'm super interested in just finding digital copies of these things, and it is very alarming that they're hard to find.
That, like the fact that I typed the name of the book into YouTube right now is not coming up or on Google. And she was literally packaging the book. Where the fuck did her text message go? That is fucking weird. Hold on. Here are the notes, and I can send you.
That's awesome.
Let's see. The notes start right here and go all the way down. Like it's lecture 1, lecture 2. I don't know why I didn't put the name of the book in the notes, but these are the notes of the book, and it's either uncovering the signs of the apocalypse or reading the signs of the apocalypse. But it's based off of Stoicism, and I cannot remember the author's name, but I'll keep looking for her text with the screenshot of the cover of the book, because it looks just like what I drew. Like it looks just like that.
Well, if you don't mind sharing your notes, and again, I'm not trying to, that's asking for a lot, but I'd be interested in seeing that and seeing if we could reverse like from there and find the title, because like, I don't know, like that's the eerie part for me, is not being able to find this stuff.
Is it reading the pictures of the apocalypse? It's kind
There
of like
it is, reading the pictures of the apocalypse.
Yeah,
Nice.
it looks like
Do you
it's
see
by,
the picture? Do you see
yeah, I see that. It's got the sword and everything.
Yeah, hold on. That's what
Yeah,
it
it's
is.
by
I said reading
Steiner
the
Rudolph.
sign. Yeah. Reading the pictures.
Search
You
for
can't
reading the
buy the book
pictures of the
anymore.
apocalypse.
Huh?
Search for reading the pictures of the apocalypse.
Yeah, that's what features.
It's just
I was first place in that segment, so
Thinker
But do
Well,
also
that
y'all
makes
see
me
also
it?
third.
look Oso
Huh?
also put in the chat that your picture was drawn by Vincent Van Hell No. So I don't know if you
I
saw
shut up.
that.
Oh, so I told you I don't know how to draw.
That's
I
Also,
You
told
so
you
were
I
Van
can't.
supposed to
Hell.
see.
I can't draw, and I was trying to draw
Hmm.
from memory, right? Because it was younger when I had this dream. Like I was a Christian, and in the dream, this was on the altar, right? And this is me trying to draw the sword coming out of the mouth, going through the head. Like so, I don't know how to draw this, like make the sword look like it's going straight through the mouth, right? That was the best that I knew how to do, like to give the impression that it's going through the mouth. But in my dream, like it looked just like this motherfucker here in my dream, and she texted me on July 29th. Actually, I just found her text message. Um, um, she texted me on July 29th, 2021. She was like, Mama, this looks like your drawing. She said, I was packing books. And she said, this is one of the books that was in the, on the order. And I tried to go and buy it and it wasn't available, but let me see if it's available now. So I had to listen to the book on YouTube. Um, Let me see. Uh, yeah, it's available now.
Nice.
Okay, I did come across that photo while I was. It also sent me the picture, or excuse me, the title, and I think we were missing the piece in there with pictures of the apocalypse. But I still did stumble
Yeah,
upon
yeah.
that book. I stumbled across that picture, and I'll be honest and say again, my vision is so poor that I had to really zoom in on here to be able to even see the sword, right? Because like the sword sort of blends into the picture, so like that I can definitely see it now. So I will acquire that and. Yeah, get to reading. I've got a lot on my plate, but I can always find time for. And if you're telling me there's lots of stoicism in there too, or I'm definitely interested in reading about it.
Yeah. Well, when I researched it, like it's the author is a stoic, and it's like it says that it's based off of stoicism, but a lot of it is apocalyptic.
Hmm.
Like very apocalyptic. It like when I was reading it, like I was like, holy shit. And this is like 2021. I'm like a year and a half, because I started deconstructing around the end of 2019. So I'm at this point, I'm still holding on to Christ consciousness, right?
Hmm.
As I'm like reading this book, and it like kind of fucked me up, like the stuff that the book was saying. But it's interesting the way they view it, and if this is stoicism. Like, I mean, I don't believe in any of this uh anymore, but yeah, since you said that you were into stoicism, I was just wondering if you had read that book. But
I'm gonna look at it, but there's generally no, you get early stoicism that has to do with like capital in nature, and there's like the idea of there is like a science and a bit of a mysticism to stoicism, but like generally speaking, modern capital S Stoics just kind of shirk all of that. And I think that even Marcus Aurelius was too. Like, but again, like unlike the Bible, there isn't any Stoics sitting here going like, no, that science was good. No, like it's solid, it's true. Like we learned more, and that's fine. But the truth is that for me, the philosophy, the idea of this inner peace, the idea of there is just here and now, that seems true and seems to be true throughout the ages. So again, like there's no part of capital S Stoicism that I'm not willing to disavow. But it's the idea that this too shall pass. I keep coming back to these things and understanding like, we have this breath right here and right now. And so I'm grateful to no longer be bored and no longer be scared and fearful of the unknown. Instead, I'm just hungry to learn and very grateful for all of the motivation I get from these lives.
well, we appreciate you for being here, Stoic. Yeah, it's a pleasure having you a part of the community.
Oh, well,
Absolutely.
I'm humbled by that. I appreciate it so much, and I'm going to get on with some things and let you guys get on with some things. I hope there's some people in the box. I'm going to do the morning work, but I will keep listening.
All right, have a good one.
All right. Love you
Enjoy
all.
your day.
All right,
Love you,
love you
bro.
too.
Love you too, friend.
Daniels, no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Christ consciousness. I'm saying I don't subscribe to that. But when I was deconstructing, it was hard for me to let go of the idea of Christ, just because how like Jesus was given to us or given to me uh as this holy thing to reverence, and innocent man that, you know, died on the cross for you, and he suffered so much for you, and he was so much love and so much peace. And as I'm deconstructing my belief in Christianity, is how I started off first. I didn't let go of the God first, I let go of Christianity first. And then I started learning about Yahweh. So I let Yahweh go and Jesus, but I, it was difficult for me to let go of the whole Christ thing. And so I tried to hang on by redefining and saying, "Oh, I'm spiritual," and moving into Christ consciousness and all of that. And the more I studied, um, I just end up deconstructing from all of it. So yeah, just because I'm saying that's not something that I subscribe to doesn't mean that I'm saying that it, you know, that people shouldn't, right? Like I'm not here to tell you what to believe in. You know, if I talk about what I don't believe in, that's me, right? Like my deconstruction is my deconstruction. Yours is yours. Charles, how are you?
Oh, I didn't come up. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll take you down. Hope you have a good day. Okay.
Thank you, darling.
All right. All right, y'all. We um have what 2 hour 2 hours? No, right at yeah, 2 hours left. Is 8 o'clock.
2.5, 3.5.
2.5.
Wait, 2.5.
2.5. Yeah, 2.5 hours left in the show. Let's try to keep the conversations going so we don't have to shut down early. Skywalker.
Hey, I got a question, and I'm gonna be respectful about it.
I
I'm gonna
don't
be
answer questions. I don't answer questions from the chat. If you come up, first I need to know your age for TikTok
my
purposes.
age. I'm
If
22.
you are, 1 second, let me tell you what I need. Okay. Um, your age. Okay, it's 22. I need to know if you are a deconstructing believer, an atheist, or an existing believer who is not afraid to have uncomfortable conversations about their belief system.
I'm a
And
believer.
then okay, who is not afraid to have uncomfortable conversations about their belief system.
I'll try to
Does that
answer as
bother
best I
you?
can.
No, I'm not saying you need to know everything. Like when I say like it doesn't scare you to have uncomfortable conversations, like you're going to be talking to people who don't believe. And a lot of times when we bring up historical points or facts or something like that that goes against what you currently believe, it tends to scare people, right? Or it offends them and they get defensive, and then there's a shouting match. And I'm really trying to cut down on that. So are you okay having those uncomfortable conversations with people who don't believe in your God?
We can have a conversation.
You keep missing the point. It,
I
are
just
you okay having uncomfortable conversations, not a
yeah.
conversation? Okay. And then I don't answer questions from the chat unless you are a member of the community, which you're not. So when you come on stage, you have to address the the prompt, and this is a discussion, not a debate. Okay.
All right. So am I gonna be asked questions?
No, this is a discussion. So yeah, there's a prompt there. You can say, "Hey, this is how I feel. I agree or I disagree, and here's why." And then we'll enter a discussion. During that discussion, questions may come up based off of what you say. But I don't allow people to just come up and ask me random questions. That's not this type of live, okay?
There's got to be questions concerning this, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
So like you know how we're having a discussion right now about the rules of this space, and you just asked me a question based off of what I just said to you.
Mm-hmm.
Questions may come up in the discussion based off of what we say to each other about the topic, but I don't allow random questions from I don't allow people to just come up on stage and say, "Hey, I have a question." Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the prompt?
So the prompt is this picture right here about Jesus, or am I not seeing something?
Yes. Yep, that's the prompt.
Hmm. And I can ask questions about this, correct?
Uh
I'm new here. Come on.
that
I
yeah, but like you're not new to
Oh
life.
wait. Oh, okay. I think okay. You said what are my thoughts? Honestly, I don't know if this compassion, like this commandment over compassion thing, is correct. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a believer, but it's like we not in the Old Testament no more. So it's like those commandments, like we don't follow those anymore. Like we got new commandments that like we really only got two commandments that tie all those like all 10 together. Like love your neighbor, but first love God, because you can't love people without loving God. And second is like over compassion. When like whole time, I know that lady from minutes ago was like,
Please
wait, no, not
don't
her.
refer to somebody else's conversation when they're not here, okay?
All right. So like his compassion whole time is like allowing us to go through hardship because it refines us. Like it makes our spirit stronger so we can have resilience against the outer world.
Resilience to do what? Just keep going through suffering? Like you realize that you're saying that he allows you to suffer so that you can have resilience to what? Suffer
Jesus
more?
Jesus
I
said,
had a hey, I'm sorry. So do you see how I didn't interrupt you when you were talking?
you
Hmm?
right, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Um
it's suffering for
you
resilience to suffer.
yeah, like what I don't understand is like resilience to do what? Because you're already suffering. Is it resilience just to keep suffering?
It's not really just to keep suffering, but like the resilience to like endure whatever is going on. Like so like people so like says let's say people are like coming against you for your faith. Like how your people be coming for me. I could be like I could be like I could be in my emotions and like cussing them out and doing all this other stuff, but instead I just I mean like as of right now, I was listening to y'all. But any other time if people were like this and like I'm hearing people like talk crazy shit, I'm like not even focused on them. But like that takes not only does that take resilience, like you gotta have like the faith to endure all of that. Like Jesus said that we would be suffering. Like it's not all happy
You're
being a
saying that
believer.
because I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, that was it.
So you're saying that because Christians suffer, uh, Christians should be able to not get upset they should be able to stay calm in all things. Is that what you're saying? That suffering teaches the resiliency that then equates to self control. Is that what you're saying?
Like, well, kind of. So, like, one of the fruits of the spirit is self control, and
Mm-hmm.
like,
Yeah, I don't want you to go into another monologue. I'm just
no, that's not what I'm
clarifying.
saying.
I'm
But
sorry. You already had your turn to speak. It's my turn to speak. And so when I say, is that what you're saying? You can say, yes, that's what I'm saying, or no, that's not what I'm saying. And then I can continue, right? I'm not asking you to go into another explanation. Does that make sense?
yep,
Okay, thank you. And so you're saying that suffering provides the resiliency for Christians to that equates to self-control. Therefore, every Christian, right, every person that believes or claims a belief in this God that suffers should automatically have self-control because that is a fruit of the spirit of the suffering.
it's not
Is
gonna
that what you're
happen.
saying?
It's not gonna happen overnight. Like, it's got to be like you first. Like, you really like you got to be humble. You got to be patient with it. Like, it's not gonna happen overnight. You don't become, whatever you good at overnight. Like, it takes time. It takes practice. Practice make perfect. You know
Wait,
what I
I
mean?
thought the suffering did it. So the person is practicing, the suffering isn't doing it.
You're practicing. Okay, so like we flesh. So like we like when we come out the womb, we naturally are are like born in sin. So like the Bible say flesh is against the spirit. That's why you got people in this chat talking against people that believe in God, because naturally that's what this world been doing since Adam and Eve. But like when you start believing in Jesus, you become born again. I think you heard of this before, and you literally you're practicing subjecting your flesh to the spirit. So that means that like you know how like people say like we got like a dark side and a light side. That's like the flesh is like the dark side and the spirit is like the light, because when we practice walking in the spirit, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna feel painful, it's gonna feel annoying and make people want to leave the faith. At first, that's what the devil be wanting. That's what he be that's how he be getting people to leave the faith. But it's like when you overcome that, you start to realize that like, when I'm saying like flesh against the spirit. So like when you naturally like if you naturally no, I'll take that back. If you start understanding that, you'll be like you will start understanding why God allow us to go through hardship. It's not because he don't like us or because like he just do what he want, but it's like you it's like it's strengthening you in a way. Like you practicing, like if someone annoying you,
I need you to get to a period at some point, okay? So I can respond to you.
you okay, so someone annoying you and you naturally want to fight back against them. So if you reject that, if you deny reacting to them and just say, you know what, I'm gonna just ignore you, focus on God, that's suffering. That's suffering in the flesh.
And so it's the suffering equals more suffering, and that more suffering means self-control is what you're saying. So what I would like to know though is if the human has to practice self-control, right? Like I do. I don't believe in your God, right? And
Right.
honestly, I have more self control than most of the believers that come on my stage. It's actually one of the things that we talk about that a lot of believers don't have. They don't have patience and they don't have self control when they come on this stage, right? And so if they have to practice at self control the same way a non believer does, then it to me it seems like the suffering isn't what is um, creating the self control. It's the person actively, right, choosing to train themselves, their minds, and their bodies and their emotions in tough situations, especially if they're just going to end up the reward of suffering is just suffering quietly, because that's what it sounds like you're saying, right? People can disrespect you, they can mistreat you, and you, as a believer, are expected to do it quietly and just ignore it and continue suffering in it or adding that to your suffering bag. That's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
Incorrect. So like it just came to me while we're practicing not okay, while we're practicing not reacting to people's bullshit and we focusing on God, we're becoming like God. That's like, you know what I'm saying? That's like one of the points that Jesus talked about in the Bible.
But
Like
that doesn't address Thinker's point. Like we practice not responding to people's bullshit all the time. I'm not trying to be like your God. So the fact that a human is practicing a skill set that they have decided they want to implement, where's the space for the God?
God is working in us while we're practicing that. That's what I'm trying to say.
But that's your belief because I'm practicing that and your God is not working in me. Your God is nowhere near me. But I intentionally decide to respond as opposed to reacting to things that I find triggering. That has nothing to do with your God. That has everything to do with me being self aware as a human being.
And she doesn't suffer, right? As a result of that, you are saying believers do. So what I hear you saying is that your God expects you to suffer or puts you through suffering so that you can suffer more and not react to it, so that you can be like him.
But when we're like him, we're not gonna feel that feeling of, oh, I'm suffering, oh, these people are annoying. We're gonna be ignoring them. Like it's not gonna be nothing.
While
Like,
you're still suffering. Like you can ignore the people, but you ignoring them didn't stop them from causing you to suffer. You're still suffering. You're just ignoring them causing you to suffer.
like when we're ignoring them and God is like God through us is like helping us not react, we're gonna feel peace. We're not gonna feel the suffering. We're not gonna feel the
You
annoyance.
you said that you would suffer without reacting. So you're still suffering. And how
No.
would you know? I'm sorry, that's what you said, right? So does it get rid of the suffering? Does suffering then get rid of the suffering?
God heals as you practice self-control and not reacting. Like if you got lust problems, like if you just gotta look at that dick, it's like when you deny that and like when you actually practice like not trying to look at that dick, it's like it's God working in you to not feel that. So if someone come up to you be like, hey, suck some dick, woo woo woo,
Wait a minute.
but the God in you is gonna be like, because
What?
this all ties into that. Because
It
Wait a
like,
does
minute.
it because first off, where does your God tell anybody that they can't look at dick?
okay, so in the Bible, when you was a Christian, did you learn that God taught us to lust or no?
Where did he teach you that it was wrong to lust, except for after another man's property, which was a woman, if she was his property?
Jesus said, if you look at a man or woman with lust, you're
No,
committing
he
adultery in
didn't.
your heart.
You're
Yes, he
adding. He
did.
didn't say man or woman. He did not. He
If you
said if
look
you
at a
look
woman,
at a woman and a woman, right? When they asked him about marriage, okay, a woman in those days was property of a man. So if a woman belonged to a man, lusting or coveting another man's property was a sin. It is literally one of the 10 commandments. Animalistic behaviors, you know the rules in here. Do not type in caps in my comments. like the 10 commandments says do not covet another man's property, and that includes his wife, right? Like we can look at the 10 commandments, since your brothers and sisters in Christ want to say that I'm incorrect. Like I don't just say shit in here, I back it up, right? um you shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife. That's lusting after it, or after her, because she is. And the fucked up thing is that she's listed with property. She was his property, right along with his house, right along with his male or female slave, right along with his ox and his donkey. She was property. So you couldn't lust after your neighbor's property. You also could not commit adultery. Adultery is marriage. And a woman belonged to the property of a man. If a man slept with a woman that belonged to the property, that belonged to another man, that was committing adultery. So when they asked Jesus about marriage, he said, if you lust after a woman, if you just even look at another man's property, that's sin. And he didn't do anything extra, because that's literally Exodus 20 and 17. But that has nothing to do with people who are not married.
It still pulls them into lust, which is what God don't like, even if we
It's
single.
lust of another person's property, another man's wife,
We don't gotta be
another
married though.
man's property. Where in this Bible does your Jesus tell men that they have to be virgins before marriage?
I probably might not know the book or chapter, but I know that sex before marriage is spoken against.
Where in the Bible is it spoken against?
I mean, you got the screen up. Let's look it up.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Tell me where to go.
I just told you I may not know, but I'm being honest though.
No, you're saying you know that it talks about sex before marriage. If you know that it talks about sex before marriage, I'm asking you where, because I'm telling you that I know it does not.
Okay, do you
There's
know
nowhere
why?
in
Do
this
you know why?
Bible. There's no. Let me finish talking. Remember, I told you don't interrupt me, right? There is nowhere in this Bible that talks about sex before marriage for men. There's nowhere in this Bible that even mentions the virginity of men. And in the New Testament, the word fornication did not mean sex before marriage. It meant prostitution. It meant porn.
What do you think, bro?
That has nothing to do with sex before marriage.
So what's porn then?
What is porn? Porn is watching other people have sex. Like, what do you think porn is? What
Other
do you
people.
think porn is?
Fornication.
No, it
In a
was
nutshell, it is.
considered. It's considered fornication. It's pornea, but that's not sex before marriage. We're talking about sex before marriage, consensual sex between two people before marriage. That is not in the Bible.
Do you know why it's spoken against, ma'am?
It's not spoken against. It's
If I
not
were you,
spoken against.
since you're making that claim and you don't necessarily know, I would suggest going to Google to try to find it.
I mean, I was thinking about it, but I didn't want to like end the call or nothing. Cause I got another discussion thing, but like I just wanted to make like I ain't come here to fight, but it's like
No, it's not about fighting. It's about backing up
no,
what you're
like
saying.
This is why I asked if you can have uncomfortable conversations. Like, I hate when y'all do that. Like how y'all victimize yourself. You continued when you first started talking about the comments of people, non-believers, and the comments that they make about believers, but you didn't say anything about the comments that believers make about non-believers. You didn't say anything about the threats of hell, people calling people witches or demons. You only focused on non-believers not liking or agreeing with believers. Y'all victimize yourselves. Nobody is fighting with you. You are having an uncomfortable conversation
I'm
with
not
non-believers,
uncomfortable.
which
I
is what
promise I'm not.
yes, you are, if you think people are fighting you.
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Arguing, because you sound hostile.
Literally, how many times have I had to repeat myself? How many times have I had to ask you not to talk over me? And then you've tone police. Like, nobody has to talk to you like they're your kindergarten teacher. You're 22, not 5.
There you go.
Am I allowed to talk now?
Oh my god.
You can't be serious.
It's like clockwork. They all do and say the same thing. It's like clockwork.
Snag away.
Did you hear the last part I asked, ma'am? Or
Can you
said?
talk now?
Well, someone took away my ability to talk.
Because you wasn't listening. You don't even know why your mic was muted, because you were not listening. And if you were listening to anything that I said while you were muted, you would know why you were muted. You were not listening.
Can we get to the other discussion and then I'm gone? Because
No.
What
I
other
wasn't trying to
discussion?
argue.
No, because you haven't even finished this discussion. Like,
All right,
y'all
all
like to
right.
keep things unresolved. What
No,
happened to
no,
your self-control and your patience? I'm sorry. Where's the fruit of the spirit? Are you what is the suffering? Is your suffering paying off yet, or are you still practicing?
it's to the point where I don't need to practice. I'm just waiting on you
No,
Not really.
you're waiting on me for what?
to finish saying what you were saying.
You cannot move to a different topic when this one is unresolved. Nothing was resolved here. Y'all want to say things, right? You don't want to get a full understanding of what the other person is saying. You just want to blurt out stuff, and then you expect people to just accept what you say. Like, I asked you to show me where in the Bible does it say that you have to be a virgin before you're married.
Maybe look it up.
You can definitely look it up. You can go to Google and look it up.
But like, is it gonna like take me out the chat or something?
No, all you have to do is open your Google app and type.
So we won't hear
He
you while
remind
you're gone.
yeah. So he reminds me of whenever I don't get a package and they ask me to show proof that I didn't get my package. The proof is that it's not there. That's my proof.
What?
Not talking to you.
Did you find?
Ma'am, did you hear me?
No, we can't hear you while you're out. What'd you find?
I said 1 Corinthians 6:18 through 20.
Come back. When you leave the app, we can't hear you. Let's read it. Shun sexual immorality. What word is right there? Do you know? What word is there in the Greek? Do you know?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't study the Greek.
Why not? This was written in Greek. It wasn't written in English. What is it? 1 Corinthians 6. We're gonna go to 1 Corinthians 6, verse 18. This is the oldest copy of First Corinthians that we have in history. Just so you know what we're looking at, okay? This
Mm-hmm.
is the oldest Greek manuscript of First Corinthians chapter 6. Sexual immorality, line number 3. Okay, we'll make it a little bit bigger for you. All right, can you see that? That's the Greek word right there. Porneia. Okay, line number 3 right here. Sexual immorality, that's porneia. That's the Greek word. This is what it meant at that time. Okay, number 1 right here. Prostitution, adultery, incest, and porn. By extension, line number 2, by extension, what this means is after the text was written, right, and Christian theology, it began to mean unwedded stimulation or fulfillment of sexual desire. Okay? It also figuratively refers to idolatry. So this definition, the by extension, was added by early church fathers around the 11th or 12th century common era time. That means during our time, our age, porneia began to refer to sex before marriage. But originally, the Greek definition was prostitution, adultery, incest,
Bingo.
and porn.
Incest. We're brothers and sisters in God.
Oh my
Originally.
fucking God. I'm done with you. I'm done
What
with
does
you.
incest have to do with what we're actually talking about right
He's
now?
trying to say that we're all brothers and sisters in God. So everybody fucking every brother and sister. So everybody that got married,
We
like,
shouldn't get
do
married.
you realize what you just said? Like, your mom and dad are committing incest right now. Do you realize that? Even though they're married, because your mom and dad are brothers and sisters in God, they are committing incest. Do you realize that by your definition?
I mean, they're married, so like sex, like the sex before marriage talk doesn't apply to them
No, no.
anymore.
But why did you zero in on
Anything else?
incest? Bingo. Like that
Because
was
I'm
your
talking
This is
about
why I
story.
the
hate
single
this
people.
religion.
It
So
does.
only single people are brothers and sisters in Christ. Only single people are. And
If
so only listen, I want you to use your mind, Skywalker. You're too old, you're too young for your prefrontal cortex to be this damaged already by this religion. I want you to use your mind, okay? Incest is when a relatives, right, have sexual relations with each other, blood relatives. But if we use your definition of incest to mean that brothers and sisters and God having sex with each other is incestuous. Incest does not require marriage. Incest does not go away with marriage. Come back, Skywalker.
Lala, can you check my chat?
that was my AirPods. What you say?
Incest is incest between a brother and sister, even if they're married. It's still incest. And so if you are saying that it's a when single people have sex, it's incest because they're brother and sister and God, even when your mommy and daddy got married, they are still an incestuous married couple in your God's eyes, according to you.
It's not incest at that point if they're
What
married.
what is the definition of incest? Of incest. What's the definition?
Two biological kids having sex. That's like of the same blood.
So
And
if they get married, is it no longer incest?
I mean, at that no, that's incest because it's brother and sister. But I'm speaking from a
Hold on.
spiritual
No, no,
lens.
no, 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 no.
Come on.
What you're trying to do is to create two different definitions of incest. You're trying to say, oh, there's an incest for single people that makes them brothers and sisters in God, and then there's an incest for biological people. That's what you're trying to do. The definition of incest is when biological relatives have sexual relations. And it does not go away when they get married. They're just an incestuous married couple. And it would be that same way if you want to use incest as a reason to say that single people shouldn't have sex because they're brother and sister in God. They were brother and sister in God before they fucked. They were brother and sister in God before they got married. And therefore, your mommy and daddy are an incestuous married couple.
Did you understand the part where I said I was speaking from a spiritual sense when it came to like single people though?
Did you not hear anything she just said?
I
Hey, I'm
did.
gonna tell y'all about to clock out on this one. I have been a preschool teacher all night.
You have.
I don't have it. I can't. Y'all got this.
But Skywalker, I think you're missing the point, right? Like you're saying, talking about it in a spiritual sense as if that changes anything. That's ultimately saying I'm just making up a meaning that's more convenient for me. That's not what incest is. Incest has a definition, it has a usage, and it's not what you're referring to. The problem is going back to the original, the thing that led us in this down this rabbit hole was the Greek word porneia. And it's just simply not, it wasn't used in the way that it has been adjusted to in modern day era. A good analogy of that is the word computer. When you hear computer, what do you think about?
Technology.
Okay, if you were in the 1600s, a computer was in person. It was an actual job title. It was someone who computed mathematical data by hand. So if you say the word computer to a person in 1602, they're going to have a completely different mental picture than you saying the word computer to somebody in 2025. Does that make sense?
Could you repeat that last part, ma'am?
If you say the word computer to someone in 2025, it conjures a completely different mental image than the word computer being said to a person in 1625. Because at that time, the word computer was a job title. It was a person who computed mathematical data by hand. It's the same thing with porneia. Now people use this word to mean sex outside of marriage when it is not biblically substantiated. That is the original point and why Thinker went to the original Greek to show that to you. How we ended up at incest to try to justify your erroneous position is wild to me, because even using the concept of incest doesn't substantiate what you're trying to prove.
I guess I was just baffled at the fact that y'all claim that people that okay, when y'all obviously must have been believers at some point before y'all turned.
We're not
When y'all
about to
was learning
pivot. No, we're not finna pivot.
pivot. Okay, I wasn't trying to make it into an argument, but
No,
it's like
pivoting means changing the subject. Pivot means to move, to switch directions. We're not about to switch directions. We're on this topic right here.
So now that
it's
we
still
know,
sin.
hold on, now that we know that what you brought did not mean what you were saying, I'm pretty sure that was the closest thing you had to backing up the claim that you made. I think we could put to rest that what Thinker was talking about earlier about how it was not spoken of in the Bible that it was a sin to have sex before marriage, right? We can concede that point, correct?
I mean, fuck, shit. The way y'all put it, yeah.
What does that mean, the way y'all put it?
I mean, like y'all clearly don't fuck with my stance, so it's like I still had another discussion after this one but I'm trying to end it off like respectfully.
So
Well,
here's the thing with that. You said a thing, fair.
You've yet to show a thing. Thinker asked you to bring something. You brought it. We showed you why that cannot be what you said it was. You tried to say that spiritual incest is a thing. Guess what? It's not, because incest means that you are related. It does not matter what title you give yourself. Y'all could be married. Y'all could be husband and wife. Y'all could be, you still are incestuous either way. So for you to claim that the immoral act here was incest means that everybody's incestuous, and that just does not make sense.
I was really trying to say like it is a sin for me to go and fuck a bitch, and I'm not married.
Why the fuck would you use
What
that
the
language? Why? Why?
fuck? Your
Why?
Jesus
What's
didn't
wrong
teach
with
you that
you?
calling women bitches. You know what? Get the fuck
No,
off my
no, no,
stage.
no.
Like what the
He did. Jesus
fuck?
taught him that. Jesus taught him that.
And this is why I say there's something wrong. Like there's something physiologically wrong with the minds of these people, because he came up here to tell us that he is morally superior in his position because these things are forbidden. But you end with, it's wrong for me to fuck a bitch. And I mean, no stuttering whatsoever. There was nothing about in his mind that triggered, oh, maybe it's inappropriate for me to say this or refer to women as bitches on a panel with a whole panel of women with the exception of Oso. You saw no issue with saying what you said. That is insane to me.
It's funny because that's the only thing he said with confidence. Everything
And
else
it's
he was
the
sitting there
only thing he
stammering
said
through.
with confidence.
Only
Yep.
thing. And how old did he say he
Fucking
was?
22.
22. And dumb as fuck. I'm sorry.
Oh my
Like
Absolutely.
goodness.
dumb as
Oh,
fuck.
unequivocally stupid. Like there's nobody.
Yeah, this religion has just completely turned their brains into Swiss cheese because
Oh,
there's something wrong.
I have another discussion that I want to respectfully get to. Respectfully, bro, this shit is not gonna happen. You gonna crash and burn because you are not taking in what the fuck we're talking about, and you refuse
And
to
then
do so.
and then he's suffering for not shit. Like motherfucker suffering for nothing.
No.
Ironically, I do think he was right about that. I think that they suffered to be conditioned to suffer more. Because I was gonna ask him,
Well, he
what
didn't
does
say
that
they
condition
they're
do?
suffer. He didn't. That's what I asked him. He said it's not so they could suffer more.
But that's
Cause
what he
that
was
that
saying, though.
no, he said that's not what he was saying. Cause I literally drew it down as I was talking to him. Cause I was like, you're literally saying that you suffer to get resiliency to suffer more, and that leads to self control. And then he said something about being able to ignore it, and I said, so when you ignore the suffering, ignore the
Right,
people that's making you suffer, you're still suffering, right? Causing you to suffer so that you can suffer more, but ignore those that are causing you to suffer. He
right.
said,
That's
no,
what
that's
like
not what I'm saying. No, he kept saying
that
that
is
wasn't
what he
it.
was saying. Right. But yeah, but like I was just gonna ask him, like, how does that framework, or how does that work with like slavery, right? Because when you're subject, and then the Bible tells you to be a good slave, does that suffering help you? Like, does that patience and that long suffering help then, or are you supposed to use
He would have
a
said
different fruit
yes.
for that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just if you think about the shit all the way throughout, like, it just, man, I don't, yeah, y'all love being
I
sad
think
as
he
fuck.
would have. Yeah, I think he would have said yes. I think he would have. I think he would have been one of those. That I would be a slave for Jesus type motherfucker.
Yeah,
He sound like he listened to Red Pill podcast too.
absolutely.
Originally, when he first came up here and was talking about lusting, I was going to ask him if he could give me where that line of delineation is between normal human attraction and lust. Because I think that's a conversation I've heard Bash have before, and I thought it was pretty pivotal, but I don't know if it would have actually landed based on the rest of his conversations. Because to for when Christians say, "Oh, well, Jesus said if you look at a woman with lust, you've already sinned." But what is the difference between lust and attraction, and where is that line? Like, I don't I've never understood that, and I've never had anyone be able to explain it to me in a way that makes sense. But based on how the rest of his conversation went, I don't think that he would have either.
Now,
One thing he did
he
learn
said
from Jesus is
delineation.
calling women female dogs.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
That stuck.
Mm-hmm. Jesus definitely taught him that. But Fee, you said delineation.
Yeah, if Pivot fucked him up, maybe you're right,
Yeah,
Selena.
pivot.
Because damn.
When he said
Pivot
pivot,
took him
pivot,
out.
pivot. God.
He was counting
Like
on his fingers.
he's not that far out of school.
Nah, public
Oh,
schooling for you though.
he's my kid's age. Like, Jay's 21. What? Yeah.
Then that is what I hope my daughters never, ever, ever see attractive. Like if they bring a mind like that home, oof. Don't ask
That's
me to go to dinner with y'all. Don't ask me to be in your wedding. Don't like none of that.
Yeah.
I love you, and that's it. Like I'm not participating in that. Lorena, how are you? Lorena?
Lorena?
Lorena? Oh.
Hey, Lorena.
That sounds like something I would do.
I was thinking Lorena about it. Let me go back on mute.
That
For
hurts.
you, for you want to do this one?
Yeah, I could do it. It's
God, are we being recorded?
Yeah,
Is there an
echo.
echo?
yeah, I hear echo.
Abstract mind. Are you recording the live?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you recording the live? Oh, you turned it off?
I'm not recording. I just muted myself. I heard like I had an echo.
You're not on mute right now. Come back
I,
off mute.
I'm off mute right now.
What do you have a
Do you have a
Bluetooth on?
Bluetooth on?
Uh, is that better?
Say
Say
something.
something.
Can you hear me?
Say
Say
incest.
incest.
Incense? Is that what you said?
Uh,
I hear the
I hear the
echo
echo
when we
when we
talk,
talk,
not when he
not when he
speaks.
speaks.
I'm trying
I'm
to see
trying to
if
see
he's
if
this
he's this
damn
damn
kid.
kid.
No, I'm
okay.
definitely not. For sure.
Yeah, you
Yeah, you
are.
are.
Wait,
Y'all
like,
sound just
Just
alike.
alike.
are you serious? I'm not. I promise you, I'm not. I know what the word pivot means. I promise you.
I don't
I
buy
don't
it,
buy it,
but
but
man.
man.
I mean, like
Did you know
Did you
that
know
when
that
you
when
do
you do
this, it
this,
doesn't
it doesn't
record what
record
you
what
say?
you say?
that. What doesn't record what I say? I'm
You
not
know that?
really like a TikTok type of person. I've just been interested in the conversation, so I wanted to kind of join in and see what I had to say.
It's
You have
this
another.
thing
You want to
called
get your
Get your
other
life.
other
stance
stance
off?
off.
I'm not the same person. I'm not Skywalker. I really just saw the prompt that you had. That Jesus is the
Damn,
worst
I ain't
thing to
even
ever.
remember his name.
That Jesus is the worst
Interesting
thing
how
to ever
you just
happen.
got it. How long
How
you
long
been
you
in the
been in the
line?
line?
I've been here for like a good 30, 40 minutes now. I've just been waiting.
Who was we
Who was we
talking to
talking to
before
before
him?
him?
Before Skywalker,
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely don't know. Like
So
that
you
was the
are
conversation that I
Skywalker.
walked into.
Skywalker wasn't
Skywalker
on
wasn't
this
on this
stage for
stage for
30 or
30 or
40
40
minutes.
minutes.
I can guarantee you he was. It was a
No, he
long
wasn't.
conversation.
No, he
No, he
wasn't. No,
wasn't.
it
No, it
wasn't.
wasn't.
Like I don't like. Why would y'all think that I'm him? Like we're not even talking like on the same level of parlance. Like it's just not the same.
I don't think it's him. His voice is different.
No, his
No, his
voice
voice
sounds the
sounds the
same.
same.
Fee, it's
Fee,
up
it's
to
up to
you.
you.
He
He
sounds
sounds
different to
different to
me, but
me,
the
but the
echo
echo
is
is
like
yeah, I
it's
just listened to it on YouTube. It's different.
if you could fix the echo, I don't mind having the conversation.
I don't know
You know,
what to do to fix the echo. I'll be honest.
well
Like I
maybe
already
mute it.
turned my Bluetooth off.
Well, I mean, you can go ahead and start. I'll mute up and we can just mute when the other person's speaking.
Okay. Um, but yeah, I really just wanted to hop on and kind of see at least where the reasoning behind the prompt comes from. That Jesus is the worst thing. I mean, worst thing. Like that's very like serious language. That he's the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. So I'm just kind of curious, like where that comes from. It's really what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I think different people who deconstructed are going to give different reasons. But just to start with a few, I mean, when I look at I guess the scope of what belief in this Jesus has done to
Oh yeah,
humanity.
we need to check his age fee.
Oh, I'm sorry. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. Yeah, when I look at the scope and the timeline and the extent to which the extent of the impact that belief in this deity has resulted in on humanity, even previously and today, is pretty catastrophic. We have people right now over in Gaza being obliterated because a certain group of people believe that the God in this book promised them a specific piece of land. It's been the belief system in this God and the return of this Jesus has resulted in atrocious things being done to people. It has resulted in people not living to their full potential. It has resulted in people not even making the attempt to learn who they are or even to grow or to ask questions. It's the reason for so much mental stagnation on an individual level, as well as stagnation on a societal level as well. So, I mean, could the phrasing be a little hyperbolic? Maybe, but I don't think it's wrong because when you really look at the things and the wars and the atrocities and the damage that has been done to people for thousands of years while they wait on Jesus to return, while they wait on God to fix something, I do think that it's the worst thing that has happened to humanity.
Okay, this might come as a surprise, but I actually kind of agree with, if I find some middle ground here, I actually kind of agree with the spirit of what you're saying in the sense that I do think that the people who purport to follow Jesus have certainly used that as like a pretext to do a lot of like really, I would say, evil and heinous things. Jesus himself, I think, would disagree with a lot of the things that they did. I mean, when you read the Bible, and I read the Bible, I see Jesus as somewhat as of a revolutionary in the sense that he went against a lot of the societal norms that existed in his times. You know, he hated people that exploited others. He hated people that exploited the poor. He hated people that didn't take care of those that are in need in our society, et cetera, et cetera. And so like the people who use, let's say, the Bible as justification for something like slavery, he would have gone into those places and turned their tables over. I'm referencing when he turned the tables of the money changers over in the temple.
Okay, hang on one second. I want to before you give too many examples.
Yeah, of
Can you
course.
mute up for me? Okay, so let's use the slavery example. For example, you talked about how Jesus would deal with someone who he heard was engaging in slavery. He used it. He used the institution of slavery as a example to teach a lesson to his followers. And in that example, he did not say, no, like you should not own human beings. What he said was, who among you would have your slave sit down and eat with you after you've been, after they've been in the field all day? No, you would have them fix your food. And then once you're done, then your slave could eat. So Jesus had an opportunity in this book to clarify his position on slavery, and it wasn't one that denounced it. So where are these revolutionary teachings of Jesus found? Maybe you'd be able to point to a book, chapter, and verse to show where these revolutionary directions are.
Yeah, so I just want to address like the point that you raised. So when I say revolutionary, I think we're thinking like we're thinking in terms of what we believe now. I mean, you said it yourself earlier when you were talking to the other guy, Skywalker. Like, what is revolutionary in 16, whatever the year that you gave for your example was, is going to be starkly different from what's revolutionary to us today. I think that the things,
Give us your definition for how you are using revolutionary, because revolutionary isn't
so,
in the Bible.
so I
So
know
give us
revolutionary
your
is not,
hello.
I'm sorry.
Revolutionary isn't in the Bible, so give us the definition for how you are using it then.
Okay. When I say revolutionary, revolutionary to me means someone who goes against the grain of society for the benefit of others. That's why I use revolutionary. Now, to me, the grain of society in Jesus's times was very much for them, like, slavery was normal. That was the norm of the time. I
So
think
Jesus would have been going against that in a revolutionary way.
like something like slavery, yes, but I know you're
So she's
giving.
asking you to provide her the scriptures showing that, please.
Okay, so again, when I said the example that she gave was Jesus using slavery to make a point
Yeah, but
about
she's
how
asking you to show her now the revolutionary scriptures of Jesus going against slavery using your definition of revolutionary. Like, there's no more explanation needed. Just get the scriptures.
just give me 1 minute real quick.
My money's on John 3:16.
I'm thinking the one about feeding the poor, the least one of these.
Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others that you have others do unto you. I got that.
I was thinking Jesus wept.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, not
Can't hear
anymore.
you when you're not on the app. If you're talking, we cannot hear you.
If you can't see us, we can't hear you.
Oh, can y'all hear me? My bad.
Yep.
Um, I heard all the verses that y'all mentioned. It's fun. I agree with all those verses. However, those aren't the verses that I'm.
When you navigate away from the app, we can't hear you. It puts you on mute and it puts you on teacup. So if you're reading something, we can't hear what you're saying.
Okay. Luke 4:18 to 21 is where I'm going. I would read it, but I mean, I can always just go on my laptop. Let me just go on my
No,
laptop.
I'm about to pull it up.
Okay.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. Can you mute?
Yeah, my bad.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because He has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. You said 18 through 21, and he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all at the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, "Today, this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing."
And just to kind of add to that point, I mean, if you don't think that that's enough evidence, there are other verses, but kind of why I've chose this one is because of the reaction of the crowd. I mean, if you've watched like the Passion of the Christ, I know maybe like, oh, it's just a movie, but I mean, the reaction is palpable to what would have happened in that time because the Jewish leaders in that time saw that as revolutionary. The idea that Jesus would come up there and say something of that nature, that he's here to free the prisoners and to set captives free, that was revolutionary. And that's the reason why it would have had such an extreme reaction from the leaders of that time. But that's just like one example.
So you don't think
It,
that? Oh, I'm sorry. Thinker, go ahead.
I just want to ask a quick question. Did Jesus make this up? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think that Jesus made this up. He's quoting Isaiah. He's saying that this scripture that Isaiah prophesied is fulfilled in me here this day. Which is also why I don't think, like, people like to refer to the Old Testament as though it's somehow a justification for slavery. I don't see that either. And there's lots of verses in the Old Testament that kind of attest to that. But he's quoting scripture. He's quoting Isaiah, and he's saying, this is what I've come to do. But yeah.
So he didn't say this is what I've come to do. He said it has been fulfilled, and he said this after the Holy Spirit, after he got baptized with the Spirit, after John baptized him with water. And he's saying when he went into the synagogue that day and they allowed him to read the scrolls that day, he turned to Isaiah, read that because the Spirit of the Lord is upon him.
To do what, right? Right. What is the Spirit of the Lord doing?
He said to proclaim the good news to the poor, to proclaim release to the captives, to recover the sight to the blind, to let the oppressed go free, and to proclaim the year of the Lord. Right? So there's a list there of things that Isaiah is saying that the coming Messiah would do. Right? Except Jesus did none of those things. Because when Jesus died, slavery still existed. In fact, after Jesus died, he told Paul to tell slaves to obey their earthly masters and to do it with fear and trembling because it is the will of God. He didn't set any captives free.
Well,
slaves still existed.
Can I respond, please?
Wait,
can I
this
finish
is not
first?
gonna work, bro. This cannot work. Your echo is gonna fuck it all up, bro. You've got to wait.
Slaves still existed when he was alive, all the way up until his crucifixion, and slavery still existed even after he died. And he told Paul to tell slaves to obey their earthly masters because it is his will. And he said, do it with enthusiasm. He didn't set any enslaved people free.
Okay. So I appreciate the point, and I totally see it, and it's understandable. However, there's a couple things, at least, that I find problematic with kind of what you said. Like, first and foremost, you're implying that somehow, like, Jesus referring to Paul invalidates that this is what he thinks. I don't agree with this. I think it was intentional that he chose the verse from Isaiah.
Let me correct you right quick because I don't like when people misquote me or change shit up. I didn't say anything about what your Jesus thinks. Your Jesus said this has been fulfilled. Has been means that he has fulfilled a prophecy. He says in your hearing. That means that day. And you yourself said that your Jesus did these things, not that he think these things. Those are two different arguments.
Okay. So again, the entire crux of our argument here was that how is Jesus revolutionary in terms of slavery? That's why I brought up this verse. But now we're moving on to something much more different, something much more theological, I would say. Even.
No, we're not. No, we're not. You said your Jesus was revolutionary against slavery. Fee brought up the fact that your Jesus actually used slavery in his teachings a lot. Not once did he say or condemn it. You brought this up to say that your Jesus did set the captives free. And now you're trying to change it to a more, he thought about setting them free. He said that he came to set them free. You are the one that's switching it up.
Again, so kind of like how you said you don't like when people alter your words. Like I never said, all I said, she asked me, what you actually, it was you who asked me, where do I see in the Bible Jesus being revolutionary? Again, this is revolutionary. Him doing it or not doing it was never part of my argument. My argument was that he was revolutionary when it comes to slavery. And I think this proves that point. But moving on.
How?
I
No,
mean,
yeah, because I'm
Because
not,
I'm not,
before you
before
move
you
on,
move
I
on,
just
I
want to
just want to
clarify.
clarify.
Can you
Can
mute
you
up?
mute up?
yeah, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting.
What is revolutionary about recognizing the fact that people are blind and that others are oppressed? Jesus was not the first person in history to identify the fact that there's a caste system in multiple cultures. And I'm still waiting to hear what's revolutionary about it. Like, is it revolutionary for me to mention, oh, there are unhoused and hungry people in the city that I live in? I really wish that wasn't the case. And then not do anything about it? Like, what's revolutionary about identifying a problem that, according to your believers, you have the power to fix, but you don't? I'm still waiting for the revolution.
Okay. I actually like that question a lot. I think it's revolutionary in the sense that other people in the time were not thinking it. So like, let me take something like, I'm sorry for going away from like your original question, but I just want to make a point. Let's take something like trans rights. Like now it's normal for people to support trans and queer folks, right? If somebody was doing it, let's say 50 years ago, that person would be revolutionary, right? Because at that time, that was something that was not socially accepted. That was something that you could die for. That was something that you don't talk about, right? So somebody doing that in an era when it was not something that was normal or that was commonplace is revolutionary, right? I think when we think of revolutionary now, we like to think of, let's say, armed up and like overthrowing an entire system. But I think of revolutionary in more loose terms, I think. And so that's why I think what he said was revolutionary in the sense that for that time and that place and that religious standard that was set in his time, like that was a revolutionary thing for him to say. And as far as him doing it, I mean, when we read the Bible, we see that he did go and he sat with the people that society considered sinners. He sat with the people that society considered oppressed. He did set people free. I don't want to speak spiritually because I know that that's going to cause a whole conundrum, but like he healed the sick. Right? We read that in the Bible. Like those are people that are oppressed by illness, and he healed them. I mean, these are things that he did do. You know what I'm saying? So like that's why I think that he's revolutionary. The things that he did were just not things that people did at that time. Do I agree with you that there were other people who did them? Of course. There are other revolutionaries like that. It's just that none of them ever claimed to be God. But yeah.
When did
When did
Jesus
Jesus
condemn
condemn
slavery?
slavery?
Okay. So as far as this, like, again, I kind of mentioned this earlier in my point. I think it was one of the first points that I made, that I can't sit here and lie and say that there's an outright explicit condemnation of slavery, because there isn't. That would be me lying, and I don't lie. But I do think that if you take into account this, it's like when you read any piece of literature, do you just like read the words and you have there's no interpretation, there's no reading between the lines, there's no spirit of the words? When I read any piece of literature, which the Bible is literature, I have enough wherewithal to say, okay, like these are words that are being said, but there's meanings, there's connotations, there's something deeper than just the black and white. And so like that's where I get that from. You're asking me for a verse. I will never be able to give you a verse that says slavery is bad, don't do slavery. But when I take into account the spirit of the word, then I see something different. If I'm allowed to talk about the spirit of the word, I will. I don't think you
Well,
guys would appreciate that.
well, I
Well, I
think
think
I appreciate you keeping it in the realm that we can all access, because the spiritual realm, your spiritual realm, only resides in your mind, and the next Christian
Christian
spiritual
spiritual
realm will
realm
be
will be
Exactly.
completely
completely
different,
different,
Yeah.
right?
right?
So I appreciate that. I guess my issue here is that in the physical realm, like where we actually reside, I'm still not seeing anything revolutionary. And I agree with you. Like any text that we engage with, absolutely, we're going to, what resonates with me when I read a book is going to be completely different than what resonates with you. But that doesn't mean that either of those resonations came from the author. So what you're hearing and what you're getting in the inspiration that you feel by reading these words in Jesus, in this Bible about what Jesus did, that revolution is coming from your mind, not from anything Jesus did. The reality is that most of the revolutionary impact came from Paul, not Jesus.
I also want to let you know that I did find the place in the conversation where you said Jesus said that he fulfilled that prophecy that day, and that you also said that these were things Jesus came to do, not what Jesus think. So I can play it if you want to hear it, but you did say that, and your Jesus didn't do any of that.
Okay.
And I also think, like, when we talk about people that are revolutionary, they usually are accredited with inspiring systemic changes in their lifetime. Like when we think about, revolutionaries of modern times, like those are people who would fight against like specific institutions, like legal reform or, systems that are oppressive to specific groups. Jesus didn't do that. Like he didn't overthrow any institutions. Like he talked about the things that he didn't like. Sure, I can grant you that, but what did he do to fix it? And even the things that he spoke about were not necessarily the most problematic things of that time. He never spoke on the issue with patriarchy. He never spoke on the fact that women in this book are valued much less than men. He clearly didn't speak on slavery in a condemnatory way. Like that's not anything that he did. So I guess it would be like if a musician were praised for being a revolutionary, but all they did are remakes, like or remixes. That's not revolutionary. That's using something that's already there. That doesn't make that musician specifically or particularly revolutionary if they're using works that and just kind of reworking something that was already in existence. Because when you talk about the things that are usually accredited to Jesus, like specifically like moral things like the golden rule that predates Jesus by 500 years. That's nothing that came from him. So if none of these things can be accredited to him, him being the source or the origin for these ideas, then how is he then a revolutionary?
But
Okay.
also, how did he fulfill a
fulfill a
prophecy?
prophecy?
When the prophecy is, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance to our God, to comfort all whom, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. They shall bind up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations. Strangers shall stand and feed your flocks. Foreigners shall till your land and dress your vines. Y'all, we just found more work they're going to be doing on the new earth. But you shall be called priests of the Lord. You shall be named ministers of our God. You shall enjoy the wealth of the nations, and in their riches you shall glory, because their shame was double and dishonor was proclaimed as their lot. Therefore, in their land they shall possess a double portion. Everlasting joy shall be theirs. For I, the Lord, love justice. I hate robbery and wrongdoing. I will faithfully give them their recompense, and I will make an everlasting covenant with them. Their descendants shall be known among the nations, their offspring among the peoples. All who see them shall acknowledge that they are people whom the Lord has blessed. I will greatly rejoice in the Lord. My whole being shall exult in my God, for he hath clothed me with the garments of salvation. He has covered me with the robe of righteousness. As a bridegroom decks himself with a garland, and as a bride adorns herself with her jewels, for as the earth brings forth its shoots, and as a garden causes what is sown into it to spring up, so the Lord God will cause righteousness and praise to spring up forth before all the nations. So that's the entire prophecy, right? When we look at what Jesus quoted and said that he did, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed. Let's see, because the Lord has anointed me, He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, not the poor. He added that. To bind up the brokenhearted, He omitted that. To proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners. Let's see. To proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. He stopped there, and He did not include and the day of vengeance of our God. He literally chopped up the scripture of Isaiah, added his own stuff, and omitted other stuff. So how can he fulfill a prophecy? How can you say he fulfilled a prophecy that he didn't even quote correctly?
Okay. I want to get to Fee's point, but I want to just keep it in the back of my head. So I'm like thinking of it at the same time as I'm answering this question, because she like raised a really good point. But to the point that you raised, again, like I'm trying my hardest to like not be the typical Christian and just like revert to like, oh, this is a spiritual thing. So I don't want to do that. So I'm going to make like other types of arguments. So first and foremost, obviously, we understand that the Bible is a written text, is written by people. And so let's say that when Luke quotes what Jesus read from Isaiah, we know from the text that he read from the scroll, and we can assume that the scroll has the entire text written on it. Can I say for certain that he didn't read all of it? No. All I see is what I see there, but I can't say one way or another that Jesus said this exactly this way. I'm sorry. I just can't.
So you also cannot say he fulfilled the prophecy then.
Well, I'm not done. So again, I don't want to go into the spiritual things. So I'm going to avoid it. I'm trying my hardest not to go there. Right. But obviously, like every religion is in one way or another spiritual. And so there is a spiritual element to it, whether we like it or not.
What does spiritual mean?
Just in the realm of the spirit.
Meaning what? Like what's the difference between your personal interpretation of the scripture versus spiritual? What's the difference?
Okay, well, let me just explain to you what I mean by it's a spiritual. Let's say when we think of captivity, I think right now, at least in the conversation that me and Fee were having the conversation of captivity, slavery, et cetera, in terms of like a physical captivity, which just means being locked up, being enslaved, whatever. When Christians, and I think this is most Christians, I would say all Christians, even true Christians, when they hear captivity, when they hear slavery, when they hear prison, really one thing necessarily comes to mind, and that's sin, right? So the idea is that Jesus came to save people from, I mean, that's literally what his name means, to save people from their sins. Like that's the entirety of the deliverance.
So Jesus, instead of
I'm not
hold
done.
on, because you monologue a lot, okay? So when you quoted Luke chapter 4 and where Jesus quotes Isaiah, right? Your explanation for him not quoting the entire scripture and to say that he fulfilled that scripture is because the captivity in that scripture is sin, not actual slavery. Is that correct? That's the spiritual sense of it.
I don't think that it has to be like dichotomous in any way. Like it can be.
Oh, it does. It does.
Why does
either he actually set slaves free, or he metaphorically set them free in their mind when he saved them from sin.
Okay.
Which prophecy did he fulfill?
Again, I don't think that it has to be dichotomous. I don't think in dichotomies, to be honest. I took a really good feminism class that taught me not to do that. And so I don't think in dichotomies.
I don't give a damn about any of that. Which one did he fulfill? Did he set slaves free?
Okay. One. So again, if we read the Bible,
can you answer my question, please? Like all of this word salad is ridiculous.
You're calling it a word.
Did he set slaves free? Yes or no?
Yes.
And what slaves went free when he was on earth?
Again, he set slaves free from their slavery to sin.
So you're calling slavery sin?
I mean, think of it this way. Like,
hey, listen. It's either yes or no. I don't feel like being gaslit, okay?
Sin is slavery.
Okay, so you're using it in a spiritual sense. We're not talking about spiritual slavery. I could give less than a fuck about how y'all feel enslaved in your mind, okay? When Fee is talking about slavery, she's talking about the physical institution of slavery and whether your Jesus was revolutionary against the physical institution of slavery. And if if Luke 4 is not talking about your Jesus setting slaves free physically, it is moot to this conversation.
Okay, so like I was saying earlier, I do think that sin is slavery, but obviously that there's physical slavery, and I do think that Jesus would abhor both. However, his coming, and he said this himself, that he came to
I
set
don't
sin.
care. We don't care about that.
He-
We're not
that-
talking to
can,
you. Hey,
can
we're
I
not
please
talking to you
finish?
about no. I'm going to keep you on topic. We are not talking about sin. I don't give a fuck about your sin relationship with your God. We are talking about the physical institution of slavery. And if this is not the scripture that you want to provide to show that your Jesus was revolutionary against the physical institution of slavery, you need to bring a different scripture, because that's the question she asked you.
What I think is interesting is that me and Fee, I thought we were having.
I don't give a damn
I thought
what
we
you
were
and
really
Fee got
having.
going on. I don't give a fuck what you and Fee got going on. She asked you to provide a scripture where your Jesus was revolutionary against the institution of slavery.
Yeah. Also, Fee's not a gullible pushover. She just is pleasant to talk to.
I agree that she's pleasant to talk to. Again, okay. Let me just. I
I
just
don't
want to.
care. I'm not.
I just want to diffuse this.
I'm a no nonsense person. All that word salad bullshit. I don't have time for it. Can
Okay.
you please provide the scripture where
There's no
your
verse.
Jesus
Go
was
ahead. There's no verse.
revolutionary
There
towards
is not one.
slavery?
I don't have one. Go ahead.
Thank you. That's what you should have said. Now you can get back to the conversation.
All right. I don't even remember what Fee said. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't even know what we're even talking about anymore.
I think we were
Your
talking
Jesus being
about
revolutionary against the
Oh yeah,
institution
thank
of
you.
slavery.
Okay, so again, moving on from all of that, I'm just gonna ask a question. Like, is it possible for somebody to be, and this is for Fee, to be honest, like, but is it possible for
Hey,
somebody?
you don't get to tell me who can answer on this stage. This is
No,
my live.
it's because she
You
was the one who
understand?
raised the
It
point.
doesn't, I don't give a fuck. If I want to answer something, I'm going to. If I want to bring up a point, I'm going to. I don't give a fuck how you feel about that.
Okay. My question was though, like, is it possible for somebody to be revolutionary beyond themselves? Like, and I'll just leave it at that. Is it possible for somebody to be revolutionary beyond themselves?
what does that mean?
That's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, how can somebody revolutionary beyond themselves?
Well, okay. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is it possible for somebody to, let's say, do what they did, right? But the offshoots of their revolution doesn't necessarily come from themselves. It comes from after them.
Are you also going to say that they are also responsible for the things that they said prior to that, the offsprings and the effects that came from those things too, is because of him?
Like, I mean, if you could be like just a little bit more specific, I could be specific, and then we could be specific about your
If
point.
you, I already know what you want to do. You want to say that Jesus wasn't revolutionary against the institution of slavery while he was alive, but his followers were, because of what he taught. And therefore, because his followers did, that means Jesus was. But if that is the case, right, then when your Jesus told his disciples to consider themselves as worthless slaves, when your Jesus said, when I come back, bring the slaves to me that didn't want me to rule over them and stab them in front of me, when your Jesus said, when I come back, I will beat the slaves with many beatings who are not doing what I want them to do, and the slaves who still isn't doing what I want them to do, but they didn't know, I'll beat with few beatings. When your Jesus is referring to slavery, as God in the Old Testament, and they use that because of the words that came out of your Jesus's mouth, then you also have to give him credit for that if you want to give him credit for what other people did because they believed that he was against it.
I'll be honest. You made a really good point. I'm not gonna lie. You made a good point. So that kind of defeated that argument. So I'll move on. I know when to admit defeat. I won't lie. But I do think that at least on some level, like even if you say you want to credit him for all the bad, that's fine. I'll credit him for the good, to be honest. I mean, even like the terms in which we're having this conversation, like, oh, like this thing is bad. A lot of that just comes from Judeo-Christianity anyway. Like it's interesting because the lens through which we view morality, whether we know it or not, all comes from like the same text that we're judging literally inspires the same ideas of good and bad that we have today. It's
Are you
what
sure about that?
it's what colors the, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure.
So
I don't know,
you don't think
like the idea of like even like equality, for example, like just something like equality. Where does that come from?
you think it comes from the Bible?
Where does it come from?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46.
Exactly.
No,
Like
like I'm just asking, like, okay, you guys say it's not the Bible, so I'm asking like a question. Like, where does it come from?
so I think go ahead and mute up for me.
Oh, my bad.
This echo is insane. I think part of the frustration with having these conversations, specifically with believers, is that it's almost like y'all think history started at Genesis 1 and that there are no civilizations, there are no cultures, there were no norms, there were no societies that predate Jesus. And that's just simply not true. Like we have evidence that that's just simply not true. So when you talk about the idea of equality, where are you talking about equality? Are you talking about equality in the States? Are you talking about equality on the continent? Are you talking about equality, on an island somewhere? Cultures form as a result of the people who create those cultures. There are some cultures that are more advanced, that have ideas of equality regardless of gender, regardless of orientation, regardless of race. That varies from culture to culture. But when you're starting your investigation of understanding a thing through a zeitgeist that humanity started with Genesis 1, I think it's going to be difficult to have this conversation because we don't share the same baseline. And it's odd that we don't in 2025, but clearly we don't.
Okay, you're a really smart, Fee. I'm just gonna say, I'm not trying to butter you up. I promise you, you're extremely intelligent. But like, this is gonna surprise you a lot. Actually, like, don't like. I know there are some people who are creationists and things like that. I think that the origin of man is a mystery. I'm just gonna be entirely honest to you. I do believe that God created the universe. How he did it and what time frame and all of that, I don't know. I'm just going to be super honest. So I don't ever start history from the Bible because that would just be incorrect, like literally speaking. Anthropology and all of that proves that there are cultures predating Christianity, predating Judaism, etc., etc. I myself, like, I have African roots, so I know that there's stuff that predates all of that. I do think that today, like, a lot of the ideals that we have, a lot of the ideals that we aspire to, like equality, like freedom, the idea that all people are created equal, it didn't just fall out of the sky, right? Like, it comes from somewhere. Something informs those cultures. I know you said that people inform cultures, but certain things, ideas inform people. Those things don't come out in a vacuum. Like, somebody in the comments said that we understand equality, or we have equality because of people with empathy. But like, what does that mean? Where does that come from? Like, is it like, I don't know, like Thomas Hobbes says, we exist in a state of nature that's brute, right? Like, human beings, they love to fight, they love to war. And then all of a sudden we just decide, oh no, like, no, we love each other and everybody's equal. Like, I don't buy it. I think
feel
that
like this is so philosophically, and
I
what
apologize. I'm
irritates
a
me is that
philosophy
I feel
major,
like
so
this should
I
be
can't help
common
it. Like, it's
sense,
just
right?
me.
Like, this should be common sense. And I feel like this is like very philosophical. Like, what is a rock? And do rocks really hurt if I throw it at your head? Like, I feel like that's the type of conversation that you're having right now. Because,
Yeah.
like, in this book that there's no equality for women in this book. There's no equality for children in this book. Like you, like just let's just talk about equality on a very basic level without even getting into Israelite history. Like you know that, right?
For women, obviously, like I'm not even gonna again. But for children, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. But yeah,
Babies that were killed. Are you serious?
I mean, even to concede
That's
one,
sexist.
like even to concede one is not an equality, right? It's not equal. Duh.
I mean, I know you're saying I'm being too philosophical. I apologize. Like that's just my nature. But like when it comes to women, I do think that there are definitely things that I can't defend. I'm just going to be entirely honest. Like there are things that the Bible says that I cannot defend. However, I do think that we see in the Bible lots of like powerful, strong women of God that, I mean, Esther literally saved an entire nation by herself. And so like, I do
What did
see,
Esther have to do that?
okay, now look, I understand where you're going and I agree with you. But I think that her being in her
You
time
can't
in the,
ignore that when you're talking about equality. Do you understand that?
no,
Just
I
saying,
do.
oh, she was a woman, right? You can't ignore why the woman was used. She was used for her sexuality. She was used for her beauty. She literally had to fuck the man before he even married her. She had to be in a freaking beauty pageant for 12 months. You cannot ignore all of that when you're talking about equality.
And I never will ignore it. Like I've sat up here and I've been honest and I've said I don't know or there's not one or I can't defend that. However, I do think that again, Fee raised this point and it's gonna stick with me for a long time. But like, what was considered the norm then is no longer considered the norm. So there's like some like we're like looking back historically and we're saying, well, this thing is terrible, so that means your God is terrible. Like we have to understand a lot of the Old Testament is just recorded history. Like all the Bible did when it comes
Fee, can I ask you a question? Because you're really smart. You're really smart. The reason that we're talking about this God being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity is because the bullshit that this God allowed and did and said in this barbaric ass late Bronze Age Greco-Roman period is because these motherfuckers keep trying to bring this shit into our life today. That's the reason that we're talking about it, right? Not because of what they
Exactly.
did back then.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And it's frustrating because, I mean, abstract on a certain level, I agree with you. Like an anachronistic analysis of a cultural norm is problematic, right? I understand that. But when you bring in an all powerful, all knowing, outside of time God, there is no excuse. Because this God should know at any given time, whether it's 1600 or the year 2000, that inequality between men and women is problematic. This God should know that babies should have value because they are human beings. This God should already know that. So I struggle to understand how, philosophy aside, just cognitively, how is it that you can simultaneously believe that, yes, cultures evolve and change over time? We understand that. But you have a source, according to a Christian belief, that is objectively right, objectively good. That should be consistent. That should not move and change and fluctuate with the times and the cultures. That's a human thing. Why don't you have the expectation that your God should be above and better than that?
okay, really great question. I think that it would be a problem. Let's say like, would it in a world where our all powerful, all benevolent, all present God were to intervene in all human affairs, what type of world would that be? Like, I think I think that free will has to play some level of importance. Like the idea that human beings have the freedom to engage in actions, and then there are consequences to those actions, and sometimes those consequences affect people other than those human beings who committed them, right? And so like yes, God is all powerful, but God also I mean, in my belief, God created us to have freedom. And so like we're saying, oh, like why would God allow wars to happen? Because human beings suck. Why would God allow people to die? Because there's disease in the world because human beings decided to do agriculture in a certain way or whatever. Like whatever the case may be. I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of the things that we attribute to like, oh, well, this God should know, quote unquote, or should be able to do something about these things that are morally reprehensible. It assumes that human beings have no role to play in the universe. We
Wait,
do
are we
have a
no
role.
longer on equality? I just want to know. We're no longer on
No, it's
equality.
still about equality as well. Like in the sense that, like, does God recognize that all human beings are equal? Yes. I mean, we literally see this in Genesis. Do human beings choose to degrade themselves and dichotomize themselves and put differences between themselves? Yes. Is like, would it be
Right. That's the
absolutely
same way
amazing and
God
beautiful
is.
for God to come down and say, "Hey, stop doing that. That's bad." Obviously. But then
Talking
where's
about
the
Genesis
but
when they
then
do the flood part,
but then
or
where's the freedom to choose?
I like now we're talking about the freedom to choose. Now we're talking about free will. We're no longer talking about inequality of women in this Bible and you showing that your God was about equality of humans. Like the word salad is what pisses me off. And this is why I think there's still so many believers of this religion because this is what y'all do. Like y'all just you move and pivot and you never resolve a thing.
And I also think, oh, I was going to say, I also think to Thinker's point, you're absolutely correct because even if what you're saying, I don't understand how believers think that God's protection would negate free will. It just simply doesn't. That's like me saying that if I stop my toddler from running into the street and getting hurt, then I'm impeding upon their free will. Your Bible never even gives you free will, first of all. Second of all, God's ability to act and his clear lack of taking action, in my opinion, completely removes the omnibenevolence from him. You can't be all good and choose not to protect at the same time. I can't be a good parent that doesn't feed my kid. When I have the ability to do it, I can't. Those two things cannot coexist in a logical mind. Now, when we're delving into that whole spiritual thing that my bad, I got a call. And I appreciate you doing that. Um, but I still don't see how those things coexist. And to Thinker's point, when we get to this precipice, that's when y'all start, pinballing around from this topic to that topic, because it is problematic to sit in this. It is problematic to look at those logical entailments of what your belief system truly means for you and for the world. And even more importantly, about this God that you believe in.
Also,
Yeah.
taking it back to your question about judging this God based off of what he did in this book and it completely ignoring that the reason we're talking about this book today is because y'all want to bring it into today. You literally guide your life, try to guide other people's lives, try to govern the society based off of what your God did back then. Let's not forget that that was your point.
Um. So if I ever, well, first of all, I apologize if I pivoted. Definitely did not mean to. I'm talking a lot, and so I apologize if I did. And I'll get back to the point of equality as far as gender goes. But to the point that you raised, Thinker, I think if I ever came across as though I was saying that this way of believing, this way of life, is what everybody in all of society everywhere should
Listen, that's
do.
not. I didn't say that. Say you said that. There's no need of you even addressing that. I didn't say you said that. What I said was, you said that it's not right or fair to judge a God based off of the stuff in this book, based off of a culture, a society who had a different culture, and their cultural norms were different than ours. Except you all, as believers of this God, want to bring this God and all of the shit, all of his teachings that he gave to a late Bronze Age Greco Roman society into today. You are literally pulling their cultural norms into our society and then telling us we can't question it. It's not fair to judge a God by it. That makes no sense. We're literally talking about the book because it is your belief system. This late Bronze Age Greco-Roman culture is your modern day belief system. That's the point.
Okay, I see your point now. So I'll stand on my own, like, as an individual Christian, and say that, like, for example, like, there are lots of things in the Bible that are just cultural. Like, oh, you're supposed to wear seat to seat everywhere you go. Like, you just have strings dangling from your clothes. Like, you're not supposed to mix two different types of fabrics. You're not supposed to mix different types of meat in the same plate. Like, these are not things that I think determine your salvation, right? Like, I think for me as a Christian, whenever I try to apply the Bible to my life today, because I think it's still applicable, I apply the things that actually are pertinent to today, like loving your neighbor, or, you know what I'm saying, giving to the poor and the needy, visiting people and visiting the sick, visiting prisoners, like things like that. Like, those are things that I try to apply to today. I think that for a lot of people,
Abstract mind. The topic that you came up to discuss was Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, not the worst thing that ever happened to abstract mind. When there is an entire group of people that exist in this world that cannot live in their bodies, love who they want to love, and exist safely because people who believe and the God you believe in and the text you believe in want to go back to the late Bronze Age, to Leviticus 18, to Leviticus 23, and freaking condemn them every damn day. Write laws about their existence, about who they can love, who they can marry, what they can identify as. I get sick of Christians wanting to come on this stage and individualize this thing like it's only affecting you. The oblivious, selfish mindset of those of you that believe in this God, and you refuse to see how you continuously bring this late Bronze Age shit into our life on a daily, and tell us that we're wrong for speaking up against it.
I mean, okay, I hear you. It's about humanity. I would just want to say, I don't know why it would be, when it comes to humanity, why Jesus? I mean, I could turn around and say the argument, Prophet Muhammad is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Like, I could say that.
Make the case. Make the case that Muhammad is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
All the people that have died as a result of jihadi,
All the people that have
the
died
people,
as a
no,
result
just
of
can I,
Jesus.
because actually,
No, no,
like,
no. You're making the case, right?
no, I haven't
How many
finished.
people?
I'm
Hold
not
on.
done
How
making
many
the
people?
case.
Wait. We're gonna go one to one. How many people have died because of jihadi? How many people have died because of Jesus?
I don't know, but what I was going to say is that
You're making a
I've
case
literally
for
been,
Muhammad. You're making a case for Muhammad being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, right? You want to just be able to say things. Make the case. How many people have died because of jihadi?
You really going to look it up?
I mean, absolutely right.
I mean, throughout history, I think that there have been bad people in Christianity, in Islam, in whatever religion or belief system that you want to pick.
Don't
For
sound like
me,
a
like,
number.
I'm just gonna give a personal example. You might not like that, but I just want to give a personal
This is
example
why I get mad.
because
This
it's
is why
pertinent.
I no, y'all like the word salad, y'all like to pivot. Like, this is why I get mad. You bring up
Yeah,
a point, and then you just skirt. You that's what y'all do. This is why I get mad.
I promise you, I'm not trying to move away or pivot. Like I
so
just
then come back with the number.
Right, while he's doing that, let's get these likes to 600,000. And as you see, these Christians are making our head hurt, especially our host. So please, 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 please send gifts her way. Show her how much you love her. Show her how much you appreciate her. Because, by golly gee, these Christians be taking her through it every night. Thank you.
Man, when y'all see the difference in the death toll due to the religious wars, oh my fucking god!
Yeah.
You looked at it like, oh my god. We can't even say is it we can't even say 5 times more. We have to go to 10.
It's that far apart.
It is that high.
can I ask a question? Can
Is it a
we?
number?
Did you find the number?
No, so I'm finding like different numbers, and I don't want to just chat. So like I guess can we do like
Well, let me
can we
tell
do
you
in
the
the year
numbers.
2024? How many
Let
people
no no
died
no. Let me
from
give
Christianity, and how many
no, because
people
we're talking
died from
about
jihad?
humanity. Abstract. Do you not hear my voice? No, because
One
we are
more
talking
year.
about humanity, and you wanted to make the case that Muhammad was the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, not to 2024. And according to Google, the estimated deaths for Christians, the deaths due to Christian wars and violence is 17 to 25 million plus. For Islam, the estimated deaths for religious wars and violence is 3 to 5 million. 17 to 25 million plus in the name of Jesus, 3 to 5 million in the name of Muhammad or Allah.
And so like I hear you, the number is stark. What about today?
Are you going to count all of the LGBTQIA people that are pushed to their deaths by hateful rhetoric? Are you going to
Like
count those deaths? Are you going to count
sure,
the
absolutely.
amount of people who are Jehovah's Witnesses who have died because they believe that taking blood transfusions is against your God? Or the amount of people who have died because they've been told that taking medicine was against their God, or going to the doctor was not having faith in God? The amount of people that have just took their lives because a God didn't answer them, or that going to therapy was a sin. Like, are you going to count all of that? Are you going to count the domestic violence because men were told that they have dominion over women and that women should submit, and they beat their wives to death? All the children that were beat to death because parents were told, beat your child with a rod and they won't die. Are you going to count that? Are you going to count the numerous of women who were denied emergency medical treatment because Christians believe that abortion is a sin and they let women die? Are you going to count all of the people who have died because Christians believe that they had power in their hands to heal and they allowed a person to die right in front of them? Or all the religious psychosis deaths from people who believe that they were exorcising people and exorcising demons out, and they end up killing people. Or the cult leaders that rose in your Jesus's name that killed people because they told them that Jesus was coming back and they had to do mass suicides. Or the charismatic cult leaders that convinced people that they were Christ returned and had people out there being snipers. Like, are you going to count any of those deaths?
I love the TikTok shop.
Are you going to take into consideration the people who today are thrown off buildings for being gay? Are you going to count the people,
Yep,
the
I
women?
will.
Are you going to count the women who are beheaded in front of their children because they had sex out of wedlock? Are you going to take any? And that's not. Oh, this happened then. This is happening today.
And everything I named is happening today in the name of your Jesus. And let's not forget that on the continent of Africa and Ghana, it is literally the law to execute LGBTQIA. Let's not forget that right now in the United States of America, our government is actively working to criminalize the LGBTQIA so they can execute them. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget that our government right now is using Nehemiah to go after immigrants and taking legal immigrants and sending them over to prisons overseas and letting them starve to death and die. Even illegal, undocumented humans. Let's not forget all of those lives. Like, we can keep on counting. We can keep on going.
That's
Because
literally what I
your
was gonna say.
Jesus'
Like, we can
followers
keep
are
doing
doing
this.
the most today. There is literally a woman right now on life support, cannot die in peace because of Jesus's kids. Like, we can keep on going.
I agree with you that we could keep on going. And I actually, like, I know you're going to say I'm doing a word salad and you don't believe a thing that I'm saying. But I genuinely, like, in my heart, I feel the passion from you. And I actually
No,
respect it a
give less
lot.
than a fuck.
Okay,
Right now,
I know
what we're
I know
talking, no,
you
no,
wouldn't.
stop, because I don't fucking like all of that shit, and I don't need it. I don't like it. I don't need it. Keep it out. Okay.
But
This
what
is
I
a
was going to say is,
I don't fucking care. I don't care. I'm not here to be your friend,
do I
Abstract.
need to be in the live?
I'm
If you
not,
don't care
listen,
what I have to
Abstract,
say, why am
I'm
I
not a
here?
Jesus. No, I don't care about what you think about me. I don't care about what you think about passion. I don't care what you think about my hostility. I don't care about that. Right now, what we are talking about is whether Muhammad is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity or whether your Jesus is. That's all I care about right now.
Anyway, what I was going to say was, we could keep on doing this all day. I don't see the point. What I was going to say is that all it tells me is that there are horrible people in the world. Okay,
You brought it up.
what's new?
Is Muhammad more violent, worse than your Jesus? Is Muhammad the worst thing that ever
If we
happened to
take them at their
humanity?
word, who is more violent?
Is Muhammad the worst thing that ever happened to humanity?
You know what? Now that you bring up that question, I think that
Is literally
if I
your
take them at their
this is
word,
what I fucking
I
cannot.
can't finish a
That was literally
sentence.
because you like to
Damn.
fucking gaslight. You like to gaslight, and nobody's ever called you out on that shit. You literally said you could make the case that Muhammad was the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, and you don't like that I am holding your feet to the fire with that shit. Like, y'all are ridiculous. If you come up on the stage and you say some shit, just know that I'm going to expect you to be able to follow that shit up. You're not going to be able to come in here and gaslight us. You do that shit at church. Do that shit in your prayer groups. You aren't going to be able
Nice.
to do that in here.
Oh, I didn't even realize he left.
And oh, nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, in my experience, people that tell you I don't lie, fucking lie.
I mean, I get what he was saying, and I absolutely get why it was infuriating, Thinker, because I think his point was that people do bad things. And I don't think that we're disagreeing with that. Like, we don't believe in a spiritual realm. So anything that happens on this planet is done by the the efforts of humans. We don't disagree with you on that. But I think if we were just to think about the story of Jesus and the idea that believers think that he's this panacea to all problems, when in reality he's a solution to a problem that only exists because of the theology he invented. Like, it's not a problem in the world. It's not like cancer that impacts people across the board objectively. Like, this is not something natural. He's only a solution to a problem that would be irrelevant if it weren't for this belief system. And the reality is, sometimes believers will have to get to the point where they ask themselves, would the world be a better place if no one heard of Jesus? How many wars would not have been justified by pointing to the Bible? How many lives would have been spared by not having that scripture that says what it says about how women can be treated or how slaves can be treated? Like, those are the questions that I think are critical that most believers aren't willing to ask themselves.
The thing about it is that he was told that it was about Jesus and not a religion. And they don't, like, they have a very difficult time separating the God from the religion. They have a very difficult time acknowledging that this God lives inside of humans. The idea of the God, the doctrine of the God lives inside of humans who believe it, and they carry out what they believe a God is telling them to do. They have a very hard time seeing that and separating that.
And I think they have a hard time separating the character Jesus from the story that's been built around him and the story that they were brought up to believe about Jesus. So it's almost like this fairy tale lens and this fog that they see Christianity, religion, and Jesus through. And it's not until they ask themselves those critical questions that that fog will clear up for them to really look at what it is that they're saying. Because I mean, Abstract was infuriating in a lot of ways, because it was, like you said, word salad, and he was kind of bouncing all over the place. But there were points where I felt like he was at least listening. But again, it's up to that point where it's up to that wall where you're not even willing to entertain whether or not the position that you hold about the way that you see this character is justified or not.
I feel like he was only listening because in his head it was a debate, and he was listening um so that he could word salad. Like, he just kept uh
Yeah.
pivoting, and then whenever he realized that his point was going to become mute, he would pivot to something else, say, good question, let me ask you this, right?
Hmm.
like there was I think there was one point in the whole entire conversation where he said, you got me. I can't do nothing with that, because when he was trying to say that slavery was both physical and sinful, and I said, well, which did Jesus do? And he had to it finally admit that he's talking about sin as slavery, and he didn't have anywhere else to go. Like, he that what he did with the Muhammad thing was the last straw, because he
Yeah.
kept doing that throughout the whole conversation. And then when people are very when they keep making remarks about a person, like an individual, they keep
Yeah, I
going
ain't like
to
that.
the, yeah, like that. It's a tactic to throw a person off, to either like uh but uh lower their guard, or try to get
Hmm.
them on your side, right? So that you don't call out their bullshit, or you allow them to you know do what they are used to doing. They're very manipulative in that way. And he, um, like, you can kind of tell, like, he's never had anybody hold his feet to the fire. Like, if you say a thing,
I, hey,
then what? Who are you talking to? Pressure? Like,
yeah,
if
sorry.
who is CSR?
He said, yeah, I'm
No, I said,
sorry.
yeah, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I hit the
Um.
button on accident.
Oh. Um. I think a lot of believers are not used to people saying, nope, we're not moving past that. And this is like, I know who I am. I know that talking to me sometimes can drive people fucking crazy, because I'm not gonna let you go to B if you have not acknowledged that A exists. I'm not gonna let you skip all the way to C if we have not talked about A and B. And that's just the way my mind is. And if you bring up B and you say B is the letter that starts with boy and bait and blah blah blah, I can name 10 words that start with B, and then you give me 2 words that start with B and then want to go to C, and I'm gonna say no 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 no, you said you could do 10. I'm gonna keep your ass there until you do the 10.
Exactly. And note to self, don't come up here trying to use me as a way to avoid thinkers aspiring, because it's not gonna work. I'm telling you now. Like, don't call my name.
I
Because
tried to
I'm not,
warn you.
yeah, I'm like, it's not gonna work.
That's what he kept doing, and that was pissing me off too. Like, that shit is crazy.
I think he figured it out. I guess anybody can answer this. Shut your ugly ass up. Duh.
Said fee fry for fun.
See that?
I can't stand a sneaky motherfucker. Like, I
He might not have been the last guy, but he was 100% recording. That's what they do.
huh?
You think that's what the echo was?
That's 100% what the echo was.
Wow.
That's what they do. They like to like, you know how spell bros are.
Cat.
They be try to improve my argument. Watch some games going.
Oh, she is knocked out. I see 2 nerds in there. I don't know if they're in there on purpose. Um, I don't know that I could keep talking to Christians. I really don't. Their dishonesty is just too fucking high for me, and I'm gonna end up like really going like I like ham. Is like back to back dishonesty is just it's too fucking much for me.
It's a
I get
lot.
you.
Yeah, because I mean, it's only so many tools that you can utilize when people just keep running in head first into that wall. And when you're trying to be patient and walk them through why this doesn't make sense to you, like it's not, and like you to your point, thinker, it's not even like I don't remember who it was that you mentioned this to. It's like I'm not telling you not to believe in this thing.
Yeah.
Why it makes sense to you, then maybe you and I can have an exchange about that. But when they just go like forehead first into that wall, is like nope, nope, refusing to see it. There's only so much you can do with that.
And the thing is, it's like I'm okay with them refusing to see it because I understand that's their cognitive dissonance. It's the dishonesty. I didn't say that. And then like accusing you of like attacking them, like the victimization, the manipulative tactics. Like it's that stuff that I can't handle. Like I'm okay with them constantly trying to prove their point because that's what I'm going to do, right? It I don't have to use manipulation. I don't have to be dishonest to do that. And that's what throws me off because why can't I just talk to you about the topic? Why the fuck do I got to call you out on your bullshit at the same time? Like I'm doing
Yeah.
double duty.
Mm-hmm. We play offense and defense.
Exactly. And that is tiring. I got to play back shit because you trying to gaslight. I didn't say that. You misquoted me. You misheard me. Like that's too fucking much. And then we got to teach you how to have a damn discussion. We literally have to say you started off like this. Like we are literally grammar school teachers in this bitch. Preschool teachers, etiquette teacher, like that's too fucking much. And then especially for you to be in a relationship with a deity who you claim is the highest deity of all gods, the highest intelligence, and we got to teach you basic shit.
That's the craziest part to me. And then like there was somebody in here saying that we're clueless people pretending to be intelligent. And that's fine that you think that. But if that's the case, it should be evident in the conversations that we have. It should be evident in the fact that we say something that we're not able to back up, or we don't have receipts for, or we can't even walk you through the logic and the mindset that we're using to arrive at the conclusions that we're arriving at. But that's not done on the opposite side. Like they come in here and ultimately is going to end up landing on faith, ultimately is going to end up landing on belief or the garden or the tree or the fall of man. Like it's always going to go to this spiritual world that nobody else has access to. And that's just not how the standard of evidence works at all.
I think it's interesting because um, instead of just like learning things and letting the research speak for itself, he is constantly like taking in information from an apologetic angle. Like I mean, because he's not a dumb kid, you know what I mean? Like
He's very intelligent.
he's a smart guy, but he limits his like knowledge because he wants so badly to believe in this God when it's like, bro, if you use that knowledge that you clearly have to assess this guy, bro, you don't stand for none of this shit. You know, like you wanted to pivot away from everything because like you said, you can't defend this shit in the Bible. And like you refuse to let that go. And I don't know, dude, like yeah, limiting your ability to gain knowledge is just dumb. Literally. Like it's dumb. Don't do that.
It was when he said that it was unfair of us, or not smart of us, to judge this God based off of a different culture's values. And it was like the fucking point is right in your face. Like it came
Mhm.
out your mouth. Because that's literally what we say in here all the time. That we shouldn't be living by another culture's values.
Right.
Like I don't see how they don't get it, because they'll literally say the point to defend the God and totally still miss it. And then all that stuff that I listed off that did happen in this God's name, and that's happening today in this God's name, literally like it went over his head, or like he like, this is why I say he was listening to win a debate and not actually discuss, right, and get
hmm
to the point to understanding of why we say what we say, or him trying to actually convince us from a honest point of why Jesus is not the worst thing. But as I was listening that stuff, he was thinking in his head, I'm coming back with this with Muhammad.
Right.
Because like there's no way you can hear 25 million, 17 to 25 million people killed in the name of this Jesus versus 3 to 5 million in Muhammad, and still argue that Muhammad is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and just skip over the fact that because of people believing in this Jesus, 25 million people historically, due to religious wars, have lost their life.
And the fact that
And
that
then
happens to this day, and he wanted to be like, but to this day, bro, it happens to this day on both. Like the number never stopped being bigger, is what he was trying to freak. Like he was trying to make it like that number was just gonna magically stop being bigger than it's not, dude. Like the number keeps going up. Like and it's bigger for a reason because it keeps going up. Like this shit
he's
happened
like,
around the same time. Like
what about all the people who head was chopped off for being LGBTQIA? Like, you obviously don't know that happens in Ghana in the name of your Jesus,
right.
in Libya in the name of your Jesus, right? Like the stuff that you're saying Muhammad does, and no, we don't think Muhammad is good. Saying that something is the worst thing doesn't mean that we're saying that the next thing is better, or is good, is the best. Like that is a false dichotomy. Like we're not saying that.
And I think that's to me, for internally, that's like a yellow, if not a red flag that I utilize myself. Like if I go to an extreme, if somebody brings up a counterpoint and I go to an extreme, well, what about? Like what, that's kind of like a flag for me to identify internally. Okay, what truth or what reality are you trying to avoid by bringing in this other variable? Because that didn't have anything to do with what we were truly talking about. It was just a way to deflect from the reality that Christianity's numbers are much higher. And I think if we start to, as and believers and non-believers alike, like regardless of what we're talking about, I think that's just a really good tool to utilize. If you are going somewhere else and you find yourself pivoting, go back to where you're pivoting from and ask yourself what's uncomfortable about that. Because in that discomfort, you're probably going to find a truth that is uncomfortable for you to accept.
Yep. To the nerds that are in the request box, please remember, like I don't know if TikTok just threw you in there, so I don't want to just add you to the stage, and you're in there on accident. But there are two nerds in the request box, and I haven't seen a comment saying on purpose. So if you're there on purpose, can you please let me know? Gracefully Broken, how are you?
Good morning. I actually just wanted to come back up because I remember this was a topic before where I took that stand, that Jesus may not have been the worst thing. And even learning and listening to the perspective, and taking my personal feelings out of the way. And then even going back and relearning, and gaining some knowledge, and even going back to my dad, who is a man of faith like I am, and talking to him and taking your points. It's crazy because he even said that if Jesus was portrayed this way, to his knowledge and to his perspective, that he feels as though Jesus would actually think that he is the worst thing as well, considering how people act and interpret and do these acts in his name, and that's not even what he wanted to represent.
Like I caught that when you said that your dad said if Jesus would have if Jesus would have seen that he was being portrayed this way, not that he is. And like I don't know if you took your dad just the conversation and not the actual scriptures. I'm not sure,
No, I did take the
but
scriptures. I wrote it down.
well then if your dad is reading the scriptures from an interpretive stance, then Jesus is not this Jesus. But if he's reading the scriptures and within the cultural and historical context, then Jesus is portrayed that way, right? Like literally, Christianity had to reinterpret a lot of the teachings of Jesus in order to get this kumbaya Jesus that a lot of you believe in, which is why there's 45,000 different denominations, which is why I saw a video the other day of another evangelical white man talking about how Jesus empowers them to win, and white people don't know how to lose because they were never taught to lose because that's not what Jesus wanted them to do. We weren't taught about winning from this Jesus.
Right,
When were we preached about winning? The Jesus that was handed to us was gonna whoop our ass if we fucked up.
right,
So it depends on the interpretive lens that someone is reading this text. But when you
right.
take that interpretive lens off and you read it within the true historical and cultural context, that is the Jesus that is being portrayed. That's why I say many of you come up here, almost every believer that comes up here, you have your own version of Jesus, and I don't think a lot of you realize that your version of Jesus is typically who you are. It matches your own personality. It matches what you care about, right? It hates what you don't like, what you also hates, right? Like if you are someone who thinks that homosexuality is a sin, so does your Jesus. If you are someone who thinks that Jesus loved everybody and homosexuality is not a sin and he never said anything about it, neither did your Jesus. But y'all don't recognize that.
I definitely agree with you on that. Somebody said build a Jesus, and it's just like, we want him to fit in this cookie dough, in this cookie cutter shape of who we are, so that whatever we do, it's absolutely absolved or justified. But again, I don't think that is who the person who was taught about, who was brought here also hundreds ago, wanted to see as a like, I don't think that's how he wanted to leave us with as a, I don't know how to say, like,
But
I
how
don't
would you
think that's what
determine that
his
though?
legacy wanted him to, I don't think that's what he wanted us to look at him as.
But how did you determine that? How would you determine what Jesus wanted?
Because I guess, to be honest, like, I guess it's more so like, I don't think anybody would want people to remember them for all the bad or whatever that they may have done, like once they pass on. Like, I would assume that they would want people to remember the good. And I'm saying assume because that is me assuming. Like, I wouldn't, but then I would think that people would also want us to remember them for the good and the bad, but not kind of sort of compare the two. Just remember that they were human.
Well, I mean, I don't think that that's far from the realm of reality because that's the case for most humans. I
Right.
don't, yeah, and there's nothing divine about that. But to Thinker's point, I think the point that she's making is that instead of Jesus shaping the believer, you normally see the believer shaping Jesus into whoever or into someone that validates their own worldview. So to a capitalist, Jesus is going to be promoting individual responsibility. To a socialist, he's going to be championing the poor. To a nationalist, he's going to be protecting the borders. Like he becomes what the believer needs him to be to justify their worldview and
Well,
confirm them individually. But if he's that malleable, if he's that much of a chameleon, what is he or who was he?
but do we honestly believe that he was that kind of person where he would change or warp into whoever that person needed at that time?
No, I mean I don't think he was. I definitely think he was potentially a human, but I definitely don't believe that he was the son of God. But I think think about. I hate to use this example because it can get sticky, but think about like Martin Luther King.
Right.
Like we were raised to think about, raised on him. He's a civil rights leader. He's all these things, and he was all those things, and he cheated on his wife. Right? Two
Right.
things can be true. We're talking about a human who people have ascribed godlike qualities to and over and above godlike qualities. Like now they say they think he walked on water. He turned water into wine. He like did all these like things that defy reality. So when that to me just adds a layer of complexity. So are we talking about an archetype, i.e., this Messiah, which Jesus was not the first one. The concept of a savior predates Jesus, definitely. So that aspect of the story is not even original. And when we're talking about what Jesus would want, I guess that's going back to my original question. You're saying that you don't think that's the legacy that Jesus would have wanted to leave. But how are you determining what Jesus would have wanted to begin with? And if what you're using to determine that is what most humans would do or what they would want, then how is he anything but another human being? Does that make
Because,
sense?
so I guess that's how I'm determining based upon him being a person. Because, like, I guess that's what I believe in, that he did walk this earth at one point in time. So I would not think that him walking this earth, that he would just want people to remember the good that he may have instilled or whatever, but also remember the bad. I think he would want it to kind of sort of like not make it seem, not, I don't think he wanted people to just remember him for just the little things that he have done, but all things that he have done, and take all things into consideration of who he was as a person.
Well, but what makes that godlike? I want that as well. Like, I want my son to learn from me in terms of things that I accomplished and the mistakes that I made, in
Right.
terms of my strengths as well as my weaknesses. There's
So the
nothing
godlike,
divine about that.
so the godlike, so I guess I came up here this time around not to refute the faith part, because like you said prior to me coming up here, I can't, I can't refute that, because a lot of people feel as though there is no access to the spiritual realm. I sit on the other side. I'm talking about the human side of Jesus, if that makes sense. So I'm not talking about the spiritual or the godlike form of Jesus. I'm talking about him being just human.
I mean, but that
Because
would be the
that's what.
case. I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss Ray.
No, I was just gonna say, I mean, that's the case for every archetype. Like, that's the case for any like cultural icon, if you will. You're saying that in your mind, the human in Jesus, or the human part of Jesus, just wanted people to remember the good and the bad and the positives and the negatives. Is that a reflection of Jesus, or is that a reflection of your understanding or your preference? It's almost like
I
a
just said I would
spiritual.
assume. So that's not really me believing the preference. I'm just assuming that a person would want to, like, you know what I mean? Like, not believe in the cookie cutter type, but more so believe what was on paper and what was shown. So not only the words, but also the actions that followed.
Well, I don't see where there's a distinction between the words and the actions. Like, I think that, again, going to what we were talking about, like, there's so many versions of Jesus. There is a build to Jesus. Like,
Right.
so because we know that there is a build to Jesus. We see that there's a build to Jesus from these conversations that we have with believers. There's no one consistent version of him, and no one has access to the actual person. If this person actually existed, no one has a way to demonstrate whether or not the claims that have been made about this character was actually true. None of those things are falsifiable. So I think when it comes to believers, like you're saying, I'm believing that you're saying that you do believe in a spiritual realm, which, not taking that from you, but the realm that we both have access to. We know that from a human perspective, when we think about our lineage, when we think about the memories that people that we love will have after we're gone, we know what that feels like. That's human. There's nothing divine about that. There's nothing about that that speaks to, oh yeah, this came from a source that's better, that's smarter, that's, more powerful than humans. It just screams human to me.
And I agree with you on that. I don't disagree with what you're saying.
Well, I guess maybe I missed something earlier, because I thought that you were saying that there was a consistent.
Because, no, I'm saying that if, I'm sorry. Because when you were speaking, it was something I prompted to say something about the inconsistencies. Oh, yeah, there are inconsistencies with people as humans. Like, there could be inconsistencies with what I say and how I act, because my words are not aligning with my actions. So if people, even back then, who may have or may not have walked with Jesus, or may have or may not have experienced these miracles with Jesus, they could also experienced the inconsistencies of him as well. Whereas he may have healed them through a miraculous or a spiritual thing, but however, because they have not changed their ways, also may have also experienced the inconsistency with how they were to interpret him. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, some people believed in him being just the Messiah. Other people believed that he was just a prophet. Other people believed that he was a teacher. Other people, and that was when they were walking with him. So the cookie cutter, the only believing in the Jesus and who a person wanted him to be, that's nothing new. is what I'm saying. It's the interpretation and how people technically try not to see the wholeness of who he was.
And I don't
And
think
that's what
it's,
I agree with.
yeah, I think the only thing I disagree with is that or not even disagree, maybe it's just a tangential point, is that to me, that variation just screams humanity. It screams human. Because the reality is, if a you don't have people walking this planet that's going to tell you the sun is cold. You just don't. And that's because it's objectively hot. We
Right.
all experience it the same way because it is what it is. When
Right.
you have when you have an experience that varies and vacillates from individual to individual, then you can't point to that. Well, it's very difficult to point to that thing and say this is one thing when so many people give so many different reports about what it was. So if what you're saying is true, then to me that just validates that this character is just a character in a story, not at all anything divine or godly.
But in order for this person to be divine or godly, that's now you're opening up that door to the spiritual out, the access, the realm in which I guess you said earlier that, and I'm just quoting what you said, not quoting but paraphrasing because I don't know the exact wording that you had to use. Saying the belief that not all people have access to that side. So if that's the access that you would want to talk about, then you would have to believe that you also have access to that side so that we could talk about it. But if you
Can I ask
don't,
you a quick question?
go
In
ahead.
the
I'm
Old
sorry.
Testament, Yahweh didn't need humans to say that he could be a god. Like Yahweh was a god because Yahweh shows up and he says, I am God. I am this. I am that. Here's my name. I am God. And there was no human that said, yep, Yahweh can be a god.
Right. But
Right.
remember in the Old
Hold on,
Testament
hold
as
on, hold on,
well.
hold
I'm
on,
sorry.
hold on. But Jesus became a god by the decision of humans. In fact, when they first submitted Jesus for deification to the Senate, to the Roman Senate, they rejected it and said, nope, we don't know him. What has he done to be a god? What has he done to be deified? They rejected his application. And it wasn't until years later that humans of the Roman government who was uh, approving other humans to be deified and become gods finally agreed to make Jesus a god. So what I don't understand is how a god who is the god of the whole entire universe could not be a god until Rome decided approve deification on the application. Does that make sense to you? And how is that spiritual?
So I'm just going to ask for clarification. Are you saying that the Romans had to acknowledge that he was a god in order for other people to also believe that? I'm sorry.
This is why I think that believers should study the history of their religion and their God, because Jesus was subject to Roman authority. He had no real authority while he was on earth. He was subject to the Sanhedrin, and he was subject to the Roman authority, which is why Rome could kill him. Right? Rome was the governing authority. Rome had their own gods, and they required every city or town that they conquered to worship their gods, to pay taxes to their gods, to their governing, their government system. In those days, historically, the religious system was the government. The religious system was the government in ancient Israel, which is why you have the law of Moses, right? That was the law of the land of Israel. It governed the land of Moses. God, Yahweh, was dormant to Israel. He didn't travel all over the world. If people wanted to worship Yahweh and pay homage to Yahweh, they had to come to Israel to do it. Same thing with Rome. When Rome had their own gods, and their gods were former emperors who were deified. And deification was decided by the Roman Senate, was decided by the Senate. And when Jesus was put up for deification, the Senate denied that application. The Senate said, nope, we don't know who he is. And then it wasn't until later that Rome decided to deify Jesus, to acknowledge Jesus as a God. And then that's when you see the Roman gods go away and Jesus takes over and he becomes this big God today, replacing the Roman pagan religious system. Now, Christian theology says Jesus stomped out paganism. I don't care what interpretation you put on it. He replaced it. And he replaced it because Rome approved his application for deification.
So he
How
replaced
is
it with
that
permission.
spiritual? Huh?
I said, so he replaced it with permission.
Exactly. How is that spiritual for humans to decide that your God could finally be a God, be identified as a God? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening. I can't answer that. I'm not gonna be honest. I'm not gonna just spew out some bullshit or turn this on a tangent. I honestly don't. Because I agree that it was that in the Old Testament that they were able to have like automatic access to God. And then somehow along the way, because of the decisions of the people, God had to limit that access and utilize people throughout time and throughout history, the access to it, but still, it was still a form of government. So I do agree with that. So I guess I'm at another standstill, to be honest,
But
thinker.
why would
And
that
I
make sense? Oh, I'm sorry.
And I think honestly, that's like, I like the challenging of my beliefs and thoughts. So that's why I continue to engage in this conversation. And I hope that this continues to be a topic so I again could come up and engage, because I am going back and I am following back, and coming back with more stuff, instead of just sitting here and trying to argue a point. But go ahead.
I was just going to mention the kind of the summary you gave about the fact that the God engaged with people, and did things on his own in the Old Testament, and it changed in the New Testament. And it's interesting you said that for some reason. Are you as a believer okay with not understanding what that reason is?
And honestly, that's where my faith activates and kicks in. So yes, as a believer, I'm going to just answer that. As a believer, I am okay with the unknown, because I think that's the mystery of it all. Certain things was written in black and white for the understanding, but then to also not understand as well. And I guess that's where my faith is activated. Yes.
Yeah, and I think that's where, and we've talked about this before with other believers. I guess that's where just my mind is made a little bit differently, because that piece of information is critical to me, because it speaks so much about, one, the God's ability, to the cultural understanding of the God. Like the things that we do know about how this book was compiled, the things that we do know about how Jewish people engaged with this God, how they wrestled with this God, how there were no omni properties. The fact that we know when these omni properties were added, all of those things for me, and again, it's different person to person, but for me, that would kind of throw faith out of the window, because it's another variable. Like, hey, hang on a second. Like, if he was talking to people and he was doing things without humans in this part of the Bible, why would it change? And again, because faith is not a path to truth, because faith can be pointed to as the reason to believe in anything, whether it's true or not, I just personally couldn't rely on it that way.
Right.
Since somebody in the comments called me a liar regarding your Jesus, and when the wonderful resurrection and ascension of our Savior, this is Eusebius, and when the wonderful resurrection and ascension of our Savior were already reported abroad, in accordance with an ancient custom which prevailed among the rulers of the provinces, of reporting to the emperor the novel occurrences which took place in them, in order that nothing might escape him, Pontius Pilate informed Tiberius, who was the emperor during the time of Jesus' reign, of the reports which were reported abroad through all Palestine concerning the resurrection of our Savior Jesus from the dead. He gave an account also of other wonders which he had learned of him, and how after his death, having risen from the dead, he was now believed by many to be a god. They say that Tiberius referred the matter to the Senate, but that they rejected it ostensibly because they had not first examined into the matter, for an ancient law prevailed that no one should be made a god by the Romans except by a vote and decree of the Senate. But in reality, because the saving teaching of the divine gospel did not need the confirmation and recommendation of men. But although the Senate of the Romans rejected the proposition made in regard to our Savior, Tiberius still retained the opinion which he had held at first, and contrived no hostile measures against Christ. Literally, not Tiberius, the Vespasian Flavian became a god. Like the emperors were deified. Julius Caesar became a god. Titus became a god. That's how Rome did it. Literally, the reason you believe in a Trinity is because of the Council of Nicaea. Rome, Constantine. That was decided at the Council of Nicaea. A lot of what you know or believe about this God was approved by Roman theologians, Roman church fathers, Roman councils.
And I get that the scholarship around this information is new in that, just the lay Christian doesn't necessarily wouldn't necessarily be exposed to this historically. But now these spaces are here, right? Like now there's access to biblical writings and historical documents that kind of help to frame how all of this came to be, aside from the lore, aside from the stories that we've been told. Um, and I think it's important for, and again, this is going to vary person to person because they're like, Grace was saying like she's okay with her faith activating in those areas of ambiguity. But I do think that an informed decision or an informed position is always going to be a whole lot more strong than an uninformed one. And it's important, I think it's important for anybody who believes a thing to know why they believe it and be able to explain their reasons for believing it or for not believing it for that matter. So this information that Thinker just read, like this isn't like some hidden knowledge. Like this is historical documented fact. And it's just amazing to me how so many believers will continuously come up here and refute um, validated information for the purpose of holding on to what they have been taught.
Grace, did you have anything else?
No, I was actually going to step down because my lunch break is over. I'm still listening though. I just can't respond because I had to head back in. But I appreciate it again for allowing me up here to share.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you for coming up. Have a good day. Is Christina live yet?
I haven't seen it. I've heard the Discord popping off. Let me jump over there and see. I don't see where she's live yet. At least not. She hasn't posted in the Discord.
Say
Oh,
yes in the
there's
comments.
Oh, she said
yeah,
yes.
they're
Okay.
saying.
Okay. Cool.
All right, y'all. So we'll be back on Thursday night. I appreciate y'all so much for all the gifts, the likes, and the comments. I'm about to go chill out and clear my damn head. I hope y'all have a wonderful next 2 days, and I'll see y'all Thursday night. I love y'all. Thank y'all.
Love
Bye to
y'all.
the
Bye.
YouTubers. Appreciate
Love
y'all.
y'all.